Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. Title: Oath of Seduction, a dark mafia romance, deviant doms. Author: Jane Henry. Oath of Seduction, a dark mafia romance, deviant doms. Jane Henry. J. Henry Publishing, Inc. Copyright 2022 by Jane Henry. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. Cover art by Popkitty Designs. Contents: Synopsis. Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter 5, Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 8, Chapter 9, Chapter 10, Chapter 11, Chapter 12, Chapter 13, Chapter 14, Chapter 15, Chapter 16, Chapter 17, Chapter 18, Chapter 19, Chapter 20. Epilogue. Meet Jane. Synopsis. It began with a one-night stand. Two lonely strangers. One fiery attraction. Nothing to lose. Or so we thought. But actions have consequences, and in the morning light, pretty little Detective Emma King will have to face hers. The man she let into her bed, the man she fully submitted to, is none other than Mario Rossi, the player, the mastermind of the family she hates, the man she's determined to destroy. And now, the only choices that remain to her are death or marriage to me. She's as smart as a whip and clever as a fox, sensual and seductive. She's determined not to yield to me again. But I know what she craves, what she needs. So I've taken another oath: to seduce her, to punish her, to enthrall her, to make her blood sing for me and her body crave mine. I might be known as a player, but Emma will soon learn, when I play, I always win. Chapter 1. Emma. I shiver when a brisk wind kicks up my skirt, the crimson fabric fluttering around my knees like the wings of a cardinal. My mother hated red. She said it was the color whores wore. She would know. But I like it. Red's full of energy and life, the color that symbolizes many things throughout various cultures: life and courage, anger and love, passion. I wrap my arms around myself to warm up, trying to be impervious to the biting wind. Happy now? I ask her, my voice tinged with bitterness. You got your way. I'm alone now, just like you always wanted. Only now, you're not here to mock me anymore. Bitterness coats my tongue, even through the salt of tears. I swipe at them angrily. I vowed when I was 15 years old I'd never shed another tear for her, but sometimes tears come when I don't want them to. I lift up my chin, defying the cold waterfront breeze to chill me. We've left winter behind, but the cool spring air hasn't yet warmed, still holding on to the last vestiges of winter on the coast. A chilly wind whips over the water, pebbling my skin. But I like the cold. I like the taste of the salty air, even as it turns my lips blue and I shiver. I like the raw boldness of it, the gusty bellow of a silent power that knows no bounds. I step out further, the pointed, shiny tips of my shoes, death-defying heels I wore in honor of the occasion, edging toward the precipice. Jump, a little voice in my mind tells me. No one will miss you. You won't have to fight anymore. Jump, and let the water wash it all away. I stare at the blue-green waves, laced in white, churning like a monster's rage, boiling and simmering below, as if defying the cold March air. I laugh at the voice in my head. Give up so soon? I taunt. Never. I have a mission, a job to do. I've worked all my adult life to get here, and won't let one low moment push me into doing something stupid and reckless. That's not who I am. I want wild, though. I want to do something that doesn't follow the rules, that doesn't make sense, something bold. I don't know how long I stand there, but the sun sinks from eye level to barely noticeable, nothing more than a splash of fading orange on the horizon. And with the setting sun, a deeper cold sets in. My stomach churns with hunger. I don't remember the last time I ate. I didn't skip food because of grief. No, grief was the bitter herb I tasted a full decade ago. I'm beyond caring at this point. The tears aren't tears of regret, but of anger, though why I'm angry, I couldn't say. I've got a ways to walk, but I chose it this way. I wanted to be alone. I craved being alone. Sometimes, walking alone's the one thing that clears my mind. My mother made it easy. Hardly anyone came to her funeral anyway, save a harried-looking woman wearing a too-tight dress and scuffed flats. She didn't look at me. She didn't talk to me. She dropped a wilting rose on my mother's dead body, then left with her head hung low. And I didn't care. I still don't. Ah, that's right. I ate 2 mints from the little glass bowl in the waiting room. A meal for an aunt, not someone like me. Fuck it, I'm starving. Another brisk wind makes me shiver again. My legs wobble on the edge of the cliff. I'm in danger, and I know it, but I crave the bolt of adrenaline that courses through me when I look over the cliff's edge. It helps make the little voice in my mind that coaxes me to jump, to fade a little. I listen to the waves. I close my eyes. My arms spread out wide to stay balanced. They say it's harder to remain still with your eyes closed. My lips tip up in a grin. I didn't get to where I am by being reckless and dangerous, but damn if it doesn't exhilarate me. I focus on the details around me. It centers me somehow. I've never really known how it works with me. I'm not like other people. When I was younger, I didn't know enough to pretend I was ordinary, but learning to feign mediocrity's a skill one learns with age. When I was little, I pretended I had superpowers. I almost fooled some of my friends. The power of observation when others are blind to details does seem almost supernatural. Not everyone could tell you that the sun sets today at precisely 5:38 p.m., that tonight we have a full moon, that there are 3 cars parked in a nearly barren parking lot below the cliff, that there used to be an ice cream shack there, and maybe it returns when the weather warms up. I could tell you. The woman who came to my mother's funeral today was a hooker, but that was an easy one. She was the only friend my mother had, and yet she didn't know who I was. It didn't surprise me that she didn't know my mother had a daughter. I could tell you in kindergarten everything about my teacher's wardrobe, clothing size, a full catalog. I could tell you what she drove, what she ate for lunch, and that she had 2 crooked front teeth and dyed her hair every other month. Not because I spied, but because I simply couldn't shut my brain off. One point, my mother and her then boyfriend thought it smart to have me see a shrink. I don't know what's wrong with her, my mother hissed at the desk when asked why she'd brought me in during my freshman year of high school, long after my father died. The girl's a freak. She's way smarter than she should be at her age. Her boyfriend only cringed. Assholes don't like when the woman they're screwing has a smart kid. They sniff out bullshit. I tuned it all out. Tuned her out. I got used to it. Ma'am, you can't bring her to see anyone on the grounds of her being unusual, the desk girl said as patiently as she could. Meanwhile, my cheeks burned with embarrassment. This was before I realized I could just walk out. The day you learn you can just walk is the first day of the rest of your life. I come to with the sound of an approaching car. It gets louder as it draws nearer. I stand up straighter. I'm a little shaken I didn't hear it sooner, but the sound of the waves is louder than I expected, and the wind howls in my ears like a mourning lover. My eyes pop open. Those wheels are moving at an alarming rate, so much so I'm not sure they could stop now if they wanted to, not without careening off the edge of this cliff. I stare out at the fading sun and listen to the sound of the wheels to see if they're approaching or leaving. Definitely approaching, and at a good cliff. honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. Someone's coming up here, and fast. I'm a few feet away from the road that leads up here. I know, because I walked every damn step by foot. I clutch my small purse to my side and swivel to see what's coming. Who's coming? A stunning red convertible, as bold and vibrant as the dress that clings to my legs when the wind kicks up, approaches from the east side of the cliff. The top's down. I can't see who's driving it, but whoever it is has a death wish since they're going at least 100 miles an hour. God, to be that bold, that daring, to feel the wind in my hair and not give a shit if I lived or died, to feel the power of that engine with a tap of your foot. I draw in a breath and hold it as they come nearer and nearer. I can see the driver now, and my heart thumps a little faster. I can't make out details, but I know from here it's a guy. He's big, and yeah, he's hot. Dark brown hair that falls across his brow, a t-shirt that clings to his frame. Faint strains of classic rock echo in the wind. He slows as he nears me. My heart beats madly, and I clutch my bag as if it could save my life. With the grace of a stallion coming to rest, the car purrs gently as it slows, then stops only feet away from me. He's wearing sunglasses, his eyes hidden from me. Full lips tug upward in a smile, revealing perfectly straight white teeth. Teeth that are too perfect, like the wolf's before he ate Little Red Riding Hood. Wow, he could grace the cover of a men's fashion magazine. I'm rarely stunned by beauty, but this man with his classic good looks and smooth tan skin, I half expect him to speak to me in Italian. "Hey, baby," the stranger says, his voice smooth and seductive. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting." A shiver courses through me. I blink in surprise. It's a classic pickup line, I know it, but that doesn't mean my heart doesn't beat a little faster at the heat that flares between the two of us. My stomach rumbles, reminding me that humans need to be fed once in a while. Fuck it, my mother's dead. Today begins the rest of my life. I get one night of freedom before I recommit myself to my mission, my purpose. I'm cold, I'm alone, and I could think of worse ways to spend my time with an anonymous stranger in a sexy car. A woman like me trusts no one, but today I'm feeling bold and reckless, and the guy, as hot as he is, honestly looks like he'd help little old ladies cross the street. I swallow hard. I wanted something different, daring, dangerous. "I'll let it go this time," I tell him. My voice sounds a little raspy from disuse. Who am I? I don't flirt. I'm not witty. Yet the words fly off my tongue as if a stranger says them. Guess you'll have to make it up to me. I step toward the car, but before I can open my door, Mr. Tall and Handsome puts it in park, launches his tall, muscular frame out of the body of the car, and quickly reaches for my door handle. He moves with the grace of a dancer, seductive vibes rolling off him like a lover, and right then, I'd empty my wallet in the back of his car just for a kiss from him. "Now, you know better than to open your own door, doll," he chides, in a way that makes heat rise in my chest. I'd do wicked things if he asked me to in that voice. My mother would kick my ass for not behaving like a gentleman. Doll, gentleman, oh, I like that, all of it. For one brief moment, we've stepped back in time. He has a mother that cares about him. I think I like that. Is that just part of the pickup line, though? He opens the door and gestures for me to take a seat. The interior of the car is wrapped in luxury leather. It's buttery smooth and soft to the touch, lending a decadent, pleasant scent to the air around us. What am I doing? I take in a shuddering breath as he trots back to his side and folds his long, tall frame into the seat beside me. I don't know where we're going. I don't know where he's from. And for the first time in my life, I like that. I watch as he kicks the car into gear, and we take off. I observe everything I can. It's my job. Now that we're this close, I can tell he's definitely Italian, but his accent's faintly tinged with Boston, so likely born here. Dark brown hair, ruggedly styled, definitely mussed by the wind, but it looks intentional sexy. Tanned olive skin, and since it's March in New England, either he's gone to a tanning salon or he's spent some time in a warmer climate recently. He seems way too masculine for tanning, so my bet's on option 2. It's getting dark, but I can tell his eyes are so blue they nearly shine in the darkness. Most of the Italian men I've met have darker eyes, but blue's not out of the ordinary.
Blue eyes likely mean he's from northern Italy then. Genoa, Milan, Tuscany. I want to look deeper into those eyes. The rugged cut of his jaw, shadowed with casually masculine stubble, is offset by an almost boyish pair of lips that look like he's perpetually smiling. Something tells me he can pull off a scowl that would make me melt. Jesus, those lips. A faint rose color paints his cheeks. His perfectly symmetrical face, the way he holds himself, makes him look like Mustang hired him for a 2-page spread in a racing magazine. The cut of his clothes suggests wealth. Paired with the car, that's a no-brainer. A quick glance tells me the Mustang is a custom job. His phone's mounted on his dash, but even though it's off, it's plugged in and on. So either he's someone that doesn't like to be disconnected, or he's someone who's expected to be on call. Interesting. The screen's clean, free of smudges, but it's a smallish phone. The car's impeccably clean, not a fleck of dust or crumpled paper or empty subway package in sight. Yet, from where I'm sitting, I can see flecks of mud on the hood. He was driving fast then, maybe even racing fast. A car like this was built for speed. I glance casually behind us and note a black leather jacket folded over the seat. But there's nothing else to note in the car. Wrong. My heart gives a quick thud when I glance again at the jacket. It's hidden and it's discreet, but he's hiding a handgun. This boy, no, man is trouble with a capital T. How long have you been waiting? He asks. Fuck it. That voice is sin personified. Sex on the rocks. Oh, I shrug quietly. My voice is a little shaky now that I've seen the gun. Weapons don't scare me. Half a second with that beauty in the palm of my hand and I could make it purr for me. But for a brief moment in time, I'd wanted to believe he was a good man. Maybe he is. But could a good man handle a girl like me? And does that matter? I mean, a while. Normal people would either ask for a name or offer theirs at this point, but I have no interest in doing either. And thankfully, he doesn't seem interested either. So, he says, reaching a large, heavy, masculine hand to my leg. I note it's the only thing about him that isn't model material, and I'm not complaining. His palm's rough and calloused, his fingers strong, the nail tips blunt. There's a silvery scar along the top of his hand, a gentle smattering of dark hair. When he moves his hand, I see a trace of ink on his forearm, but it's covered by his long-sleeved shirt. The warm feel of his confident hand on my naked skin feels incredible. I sigh and move closer to him and make the decision right then, right there, that whatever he wants to do to me, I'll let him. I've never had casual sex, but tonight's the first time I've ever wanted it. Maybe even needed it. The freedom not to think, to not have to plot my every move and every step so they're perfectly aligned. To give myself permission for one night, just one night, to forgo perfectionism and live a little. He traces his fingers so lightly on my thigh, I shiver. His touch is so electric, the wild part of my mind that doesn't dwell on reality imagines sparks fly from his fingers. His voice, a low rumble that somehow both commands and seduces, slides into my veins like a potion. How do I make it up to you? I smile to myself, and it feels a bit wicked.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. Not only am I dressed in crimson, I'm wearing bright red lipstick, also not my mother's favorite. I feel a bit like a sorceress. I decide to go for broke. I'm diving in head first. Sexual favors would work, I quip, allowing the faintest hint of an accent to tinge my words before I can stop myself. It's part of the appeal, I tell myself. Seductive and mysterious. I was born and raised right here in Boston, but he doesn't need to know that. I want to distance myself from who I really am. Tomorrow, I'll leave. That's the beauty of a casual one-night stand. He has no expectations I'll stay, so I have no fear of hurting or me. Wait, sexual favors, I said. Does that sound slutty? Of course it sounds slutty. I wanted to sound flirtatious, but the line between slutty and flirtatious can sometimes blur. I want to slam my fist in my mouth to shut myself up. Too late. Sexual favors? If you want to get back in my good graces. Who am I?
But the next moment, his resounding chuckle tells me I answered correctly. Chapter 2. Mario. Mama says I came out of the womb flirting with the doctor who delivered me. You winked at her, Mario, she insists. Winked at her. They say Italian men learn the art of flirtation at a very young age, so what can I say? I was born with it. It's who I am, who I've always been, and I can't help it. Women are so beautiful, so delicate and soft and intriguing. I love women of all shapes and sizes, from all walks of life. Tall ones and petite ones, thin ones and curvy ones, young ones and older ones, women who flirt and women who keep things close to the vest. The feminine race was God's gift to men, and if other men are too dumb to see it, that's their fault. I look at the woman beside me and smile to myself. She stood at the edge of the cliff as if she'd been waiting for me. I can tell already she isn't the type of woman that needs to be rescued. No, not her. She's too independent, too wily. I saw the way she took in details with a quick snap of her glance, how she weighs her words before she delivers them. She isn't a woman to be rescued, but a woman to be caught. And hell, am I the guy for the chase. Mamma mia. Cold? I ask her. She shakes her head no, but doesn't reply. It's a chilly spring evening, and I'm a bit surprised she says she isn't cold, but maybe she doesn't want to admit weakness. That wouldn't surprise me. There's an air of quiet confidence about her, a silent statement of her independence. I love that. A good guy would ask for her name, but exchanging names implies something I'm not gonna offer, commitment on any level, and a personal invitation to know each other. A shrink might say I have trust issues, a fear of commitment. I prefer to think I like the mystique of anonymity. I like keeping to myself when it comes to being with a woman. You start sharing names, then the next thing you know, they want you to celebrate the 2-month anniversary or whatever the fuck, or they want to get a puppy with you, and before you know it, they're tagging you on social media, and bam, you're tied down with a kid and rings that might as well be goddamn handcuffs. I like options, and casual sex is way, way underestimated. I check the rearview mirror purely on instinct and see no one following us. I had a good night tonight, and it ain't gonna end now. Where were you coming from dressed like that? She gives me a smile that should unnerve me, but only excites me. I just came from a funeral. I feel my eyebrows rise. Did you? You wear a dress like that to a funeral? You're celebrating that person's death. A flare of surprise registers in her eyes before I look back to the road. Bingo. You're a smart man. I ignore the compliment and try to piece a bit more together. The closest cemetery's 2 miles away. You walk? Walked a while, yeah. I don't respond at first, and for half a minute wonder if I've made a mistake picking her up. Is this girl gonna be trouble? I decide to probe a bit more. So, what's a girl like you doing alone at the top of a cliff? I decide to push a little. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were getting ready to jump. She doesn't laugh. Shit. I look at her sharply. The sun sets behind her, her long blonde hair whipping around her face in the wind. She wears a bright red dress that's wrapped and tied to her, accentuating every curve and valley. Full breasts, a trim figure, and legs for goddamn days. Her red lips pull together in a pout. Any woman that wears a bold red dress to a funeral is making a silent statement she's likely ready to back up. I'm here for it. No, she doesn't look like someone about to make a drastic life decision with disastrous results. She looks bold, defiant, as if the universe has told her what to wear and how to behave up to now, and she's given it a final middle finger fuck you. I thought you were going to make up for your tardiness, sir. Fuck it, I love the way she flirts with me. Something tells me she's sharp and witty, and I love to watch the way her eyes take in every detail in here. I love driving in a sweet ride with a sexy woman beside me, But I'm looking forward to sitting close to her so I can fully look into her eyes when we talk, when we fuck, and we will. How so? She sighs and moves a little closer. I let my fingers graze the sweet, supple skin of her inner thigh. A third date move, but hell, we know we're hooking up. It's why we're here. She moves closer to me, and my dick jerks. Fuck it, I'm gonna have her tonight, and I will make it so worth her while. By not asking me any more questions. Any more questions? None. Not a one. I want a race tonight, and even though I didn't need that money, 30 grand in cash is in the back of this car burning a hole through my proverbial pocket. It pays racing heavy hitters and power players. Almost met up with Dario and Sergio in town, but Romeo, my oldest brother, and our Don called them back to my family's home, the castle, on business. Didn't call me, but he likes to give me time to get over my jet lag before I go back to work. Doesn't stop me from racing. Fuck, I love to race, and I missed it when I was in Italy. So I ended up alone on the town, since all my brothers have decided to get married and have wives and kids and shit. My brothers and I don't have a lot of friends outside the brotherhood, for good reason. Someone learns about something they shouldn't, you have to knock 'em off, and that ain't fun. No more questions, I repeat, mulling it over. But what I'm really doing is going through the possibilities of why she's ready for a hookup. She doesn't look easy, though there's an eagerness about her that tells me she wants this. I'd bet she's never so much as had casual sex in her life. Even the way she flirts is hesitant, almost guarded. The funeral? Then I know what it's like to bury someone. I know what it's like to see someone's life end and know with certainty that yours will too, and you don't know how or when. It gives you a sort of permission to not let anyone or anything hold you back. Not that I ever have. Well, I've had my moments. My father always tried to rain on my parade because he never really liked me, so he gave me shit from time to time. Lectured the fuck out of me about responsibilities and settling down and loyalty to the family. I learned to deal with it, to tune him out. When my brother Romeo took the throne as Don, he picked up where our father left off for a while, but soon changed. He saw that my aversion to commitment and following the status quo had jack shit to do with my ability to complete a task. I've learned life lessons. I may be younger than my brothers, but I get shit done, and they can depend on me. But my feeling's this. You see someone in a casket, and you know that will be you one day, so why the fuck aren't you living your life now? Like every goddamn day to the fullest. People complain about shit like traffic and work and bills, but they miss everything.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. They don't see the pale sprouts of spring poking their heads up through the cold dirt, or breathe in the fresh salt air at the ocean's edge. Everyone tells me I don't take life seriously enough, but my feeling is they're the ones that are going to frown their way to their fucking graves. Me, I love life. I know what they all think, that I shirk responsibility, that I don't like commitment, that I sleep around because I don't want to settle down. But I don't care what any of them think or say. I'm the one that lives his life. I'm the one that does whatever the hell he wants, and the only person I answer to is my brother and my Don. I love the rush of adrenaline, the first kiss, the way you can make a woman smile and purr with the right words and touch. I love using every method of persuasion I have until she's eating out of the palm of my hand. I like giving them pleasure and reveling in their responses. Women are such delicate, beautiful creatures. I don't want to cage them. I like to see them fly. I just like to visit a little while before their flight. Give them a little resting place to flutter their wings before they soar. No more questions, I repeat to myself. Then I can't ask you if you're hungry, but can tell you that I'm starving. Well, those kinds of questions are okay, she says. Ah, so we have rules, I say with a smile, nodding. I carefully watch her reaction. She'll know soon enough, very soon, that I'll treat her well, but I'm the one that makes the rules. Still, I let her have her way for a little while. I detect the faintest trace of an accent and wish I could put my finger on it, something European. With her blonde hair and bold attitude, it wouldn't surprise me. Swedish? My brothers would kill me for picking up a chick like this, for not knowing who she is or not having any more plans but to make her moan, to taste her pussy, and to feel those fingers of hers in my hair. But it isn't the first time, and it won't be the last. So, Little Red Riding Hood. She wrinkles up her nose. Not sure if I like that. I squeeze her thigh. Maybe I have rules too, doll. She parts her thighs a little. Ah, she definitely wants a little adventure then. And what might your rules be, she asks. You do what I tell you, and I'll make it worth your while. Oh, come on, she says with a laugh like champagne, bubbly and decadent. You can do better than that. That's so 50 Shades. She says it like it's vanilla. Ah, a woman comfortable with a little power exchange then. Good. The road dips down and the speed picks up. She liked when I took back a little of the control. They're like that, girls like her. They like to push, to poke a little, to see what they can get away with. But deep down inside, they don't want control. They want to lose control. They want it taken away from them so they can feel the exhilaration of letting go, of being swept away on a roller coaster of emotion. You learn a little bit about the female gender when you study the hell out of them. All right, doll, I've got a pair of handcuffs in my jacket pocket. Next to your gun? Her words are a challenge, a dart thrown at a target. When I don't respond right away, she misses the mark, and I stay in control. I smile at her. Of course not. Everyone knows you keep your cuffs and weapons separate, baby. I cluck my tongue at her and shake my head. Time for another test. But be careful. Being nosy might mean Daddy might have to punish you. I feel the shiver run through her and push a little harder. Ah, yeah. She's got the taste for a little kink. Get the cuffs, doll. You want me to cuff you? She teases. Push, push, push. I squeeze her thigh before I give it a little teasing slap. My fingers tingle where I spanked her. She draws in a quick breath, then melts a little closer to me. Who's driving this car? I ask, my voice calm and steady, belying the pounding of my heart. I want her so badly it's all I can do to pull this car over and seduce her right here, right now, spreading my jacket on the back seat of this car and making her scream so only the ocean hears her. You, she breathes, you're the driver of this car. I nod slowly, so her words settle over both of us. Get the cuffs. And if I don't, I shake my head from side to side. Daddy won't be very happy with you, now will he? Don't you remember what happens to bad girls? Her throaty chuckle travels all the way to my dick. I watch as she gets up on her knees and leans over the back of the seat. I quickly give her a sharp slap to the ass that makes her squeal and moan. I palm the cheek I just spanked. Let's see 'em. She turns back to me with the cuffs in the palm of her hand. Shh, I whisper. I hold the cuffs in my right hand, feeling the cold weight of them, and imagine what I'll do with her later. For now, I just wanted to see if she'd do what she was told. I slide the cold metal along her naked thigh before I slide the cuffs into my pocket. Oh, you're sneaky. And you're naughty. That's a dangerous combination. She sidles up next to me, her body flush against mine. And what are you going to do about that? She swallows. Daddy? I can tell by her tentative voice this is the first time she's played this game. Time for a little taste test. I pull the car over under the cover of trees, down a side road she probably didn't know about that popped into view when I needed it. I park the car, shaking my head from side to side. Now what have we here? She asks, her eyes alight with excitement. Little Red Riding Hood's alone with the big bad wolf? Little Red Riding Hood's going to learn how to behave herself. I turn to her and tug her onto my lap so she sits sideways. I love the feel of every inch of her, the pulsing energy between us, the way her breasts heave when she draws in a breath. I lower my mouth to her cleavage and slide my tongue along her naked skin. She throws her head back with a throaty moan, her hands tightening around my neck. I let my hands rove over her body as if memorizing her. Warm, pulsing energy at her back and ass. Then up my hands go again, caressing, kneading, as I lick the valley between her breasts. Her skin is sweet and salty, kissed with sea air. With one tip of my finger, I ease her full breast out of the top of her dress and weigh it in my hand. Fuck all, she's not wearing a bra. Her full, dusky nipples are hard and taut, begging to be sucked and licked. Fucking perfect, I groan. She's like a goddamn motherfucking centerfold. I lower her into the crook of my arm and suckle her nipple while I part her legs. Oh fuck, she groans, her body going pliant beneath me. What will I find, I whisper, in between another lash of my tongue along her nipple? If I touch between your legs, baby. Are you wearing any panties? She squirms and moans. Do thongs count? I shake my head from side to side. They do, I cluck my tongue. And you'd be punished for that too, you know, wouldn't you? Didn't I tell you no panties tonight? Maybe, I wanted to be punished, she whispers on a groan. I love how she goes right along with it, as if reading my mind. I grind my hips against her ass, my cock so hard it's painful. She knows every step of this dance. It's like we've been partners forever, gliding across the dance floor together in a sexy rumba. My throat tightens when she arches her back, baring her neck to me. I kiss sweet, sensitive skin until I get to her earlobe, then flutter kisses along her jaw after a quick nip there. Ha ha ha. If I were a vampire, I'd turn you right now, drag you over to immortality. What if I'm the vampire? She asks with a throaty chuckle that makes my dick throb. What if I turn these tables? Try me, I breathe in her ear. I move my hands to her wrists and flex my fingers in warning. She giggles when I tickle her side, then moans when I return to her breasts. And what would I find, I ask, while I drag the flat of my tongue down her neck, kissing my way to her other breast. I take her nipple between my teeth and press down, eliciting another moan while she squirms. Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. If I parted your legs and dipped my finger past that thong, would you be wet for me? Another low moan. So wet. Oh God, so fucking wet. Truth. I ease the cuffs out of my pocket while she's drunk on arousal and finger her second breast while I lick and suck the first until she sighs and squirms, her arousal intensifying. I shift her ass back and lift the edge of her skirt. I drag my thumbs along the soft silk between her legs and feel how damp she is. Hands over your head, I whisper. I ease back so there's room for her to lay down, and when her hands go over her head, I click the cuffs in place. She freezes. You did not, she whispers. You just cuffed me? I don't imagine that threat of fear I hear in her voice. Or is it anger? She has no idea who I am. No idea what I'm capable of. Little does she know, I plan on keeping it that way. I did. What will you do now? Shh, I put my fingers to her lips. No more talking. Lay just like that. If there was room in here, I'd have my face between her thighs right now, but it's tight quarters. I'll wait until I get her to bed for that. For now, I press my fingers to her pussy and circle her clit. She opens her mouth to say something and freezes. I shake my head to remind her, no talking, just like that. I'm going to... A branch cracks behind us. Fuck. Her whole body tenses, but she doesn't move. Wordlessly, I unfasten the cuffs and drag her arms back down. If we need to move, I need her mobile. We weren't followed here, she whispers. Her first thought goes to being followed? We weren't. No one follows me without my knowledge, no matter how distracted I am by a beautiful woman. No one.
It's not an animal, no. It sounded too purposeful, like a human's steps. We lay still. I hear the murmur of voices. My gun's in my hand and my body's over hers. On instinct, I've got her beneath me to protect her, but her hand's on my chest. "Get off," she hisses. "Get off." "No, and shut it," I hiss back. Jesus. Now is not the time for her to play the goddamn feminist card. I listen for the sound of a tussle, for more than one person, for heavy breathing to indicate if they're nearby. Hell, I'm half expecting to hear a gunshot. There's nothing. No screams, no reactions, no feet running. It wouldn't be kids sneaking behind their parents' backs. They'd be laughing and yelling and swearing and smoking weed or drinking. Why here, when there are a million other places to go? A year ago, I came here with my brothers to witness an execution. This is a place suitable for a crime, and it isn't my fault my mind immediately goes there. It's who I am. I've been the one to pull that trigger. You push them to their knees and gag them so they can't scream, or they're drugged before you pull the trigger, especially out here with the way sound carries over water. Although anyone out here to execute someone would use a silencer, if they were smart anyway. When she shoves me again, I shake my head. "Stay down," I order. I ain't flirting anymore. My words are deadly calm, and she feels the command. I can tell by the way she goes perfectly still. I pull the safety off my gun with one hand while I reach for my keys and the cuffs with the other. Get down as low as you can go. She flattens herself beside me and reaches for her bag. "I don't need you to protect me," she whispers. She's wriggling like a scared puppy. I look down to see a gun in the palm of her hand. Inanely, I quickly glance at my own gun, as if she took it from me with a trick of sorcery. But no, this is a different one. Hers. Who the fuck is she? There's a splash of water and the sound of oars. Someone's in a boat, paddling away. They didn't want to leave evidence behind. They didn't know we were here. We're safe. For now. I push her into her seat and fasten her in. I reach for her hand and she lets me. We'll have a talk about that gun and what she'll do when she's with me. Jesus, who is this woman? Why does she have a gun? She's probably wondering the same about me. "Put the fucking gun away," I whisper in a low voice. I normally have a good sense of humor, but not when it comes to a fucking loaded pistol. No, I show you, you show me." She tips her head to the side. This woman's gonna find herself ass up over my knee while I teach her not to be so laissez-faire about holding a goddamn firearm. "Let's go, handsome," she says with a sultry smile. They're gone, and I want to finish what we started. Chapter 3. Emma. "Not sure about you, doll," he says in that smooth, sexy way of his. "But I like the idea of not going home tonight. You?" I smile softly to myself and nod. I like that idea too. No apartments, no houses, no roommates or whatever it is he's got, and no one wondering about the details of my personal life. "You've got an idea of where to go?" He reaches for my hand and gives it a gentle squeeze. "Of course. Let's go for a little ride." As he's talking, the car's been gradually accelerating. The wind whips through my hair as small rocks and gravel fly underneath the wheels of the speeding car. I know we're breaking the speed limit, but I don't care, for once in my life. We're the only ones on the road, and this car was built for speed. I will my rapidly beating heart to still and take a deep breath. We don't talk much on the way into town, but there's no need to. He places a big, calloused palm on my leg and massages in a way that erases my mind, until I'm unable to focus on anything but the pulsing between my legs. He effortlessly glides his beautiful car through the city. It rides so smoothly, I feel like we're practically flying and on a hoverboard or something. The engine purrs softly, and I wonder for a moment before I come to my senses if I'm the one making the purring noises. We come to a stop outside a hotel with uniformed valet attendants out front. Is it my imagination, or are there murmurs when we pull up? At first, I think it's the car, but a closer glance shows the eyes of every single person within a few yards focused on my escort. Escort. Yes, I like the sound of that. It sounds risque and a little mysterious. Hell, everything about this night's mysterious. I don't look at the name of the hotel when we pull up. Sometimes ignorance is bliss, and this is absolutely one of those nights where I welcome no details. Probably one of the only times I ever have. This place is posh though, seriously bougie. The silver accents by the entryway door are lit by tiny round globes of light, stunning amidst bustling city streets. And for one brief moment in time, I'm not who I am, and he's not whoever the hell he is. We're two people who came for a night of luxury and bliss, and nothing, not a random draw or an almost caught jaunt in the park, will stop us. That did not happen. No one saw us, no one knows we're here, nothing could convince me to reveal why I was here and who I was with. Tonight, I am not myself. For the love of for one damn night, all I want is anonymity and casual sex. It's the one time I've wondered if my mother didn't have a point when she decided not to trust anyone anymore. When she thought that cutting off everyone and anyone that ever had meaning in her life was the right thing to do. It was just some kids or something. Doesn't matter. No one saw us, nothing happened, except I grabbed my gun on instinct and tried to push him down. I am not used to a man trying to protect me, and I don't need a man to protect me. He saw the way I held my gun. I'm going to have to explain myself. "This way, sir," someone in a uniform says to him. He opens a sleek steel door, and my escort puts his hand on my lower back in an instantaneous move. My heart does a little somersault just being touched by him, my skin on fire as if ignited just by his touch. I know that he's obviously not new to the casual one-night stand, but something tells me this suave, self-confident guy's gonna make it so fucking worth it. So worth it. Worth everything. I'll give him a night he'll remember as well. I so will.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. I watch as he casually slips his keys into the palm of the valet, then hands him a stack of bills. They know him here, step back when he approaches, nod their heads discreetly. I can't help noting every detail. The way one of them glances at his forearm. I glance too, but only see tendrils of the end of one tat peeking from under his sleeve before he pulls it down and ushers me inside. The $100 bill on the outside of the stack of bills, and the way he hands it off like he's giving someone a stick of gum. You can never tell how rich a guy is by what he drives or the cash he carries. Some men will steal and plunder to get their asses in a sweet ride, whether they can afford it or not. Some men carry wads of smaller bills with hundreds on the outside. I'm not impressed. Curious, though. But when staff open the door and discreet nods head his way from the hotel lobby, I can't help but note it. He's known here. Like the car and the money, that sudden knowledge can go two ways. I watch his car drive by the window, handled by a uniformed valet. Time to probe a little. "You let someone just drive your car like that?" I murmur under my breath. He gives me a lopsided grin that makes my heart flip. "They know what they're doing," he says with a low, confident tone to his voice that finishes the sentence he doesn't. "And they know who I am." But still, I wonder. I wonder if he's as important as I've made him out to be in my mind. I let my imagination wander for the first time in so long, it feels like a blessed relief to dance with fancy once more. I've dwelt so long in pragmatics, I'm not accustomed to flirting with imagination. He's a millionaire, a quiet one, with a strong sense of altruistic motives who gives to the poor. He isn't married now, but was once married to a woman who died of an illness that required him to nurse her around the clock, sitting by her bed, which he did with the patience and fortitude of a saint. He takes care of his mother, has several younger siblings at home, and this is the first time in so long he's let himself cut loose. I smile to myself at the altruistic hero I've made up in my mind. This is dangerous. I don't really know who he is. I don't really know what he's capable of, but I do know that I'm skilled enough in self-defense that if this goes sour, and I fully anticipate that it will not, I can handle myself if I have to. It won't come to that, but I can't fully shut off the logical part of my brain. Time begins to speed up, to take on a pace so rapid I'm nearly panting. His hand on the back of my neck in a possessive move that makes my heart beat faster and my mouth go dry. The warm feel of his calloused palm gently caressing with enough pressure it says, mine. His low voice in my ear. The faint but heady masculine scent that wafts through the air around us. I don't know who this man is, but I do know beyond a shadow of a doubt that he will make me happy I took this trip to Nowhere Land with him. But still, I can't shut off my brain that will spin and spin out of control no matter how hard I try to rein it in. He's familiar with Boston. He's familiar with a gun. Who is he? Why do I care? He holds up his phone, black and sleek and as slim as a credit card, to the flat black panel by the front door. Was that magic? I whisper. He nods with that grin that makes my heart pitter-patter. Of course it was, he says as he shuts the door behind him. One of his eyebrows raises as he gives me a wink. Abracadabra. You are one of the world's biggest flirts. The door clicks when it shuts, and with another wave of his phone, a series of locks clicks into place. My heart beats faster, a steady rhythm of adrenaline and excitement laced with fear. And you, doll, haven't seen anything yet. He leans against the door with a casual fold of his arms. Quickly, I scan his expensive clothing, the way it fits him like it was tailored. Was it? His blue eyes focus on me, and he drops the smile. You're absolutely stunning, doll, he says in that voice as soft as velvet. But you won't need those clothes anymore, now will you? I swallow hard. Something tells me by the tone of your voice that you've already made that decision for me, haven't you? I do not give up control to a man. I do not concede control to damn near anyone unless it's my boss, and even then I find a way to make it on my terms. But now, something inside me craves feeling the taste of his domination. Something in me begs to know what it's like to be taken underneath a man who knows how to wield his power, who could make me squirm before he makes me beg. And something tells me this guy is capable of all those things. You ask the question, he says thoughtfully, his head gently tipping to the side, as if you know exactly how I think and what I'll do next. I shake my head. I don't, I whisper. I was only guessing. It's sort of how I do things. I see, he says, as his lips draw together, sobering, though his eyes are still as focused as ever on me. And you have no idea how Daddy does things, do you? My thighs clench together on instinct. How? Why is hearing him say that so damn appealing to me? My throat tightens. I don't, I say in a throaty whisper I don't recognize as my own voice. Maybe my voice trembles a little. I'm going in. Daddy needs to, I stammer. I think he does. His slow nod of approval makes my heart squeeze a little. Why do I feel so attracted to that gentle nod? There's something about it that grips me so tightly I can barely breathe. Let's start off with a little drink, love. Love? I repeat, before I can think it through. I'm not protesting, though. I like it. I like it a lot. Love. Doll. I wonder if he'll pull out the honey and sweetheart. No one, not even my mother, ever called me by a term of endearment. I've only been with a few men, and they weren't the sappy name types either. But this man, bet you call everyone love. He shakes his head. Actually, can't say that I do, he says quietly, almost as if to himself. It feels good, somehow right, to call you that, like it belongs to you. And since you haven't given me your real name, I'll have fun coming up with your nickname. When he walks to the loaded sideboard, the soft fabric of his dress shirt brushes my bare arm. I shiver at his nearness, at the outrageously masculine feel of him beside me. And, since you clearly like to push your boundaries, he says in an almost thoughtful tone, we'll have to be sure we have fun with that too. Boundaries. Boundaries? I ask softly. I want to know. My mind races with curiosity and fear-laced wonder. So, we've got a lineup of firsts going here. First time calling a man daddy. First time a man ever called me doll. First time a man ever said I had boundaries. I've read a few books and watched a few shows, but even though I'm not inexperienced, I'm still curious how that works. So, are you like a dom? I ask him. Not sure what the hell that is, he responds, and I can tell by the tone of his voice that he truly doesn't. What is it? My cheeks heat. If he were to look at me now, he'd say I don't have a clue. He wouldn't be wrong. Like, I'm not totally sure, but I think it has something to do with bossing people around, telling them what to do. He pulls out a square decanter with bourbon in it and tips himself a few fingers into a stout glass. Bourbon? I'm good, thanks. I force a smile. Wine? I shake my head. You want to drink it all? He asks. I think it over. Normally, I wouldn't drink on a blind date or whatever this is, but something tells me I might enjoy a little liquid courage. I swallow hard. Surprise me. But I'm not dumb enough to let him slip something in my drink, so I walk over beside him to watch. I'm not the kind of guy who's gonna drug you, doll, he says, and something tells me you're not the type who'd fall for a guy who did. Ah, the old buttering up technique. It's working. No, I'm not. I'm the girl who busts guys who drug women's drinks, but he doesn't need to know that.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. Here, he says, holding his palms up. Watch me. I do. I watch him use a pair of silver tongs to grab a few ice cubes and place them in the glass, and I don't miss the detail that the ice was waiting for us before we arrived. Prepared for the evening, then? Or did he somehow signal for preparations? Not sure when he would have had the chance. Then he takes a decanter and tips a small dribble in before he caps it, adds vodka from a clear bottle, and gives it a stir. So there's basically like nothing but alcohol in there. I mean, not that I'm disapproving. He shrugs, and the corner of his full, perfect lips tips upward. Diluted with a little ice, no? Ah, yes, I'm sure that counts. I enjoy tinging my words with a made-up accent. It lets me really lean into the whole anonymous night thing. It counts. I take a sip and murmur in approval. Smooth, with a bit of a bite, it goes down real easy. His lips quirk in an almost smile again, and he reaches for a bottle of wine. I watch as he effortlessly opens it. Wow, I mutter, you're good at that. A little modest shrug. I'm experienced. My family owns... He stops himself before he finishes the sentence and shakes his head. Ah, you almost seduced me into revealing more personal information. Not gonna happen. Seduced, I say, before I take another sip of the drink. I haven't even touched you yet. My voice sounds a bit distant and husky. I'm leaning into this and loving it. He hisses in a breath. I'm impressed with how easily he's turned on. You will soon, won't you, doll? Somehow, he makes it a statement and not a question. I nod slowly, savoring the tension between us that heats with a gradual simmer. Tell me what you like, he says. I feel as if a light veil's been placed over my eyes. Everything's a bit hazy and muted from the effects of the alcohol. What I like? I repeat. I lean against the arm of an ivory leather chair as soft as butter. This chair's nice. If I could fold this chair up and put it in my bag, I would. His low, dark chuckle promises wicked things. My heart beats faster. No, doll, he says, sobering in a way that excites me. I mean in bed. Tell me what you like. So this is up to me? I ask, curious if he's really going to give up control. It was either the right or the wrong question to ask, because, that quickly, all traces of humor leave his face. He's suddenly very serious. I didn't say that, he says, shaking his head. There's a sober tone to his voice that sets my heart to racing. Someone's really trying to start off our night with a trip over daddy's knee? Oh, fuck. My heart beats so hard the blood pounds in my ears, nearly deafening. I swallow to calm my nerves and shake my head. Nah, I say nervously. No need for that. You say you don't want that, he says, meditatively, stroking his stubbled chin. Then why does the idea of going over my lap excite you? It doesn't, I lie, ignoring the way my heartbeats turn frantic. I try to toss my hair, but instead of coming across as all gracious and nonchalant, a few strands stick fast to my lip gloss. I pull them away. His eyes are so intent on me, it feels as if he's got X-ray vision. I watch his lips on the glass. He doesn't sip. He sucks the alcohol right out and somehow makes it sexy. Hell, Everything he does is so sexy. I'm already aroused as fuck. With a sigh, as if he's disappointed in my behavior, and why does that excite me too? He places his drink on a side table and walks over to a large, tufted ottoman in front of an overstuffed armchair. All the while, he's tapping his fingers against his thigh as if he has all the time in the world. I look wildly about the room. The shades are drawn, which puts me a little more at ease. I was afraid whatever he's about to do would be on display for anyone and everyone in the city of Boston to see. But no, we're alone. Come here, doll. Taking a seat on the ottoman, he pats his knee with his big hand. And do what? He quirks up a brow at me. Prove to me that going over my lap doesn't turn you on. I'm not sure that's how it works. I watch as the humor fades from his expression. For the first time, cast in the overhead light, I note a scar on his chin and a glint in his eyes. I glance at his wrist again and wish I could see the rest of the scrolling ink that's tucked under the cuff. I am, he says, with a cool, calm confidence that gets my attention loud and clear. Now, come over here before I have to fetch you. His voice lowers to a warning tone. And if I have to do that, you're going to wish I hadn't. Another lap pat. Come, here, now. Chapter 4. Mario. Every time she talks, I crave her a little bit more. Every time she moves, my body responds instinctively, wanting to taste and touch and worship her. Every time her eyes meet mine, I give a little bit of my heart away. No, I can't let myself go, not with her. The woman's dangerous, which is exactly what you love about her. Normally, I'm the one holding the danger card, but this time, she wants this so badly. She's practically salivating. But I know how this works. I already know she'll enjoy this, and I'm here to savor every minute of our night together. Time feels as if it's slowed, but I'm used to living life in the fast lane. Fast cars and beautiful women, liquid courage, and money that flows through my fingers like water. I'm not used to relishing moments like this, but tonight feels different. I shut off my phone and went dark. My brothers will fucking kill me for this, but it feels like tonight it's worth it. They could trace me to my location and probably will, but if I'm not responding, they'll leave me alone, unless it's an emergency. She doesn't know who I am, but every member of staff in this hotel does. They've kept a room for me, and guards stand at every door. She doesn't know that either, but she's also intelligent and observant. I wish I'd thought of a more unique place to take her, something more than a fucking expensive hotel. But it's our only time together, and I know our needs, especially privacy and anonymity, will be well provided for here. And I can't have her know who I am. If I start pulling out addresses of safe houses or one of my private residences in the North End, I'm not sure why my identity needs to be kept a secret from this one. I don't normally give a shit. I watch as she takes another sip of her drink, her throat moving as she swallows. Her eyes are on mine. She takes the glass from her lips and watches me. But I've given her enough warning. I told you to come here. I don't like to repeat myself, but a part of me's excited she's not obedient and submissive. It's far, far more enjoyable for both of us if there's a little bit of a fight first. I go to stand to make her come to me when she jumps and starts moving my way. I love the way she moves, with fluid grace, the unfolding of a silk scarf. I want to run my fingers over the soft pattern of her body and lay it skin to skin across mine. She stands in front of me, her eyes a little widened and her lips gently parted. Gorgeous. You should have obeyed the first time, I warn, shaking my head. Now you'll have to be punished. I watch the way her breathing quickens. She's nervous, but excited, and if that doesn't say, fuck me, I'm kinky, I'm not sure what does. Truth is, she was going over my lap tonight whether she obeyed or not. She just made it easier with her disobedience. I take her hand and lead her so the tops of her thighs brush the side of mine before I guide her over my lap. I love the feel of a woman laying over my knees, her belly pressed up against my stiff cock, her hair falling to the floor in front of her on one side and her legs flailing helplessly on the other. I love the feel of her suspended over my lap, her weight fully on me. It says surrender. This doll's a fucking masterpiece. Her impending spankings got her nervous. I can feel the way her body trembles. It's my favorite form of foreplay. I press my left palm to the small of her back to both steady her and hold her in place. The trembling subsides just a little.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. The form-fitting red dress glides up her thighs, bearing the lowest curve of her ass to me. My dick pushes against the softness of her belly, and I stifle a groan. So fucking sexy, I murmur in a voice affected by her beauty. I drag one fingertip along the hem of her dress at the lowest curve of her ass. She shivers. I'm going to paint your ass red until it matches your dress. Not sure how I feel about that, she says, her blonde hair streaming past her face and nearly touching the floor. I lift my palm, cup it, and slam it across her backside. She gasps and arches her back, but wriggles a little, as if silently asking for more. I palm the place I spanked. God, is she perfect. Did I ask you how you felt about that? Isn't that part of the whole thing? She asks. I spank her again, harder. According to what? Who? I don't follow anyone's fucking rules. I shift my tone to scolding. You're a bad girl who needs to be disciplined, whether you like it or not. I lift her skirt and push her thong aside. Her heart-shaped ass is perfect, faintly tinged pink from the smack of my palm. I bend and kiss one ass cheek, then sink my teeth into the other. She gasps and stiffens, but before she can protest, I pull her thong across her pussy with gentle pressure. I push my palm onto her lower back, holding her in place before I whack her again. "Oh," she gasps. Again, I lift my palm, and again I let it slam across the fullest part of her ass. I pause between smacks, kneading her tender flesh, and after half a dozen measured spanks, run my fingers between her legs. I smile to myself, not at all surprised to smell the sweet scent of her arousal. I effortlessly glide my fingers through her folds and over her sex, boldly exploring the most sensual parts of her body. Her body tells me she likes this. She likes it a lot. Just as I thought, bad girl, I tell her, shaking my head with a sigh, as if I'm sorry she's made me do this. You lied to me when you told me you didn't like it, didn't you? Now this gets a lot more serious, doll. I hold her in place again, but this time increase the tempo and weight of my hand when it falls across her perfect ass. I love the way my palm tingles, the way her ass turns red, the way she squirms but pants, fighting this, but not so much that she wants me to stop. I paint her ass and upper thighs, peppering her with shorter, rapid swats and firmer smacks until I reach the point I'm going for, the point where pain melds to heat and pleasure and she slumps over my knees, drunk on endorphins. I've done this before. I've done this so many times, I've lost count. But this, the way she responds, the way she feels, her breathing, and somehow the energy that crackles between us like lightning, it all stands out as special, something poignant that I don't want to forget. I need to please this woman. I need to make her come and know I did that to her. I alternate spanking her with massaging the heated flesh and fingering her pussy. I pump 2 fingers into her sex, her arousal evidence of how much she's enjoying this, then bring my fingers to my lips and suck. Fuck, I groan. I need to taste more of you. Have you learned your lesson? Oh yes, she says obediently, parting her legs to grant me access. Ah, most definitely yes, Daddy. She tries out my kinky nickname with a giggle that makes me want to grin. I love the way she giggles and hides her face in her hair. I give her another sharp slap. I school my features and resume my lecture. There's nothing funny about this, I scold. I'm not amused, she says in a sultry purr. I'm nervous, excited. You were right, and I was wrong. I could very much enjoy being over your lap if discipline feels like that. That's what I thought. Now up you go and on your back so I can taste you before I have to punish you again for distracting me.
I help her up off my lap and place her ass down on the armchair. Dress up. Spread your legs. I want them over my shoulders, now. I kneel in front of her and swallow, savoring the scent and taste of her. I kiss and lap at her inner thighs and taste her arousal even there. So fucking perfect. I lift the rest of her dress so it bunches around her waist. Take it off, I growl, now. With frantic movements, I help her drag the dress over her body and her head until she's wearing nothing but her thin thong and bra. I tug off the useless thong and kiss her bare pussy. It's swollen and slick, and I want to kneel in front of her and worship her until she screams herself hoarse. I bend her backward so her head falls onto a throw pillow and arrange her perfect legs. Sit like a naughty girl. Part your legs and give me your pussy, I order with a pinch to her inner thigh. She squeals and drops her legs open. I lift my drink glass from the floor and scoop out a rectangular ice cube. I slide it onto her thigh and glide it toward her pussy, painting a path of melted ice I suckle as I go. Oh, God, she groans when I suckle the droplets off her clit and move the ice lower. She shivers from the cold, then moans when my mouth heats her skin. Lace your fingers behind your head like a good girl. I want total access. Her brief hesitation earns her a sharp smack to the curve of her ass that's not pressed against the armchair. With trembling hands, she obeys, her hands clasped behind her head as she watches me, wide-eyed and a little scared. Good. Fear heightens the experience. She'll come harder with fear and pain interlaced like an aphrodisiac. I dribble liquor along her skin, then down the crevice of her sex, licking and sucking while she moans, her breathing coming harder and faster. I suckle the inside of her thigh and leave a soft pink circle on the tender skin, lift her ass and knead it in my hands as I make my way to where she's throbbing and wet. I slide the ice into the glass, push it to the side, and go in for her pussy. I groan at the first swipe of my tongue on her clit, sweet and swollen. Her hips jerk when I suck gently, then guide my fingers to her sex and pump my fingers in her core. Oh, fuck, she curses. That feels so fucking good. Don't stop. Don't you dare stop. I spank her again for trying to take control, and she whimpers. I mean, please don't stop. It's magical and perfect. Shh, doll, I say, shaking my head. The quieter you are, the more I'll reward you. I don't give a fuck if she screams at the top of her lungs, but I do care if she can follow instructions. Her eyes flutter closed, and she bites her lip, nodding with a little whimper. My lips tug upward in a grin when I bury my face between her legs again. She's so ready, so primed and wet, I can feel her tense on the verge of climax. Her back arches, and she stops breathing. I lift my mouth from her pussy and breathe hot air on her throbbing skin. What are you doing? She says on a groan. She'll come harder if she has to wait a little. Testing you. Her eyes fly open, flashing at me, before she schools her features. Is this some sort of torture? I shrug one casual shoulder. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Stay right there, exactly as you are. Don't move. She releases a little groan, but nods. I stand up and walk to the closet. My erection's so hard it's painful. We'll get there. If she can wait, I can wait. The mirrored closet door glides open. I smile when I see 2 plush white robes hanging on the inside, just as I expected. I only need one. I slide the heavy robe off the velvet hanger and fold it over my arm. She watches me from the armchair, but obediently stays put, her beautiful gaze tracking my every move. I drape the robe over the arm of the couch and tug the tie loose from the loops. Still, she watches me. Good girl, I say approvingly. Daddy's proud of you. I ease the soft velvety tie around her wrists and tie them together over her head. Her full breasts swing free, her nipples erect. I can't help but kneel beside her and take one fully between my teeth. Her mouth drops open and her back arches. Her fingers splay out, but her wrists are tied.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. It bets she's dying for relief, imagining her own fingers working between her legs to bring herself to climax. Utta girl, I say, as I release one nipple, only to make my way toward the second. You taste like heaven. I kneel in front of her. Keep those hands above your head, I order. Her eyes dance, but her gaze turns dark. Or what? Or Daddy will have to punish you. Another spanking? I shake my head. A much harder one if you haven't learned your lesson. My voice is husky. The thought of really letting her have it ignites the sadist in me. What I wouldn't give to really have her at my mercy. Tied up and whipped, with her wrists tied, her naked body christened with anything and everything I want to do to her. She'd cry herself hoarse when she came. The little moan she tries to stifle gives her away. This woman would take damn near anything from me. God, what I could do with a woman who craves the dance between pain and pleasure. I have one night with her. I'll make it worth it. Back between her legs, I close my eyes as I taste her again, my lips and stubble catching the sweet, subtle taste and scent of her. I groan as I lick her clit. My dick throbs when I pump my fingers in her pussy. And when she finally comes, the sound of her screams as she arches her back and moans in ecstasy is the most beautiful sound I've ever heard. One night, just one night. I'll fuck her long and hard and in every way possible. Who needs sleep? I rubbed the goddamn genie bottle and had my wish granted. I'll enjoy every second until she vanishes or I do, whichever happens first. Chapter 5. Emma. I wake before dawn from the best sex-induced coma of my life. He made me climax repeatedly in every way possible. Every way that I know of, anyway. And hell is he a kinky bastard. Yum. I came on his mouth, in the shower, against the wall, tied up and blindfolded, in the middle of a foamy, sudsy bath that felt like floating on clouds, and on my hands and knees in the middle of the bed, which felt like the most vanilla session of all until he reached for his belt and let that fly. It was delicious. I was already so aroused and into it I barely felt it, but when I came... Sigh. My body's aching and sore in all the best possible ways. My sex and my ass, my thighs, even my breasts throb from his ministrations and mouth. The way he played me like a fiddle. It was divine. But it's over now. Duty calls. I played hooky, and now my time of anonymity and wild adventures drawing to a close. I close my eyes and enjoy this one moment of quiet and contentment. His heavy breathing beside me. He's on his belly, his muscled back on full display. I want to trace my fingers over the muscles and planes of the raw masculinity right at my fingertips. His hands are tucked under the bunched-up pillow, his biceps bulging and so sexy. My heart flutters at the casual display of raw, powerful masculinity beside me. I could get used to waking up beside a man like him. I am definitely crushing on him, and that's definitely not good. He's bare from the waist up. Did I ever enjoy undressing him? Sigh. I don't know his name, I don't know where he comes from, what he does, or who he is, but something happened last night that I won't ever forget. I've never had raw, unadulterated, no-holds-barred sex like that in my life, and a girl doesn't just walk away from that. The man's a fucking maestro at what he does. The blankets wrapped around his legs, tangled like our limbs were when we fell into the bed exhausted and sated. He looks almost boyish when he sleeps, but I know better. I know the way those eyes of his grew heated and intense, how his hands wrapped around my ankles like shackles and spread my legs for him. I let myself go for one night, and I have no regrets. No regrets. God, what a night. What a night. No baggage, no niceties, no need for formalities. We fast-forwarded straight to the good part, and it was amazing. But I have to go. I never should have spent the night. Duty calls.
I have a vague feeling of dread that even though last night was perfect, literally perfect in every way, I'm going to regret what I did. I tell myself it's only because I've never done anything like this before. I've lived for so long obeying the law and seeking justice, defying it all feels dangerous. But I won't live in regret. No, I don't regret that night of bliss. Now that I know I could enjoy what I did, my life, my sex life anyway, will never be the same. Never. I glance around the room. I've already mapped out the layout. To the right, there's a fire escape, which I'd only use in an emergency. But this room's connected to a second. It'll be easier and quieter for me to open the adjacent door, since the room next to us is vacant. If he hears me, I can hide quietly in the adjacent room while he looks for me, then casually slip out. But the warmth of the bed and the charisma of the man who fucked me draw me like a siren to my death. I roll over on my side and watch him. Just stare at him while he sleeps. His breathing slow and unencumbered, and as I watch, he stretches and yawns, then rolls slightly to the side so his arm isn't tucked under the pillow anymore. I squint in the pre-dawn darkness, trying to get a closer look at the swirl of ink on his forearm. The ink across his back is bold and defiant, a skull and crossbones, an angry-looking cobra. They only make him look badass and a little carefree. But the tat on his arm looks different, faded, as if he's had it for a very long time. Colored, but even the red has begun to fade with time. I squint my eyes and look closer. I was too sex-hazed to notice what it was last night. A rose. An alarm bell clangs in my chest so quickly I nearly jump out of my skin. It's a symbol, and one I know well. A catalog of information sorts itself in my brain on repeat, the curse of the ordered, obsessive mind. Is he? No, he can't be. If he really were a Rossi, he wouldn't have picked me up so casually. They're deliberate with their actions, and he wouldn't. Would he? My research says they keep things close to the vest, that they don't take on casual dates unless they intend on marrying them. The heart of the Rossi family code demands that they marry quickly to ascend in rank, and that they produce children. I've long since scoffed at their patriarchal, old-fashioned ways, but the Rossi family was only one of the many mob families I've looked into. Surely a man can have a rose tattoo on his arm without it meaning he's Mafia, can't he? It's not like it's the most obscure ink you could get. And yet, he packed a weapon. He had a wad of cash in his wallet as thick as my arm. He drove a luxury car that had obviously been raced. And when he came here, he was well known and recognized. I've been a fool. Such a fool. The one night I give myself permission to color outside the lines, and I make a grave mistake that could end my career or worse. I close my eyes against the heat of emotion. Regret that this night of bliss was stolen and fleeting. Shame that a woman of my status allowed herself to be warded out for casual sex, despite my strongest instincts not to be stupid and juvenile. But more than anything, sadness that my fantasy night was just that, a figment of my imagination, with no real grounding here on Earth. I should have known better. I should have known. And now the only choice before me is a bleak one. Leave without saying goodbye, go back to my work, pretend I never saw him, and more importantly, that he never saw me. I move incrementally, slowly, so as not to wake him. But thankfully he had enough cocktails, he's still in a deep, heavy sleep. I smile softly to myself. He's as drunk on sex as I am. Sigh. Figures he doesn't do anything in half measures, including sleep. He fucks hard and he sleeps hard. I wriggle my toes out from under the bedspread while scouring the room for my clothes. My dress draped over a chair, the shoes beside it. I don't need the undergarments, wherever those are.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. My slim purse sits on a table, forgotten. My cell phone definitely dead by now. I need to use the bathroom and freshen up, but don't want to risk waking him with any more movement than necessary. I'll go home and pretend this never happened. Check into the office on the way. He doesn't move when I get out of bed. He stirs softly when I dress, but I hide in the shadows so he won't see me if he wakes. I've got the robe nearby in case of emergency, so I can quickly slide it on and pretend I was heading to the bathroom, but that doesn't seem necessary either. My hands tremble. Rossi, the ruthless mob that rules New England. They own property in the North End, lots of it, restaurants and bakeries and hotels, though those are more recent acquisitions. He probably owns this one. They're known for being hard-ass loan sharks, for racketeering with the best of them, and rumor has it they're involved with a cartel that's bent on bringing illegal narcotics into Boston. Romeo Rossi, their leader, was arrested and held without bail last year, but eventually released. The details fade. Their father died several years back, and Romeo's the oldest brother. I'll find out everything I can. Everything. I just spread my legs for which one. I'll know before lunchtime. I feel sick to my stomach at the very thought. When I'm dressed, I glance back at the bed. I swallow the lump in my throat. I don't care who he is. I don't care what he's done or what he's capable of. That man gave me the night of my dreams, and I won't ever forget it. Ever. I'm sorry, I mouth wordlessly to him as I lift his jacket and slowly remove his wallet. I take out the money and slide the loose bills in the jacket, then wince as I pull them out again and put them back in the wallet. I don't need his cash and hate the idea of stealing from him, but he'll know immediately I took his wallet if he sees just the cash left. No, I need to make him question it a little. If the entire wallet's missing, he'll look around in his hungover stupor and wonder if he left it in the car or if it fell out of his pocket on the way to the room. So I take the whole thing, cash and all. I swallow down bile. I bite my lip as I carefully tuck his wallet into my bag for perusal when I'm alone later at the station. I look over at him, so carefree, lying in bed. I'm sorry, I mouth again. So goddamn sorry. I take his cell phone, too. I don't have a plan quite yet, but I need to know everything. And the more I can keep of his possessions, the easier this will be. I swallow hard and lift my head. It's time to go. I've already stayed too long. I unlock the door between our room and the adjacent one. He doesn't move. I slide through the opening and leave it slightly ajar so I can see him. Still, he only gently snores in bed. I walk noiselessly to the exit on the other side of the second room, unlatch the door, and give one last backward glance in his direction. Again, he doesn't move. I sigh, kiss the tips of my fingertips, and blow an imaginary kiss toward him. I imagine it floats through the air and flutters onto his cheek. "I'll miss you, mystery man," I say, in the shadow of a whisper, so quietly he can't hear me. A part of me hopes he'll chase after me. A part of me hopes that he won't let me go so easily. But the elevator door slides open on its own with no chase. I wipe at the tears that fall down my cheeks and shake my head at myself. The elevator slides closed. My cheeks are wet when I hit the button for the second floor. I blink in surprise and swipe angrily at my cheeks. I'm not sure why I'm crying, but it feels as if I could cry for days. I hold my head up high and take in a deep breath. Quickly fiddle with my hair so it looks presentable. I don't want to make a grand exit in the main lobby. I'll leave down the fire escape and get home. I swipe angrily at another tear, then another, mad at myself for crying over something so frivolous and meaningless. There will be other nights, I tell myself. There will be other men, I lie to myself. It didn't mean anything. The biggest lie of all. Chapter 6. Mario. I roll over and reach for her. I like a good morning cuddle that leads to morning sex, and this woman has made all my fantasies. The bed beside me's empty. I open one eye and look to make sure, but it's clear the rumpled sheets next to me mean she's gone. I look first to the bathroom, but the door's open and the light's off. She isn't in the room at all. Fuck. I sigh right before I notice the door to the adjacent room slightly ajar. Ah, smooth move. She likely knew opening that door, then leaving through that exit would be quieter and give her a little more lead time to see if I woke. Motherfucking bourbon always kicks my ass. Always. Not as thoroughly as Romeo will, though. Damn it. I guess I'm not surprised that she's gone. We both knew this was a one-night stand, which is partly why I tried to make it memorable. Not that I didn't enjoy the fuck out of myself. I sure as hell did. God damn the consequences. I roll over onto my back and sigh. Hey. My voice echoes in the large room. The only response is the gentle ticking of the heat turning on in the room. I glance to the window. It's cold and rainy outside. I hope she's warm. I hope she's safe. I don't like the idea of her going out in the cold and rain alone. It might be the 21st century, and something tells me that woman knows exactly how to take care of herself, so sue me if I like doing it too. I sit up in bed and wish I smoked. I could use a smoke right now. Would give my right nut for a joint. I feel stood up. But nah, we both knew it was only for the night. There was never any assumption that anything more than sex was on the menu. Still, I would have liked to kiss her one last time. I am a little surprised that I didn't hear her. Any of my brothers would kick my ass for not being observant. Fuck, I'd shut off my phone and gone dark, which, yeah, I'm gonna pay for that when I resurface. But fuck, does it get tiring having to be so goddamn responsible and all that shit? It's been years, fucking years of having to be responsible and accounted for, tracked and watched, protected. Everyone wants to be famous, everyone wants to be rich, but no one wants the price tag that comes with it. I like one-night stands. I like long, memorable nights of fucking that don't have any expectations tied to them. I like parting amicably in the morning and having the rest of my life ahead of me to choose what I want when I want it. So why do I feel as if someone kicked my puppy? A feeling I'm not accustomed to wells in my chest. It's so foreign, I'm not sure what it is at first. I enjoy life, every bit of it. I love sunny weather and rain, summer and winter. I love food and holidays, drinks and parties, my family's pastries and hot espresso on a cold winter morning. I love everything life has to offer and leave whatever doesn't entertain or excite me on the table. I love being alone and I love being with crowds. Shit don't go down without a silver lining, always, and there's never a time when I don't have something amazing to look forward to. I'm not used to feeling let down, depressed, sad that a good thing's come to an end. Yesterday me would be glad to be rid of her, of not having a clingy babe on my arm looking for more attention or some shit like that. It's a lot easier when they leave on their own and don't make me be the bad guy. I can sometimes appease them with a good kiss, a parting gift, or a teasing swat to the ass and a promise of calling them soon. I never do. I like things fresh, new. Some of them leave easily, and others are a bit more attached, but I'm always the one that has to do the work. Except this time. Not this time. She left, and I never even learned her name. Why does that make a heaviness settle on my chest? Why can't I shake the feeling that there was something different, something exquisite and remarkable about her? I sit up, frowning. My mouth's dry as cotton, and my head pounds a little.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. I grab the bottle of water I left next to the bed and gulp half the bottle, but I barely pay attention to what I'm doing. I function on autopilot. I don't like that she left me. For once in my life, I wish that a woman had stayed. I push myself out of bed and stand. Head to the vacant bathroom and use the facilities. Mentally, try to wrap my brain around what happened and let it go. Trying to make the most of the situation. We enjoyed ourselves. Understatement of the year. God, I can still feel myself in her, her arms wrapped around me when I made her come. I can still hear the way she moaned and screamed. I can still taste her on my tongue, so sweet and seductive. I crave more. Those blue, blue eyes of hers, and hair so blonde she looked like an angel. Her body was fit and trim, but curvy and soft in all the right places. Jesus. My voice sounds rough and grating when I yank on the shower. God knows I explored every goddamn last one of those curves. When the water's good and hot, I step inside face first, the blast of steam waking me up. I grab the hotel shampoo and lather up. Right now, my whole family's at the castle. I shouldn't have gone dark, and I know this. But I further know that in the event of an emergency, they could find me if they really wanted to. I left a wide open trail. Late spring drag race, which I won, car parked in the valet lot outside, my brothers with contacts in every hotel from here to the coast and to the state borders on every side of Boston. It's not like I'm unfindable. And it's the quietest it's been on the home front in fucking forever. Still, I'm supposed to be at Romeo's beck and call, and I goddamn know it. Shit's good now at the castle, though. Honestly, it's the quietest it's been since my father died. No rival mafia on our tails, no one with an axe to grind ready to ambush us, no one's been arrested. It's been smooth sailing for once. I rinse off the suds and turn around, grab a bar of soap and lather my body. When I reach between my legs, I grab my stiff cock. Soft breasts and softer moans and pants, a pussy that tastes like sunshine and magic. The way her mouth parts when she comes, I stroke my hard cock and close my eyes. I shut down any thoughts of the family or responsibilities and give myself a few goddamn minutes to whack one off in the shower before the day begins. Her mouth on my cock, her eyes wide and surprised, the way I fill her mouth when I come. I lean against the shower and give myself over to the fantasy until I'm sated and panting. I clean off and yank the shower off. Fuck it, jacking off's nothing compared to fresh, hot, live pussy, pales in comparison. I'm half pissed at myself for giving in to something so sub-fucking-par. I towel off and think about her again. Think it over. Normally, I'd tell myself I wouldn't see her again. But this time, nah, I'm not letting this one go. I make a promise to myself. I'll find her. I'll hunt her down if I have to. Last night was only a taste of good things to come, I know it. Bolstered, relieved, and now starving, I finish toweling off, dress, and look at the room service menu. Nah, takes too long. I drop it back down and decide to hit Starbucks in the lobby on the way out, grab a coffee and a breakfast sandwich, then go home to face the music. I'll leave my phone off until then. I shrug on my coat and pat the pocket. I pause. Now wait one goddamn minute. I rifle through both pockets and the pockets of my jeans. No, I always leave my wallet in my pocket. I don't put it anywhere else because I don't trust myself not to give it away or put it on a room service tray or something when I'm drunk or high. So I make a routine of it, tuck it in my pocket, any pocket that's nearby and close, before I go to bed. But it's gone. That little, she stole my wallet. Now Romeo actually will kill me, literally end it all. Would have probably gotten away with a lecture if I'd only gone dark, and maybe only a right hook from Orlando if I'd gone dark and hooked up anonymously. But going dark, hooking up, letting the girl remain anonymous, and not only just escape, but leave with my wallet, means my brother's gonna beat the shit out of me before he kills me dead. Dead. With a groan, I slide open the table where I put my phone. There's no way she did. Phone and wallet? Gonzo. Motherfucking son of a whore, I mutter to myself. Motherfucker. I vow to find the pretty little thief. I vow to punish her severely for pulling this bullshit on me. I vow that the next time I fuck her, she'll be sporting a red ass and tear-filled eyes, and will learn the meaning of the word repentance. The very image makes me hard again. I took my belt to her for fun last night, but damn it if harder and longer punishment isn't exactly what she needs for this. I'll punish her hard for this bullshit. My chest warms in indignation. I still can't believe she had the audacity to pull a fast one on me. Some women are too easy, like a game of cat and mouse, only the mice have just been released and the cat's got decades of experience on them. Some like to play hard to get. Their refusal and games part of the whole experience. It's fun, getting to know them as you figure out how to convince them to give you what you like and expect. I flip on the TV news to check traffic like we had back in 1994. I hate not having my phone and my GPS. I know how to get to the castle, of course, but need to see what rush hour through Poston's looking like. I grit my teeth and glance at the news. Red line of traffic all the way up north. It'll take me an hour or two just to get to the castle, even if I take side roads. I shake my head and leave the room, head downstairs and grab food and a coffee. Put it on my room tab, will you? Of course, sir, the girl says. I give her a wink and she flushes pink, nearly spilling the coffee. Haven't lost it. Good. Thought there for a minute with the chick taken off on me, maybe I had. Still, am I ever gonna whip her ass when I find her? I take a huge swig of the coffee and head to the front desk. Rufus, head of security, catches my eye, and when I jerk my chin at him, he meets me by the corner of the large, gleaming desk where people are checking out. A tall, balding man in his late 40s, we go back a decade. "Morning, Mr. Rossi," he says with a smile. "Morning. Thanks for everything last night. You see anything out of the ordinary?" "Well, sir," he says quietly, "a few things." "A few things? Damn it. Saw on our footage you're the woman you were with last night leaving early. You knew? Did you expect she'd leave early this morning?" "Didn't expect it, but I'm not surprised. Can you tell me where she went?" "She took the T, sir." "Ah. If she didn't get an Uber, then she probably lives or works right here in the city instead of outside of it. It'll also be a hell of a lot harder to track her through public transportation, but I'll do my best. Could mean she's broke, which I could use to my advantage. What else?" He grimaces, and I look at him in surprise, but don't respond. I take another long pull of my coffee when his eyes trail over my shoulder. Well, he says, it's unusual for him to stammer. Instead of probing, I look over my shoulder where he's looking, to see not one, not two, but 3 of my brothers entering the main lobby of the hotel. Jesus, they make an entrance, every one of them stern as fuck, over 6 feet tall, tatted within an inch of their lives, and pissed. I can feel the heat of their entrance over here, and I'm not alone. All eyes in the lobby settle on them as they make their entrance, oblivious to anyone but me. Fuck, I mutter, as Orlando, Tavi, and Santo head straight for me. Who the fuck did I fuck last night? To what do I owe the pleasure? I say, giving them all my best shit-eating grin. They ain't gonna say nothing when we're in the middle of the lobby, I think. There he is. Orlando, the 3rd oldest and largest of the group, speaks first, in a low voice so others around us don't hear. Gone off the grid.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. Had our men nearly fucking ready to look for your body, brother. A pang of guilt hits me in the chest. I don't reply. Tavi, the 2nd oldest and 2nd in command, eyes me coldly. He doesn't forgive as easily as Orlando, more of a hard ass in some ways. "You all right?" he asks quietly. I know immediately what he wants to know. Was I held under duress? Questioned by a rival? I nod and swallow. Santo, my adopted brother and married to my older sister Rosa, folds his arms across his chest and shakes his head at me. "Course he's all right," he mutters in his guttural voice. His hair's wet from a shower, his eyes are bleary, and he's drinking fucking Starbucks. Only time he ever drinks that shit's when he's hungover. Oof. Touché, Santo. Leave it to him to note the finer details. "Romeo's gonna kick your ass," Orlando says with a wince. "Happy to help," Santo growls. Tavi only shakes his head and comes closer to me. "Seriously, Mario," he says in a low voice. They flank my sides as we head to the exit. "You okay, man? Anyone fuck you up?" I nod and swallow hard. "Got a little fucked up, man, but when I tell you what happened, I'll only sign my own fucking death warrant." I sigh. "Gotta get my car." "Santo's taking your ride home," Tavi says sternly. Now that I've alleviated his concern a bit, he's switching straight into leader in command and big brother mode. He's 5 years older than me and never lets me forget it. He isn't quite as overbearing as Romeo is at nearly a full generation older than I am, but he has his moments. "I can drive my own damn car," I protest. "Oh yeah?" Tavi says. A muscle ticks in his jaw. "You got your keys?" On instinct, I pat my pockets. God damn it, I forgot I gave him to my valet. I shake my head. Orlando growls, his eyes narrowed. "You missing anything else?" "Yeah," I say with a sigh. "What?" I'll tell you when we get in the car. Tell me now. I've had it. I might be the youngest brother, but I'm not gonna be bossed around and bullied. I'm a full-grown man, and I've got fucking rank in this family. I said I'll tell you in the car. Now leave me the fuck alone. I'll tell you everything, but Jesus, I want some privacy. Orlando slams his mouth shut, but when Tavi opens the car door, Orlando grabs me by the back of the shirt and practically shoves me in. I bang my head on the roof of the car and curse him out, but seconds later, Tavi and Orlando are in beside me. Orlando leans over and smacks me, hard, upside the head. Hey! I smack his hand off me, but Tavi's narrowed eyes warn me to hold back. You're in so much fucking shit, man, you'd better shut the hell up and listen. You guys gonna fill me in? I rub the side of my head and glare at Orlando. I'm no stranger to a hard fight and have knocked more than one set of teeth down a guy's throat. I've defended my sister's honor, taught a few lessons, and questioned the fuck out of our enemies. But when it comes to my older brothers, it would be a battle to the death before any of us would concede. Please, Tavi says, leaning back against his seat. Why don't you go first? Start at the drag race. I sigh. Fine. I won last night. Best race of my life, I tell him. Kicked Tommy Bailey's ass to the curb, and some other new guy I didn't know. Tommy Bailey's a blonde-haired, blue-eyed mobster dropout from Southie who likes to shoot up more than he likes damn near anything. He gambles in his sleep and puts all his earnings into the next sweet ride. Heard about Tommy, Tavi says. Now let's talk about that other guy you didn't know. Uh-oh. I shrug. Young kid. 20s? Figured he was home on spring break or something. Didn't catch his name. Ah, that's right, Orlando says, obviously seething. Shit. You didn't catch his name. You made a spectacle of a guy you didn't meet, kicked his ass in a race, took his money, and partied the night away. What the fuck? I don't respond. Orlando shakes his head and mutters under his breath, but I don't catch what he says. I look to Tavi. What the hell, man? That no-name kid home on spring break? He's the governor's fucking son, dumbass. But you wouldn't know that, would you? You went dark last night. So you didn't see the pictures he posted of you online? The shit he drummed up about us on social media? Or the way he told everyone you cheated your way to the win? It's all over the goddamn news. I blink in surprise. What? That makes no sense. He said I cheated? He posted stuff online? Like the first rule of Fight Club, the first rule of drag racing is, we don't talk about drag racing. It's illegal, and we like to keep it undercover, and anyone who's anyone goddamn knows that. But you didn't know any of that. You didn't get the call when Romeo tried to reach you to ask you to come home and settle shit with the sore loser, to send a message. You let the Rossi family name be dragged through the mud all because, why? Oh, let me guess, Tavi says, as angry as Orlando now. You were banging some chick like the fucking man whore you are. You wanted one night where you weren't responsible for shit, and here you are, hungover and alone and clueless to what happened while you were gone. Okay, so it isn't as bad as I thought it was. They have no idea who I was with, and I didn't fuck up there anyway. Where's my phone? Okay, yeah, it is still as bad as I thought it was. Shit, forgot about the wallet and phone. About that, Orlando sighs. Romeo is gonna kick your ass, he begins. And I'm gonna hold you down, Tavi finishes. Chapter 7. Emma. Morning, Emma. Julia doesn't look up from the desk, a phone pressed to her ear as she waves at me. The administrative assistant for my department works around the clock but never fails to greet me. Morning. I'm back from my apartment, freshened up and ready to get down to business. I have a rigid morning routine I don't ever deviate from. I wake up at 5, before the sun rises, stretch in bed and think over my day. I drink 1 glass of lemon water, then spend 20 minutes meditating before I journal and drink my coffee. I get my workout in, make a to-do list for the day, then usually do my laundry, clean the bathroom, and mop my floors before I head into work. I like things tidy, clean, and routinized. Let's just say it works well for me. Today, I had to modify things, of course, which always makes me feel a little off. I got home and changed, brushed my hair and cleaned up, put on the bare minimum in makeup, and grabbed my work bag. I had the day off yesterday because of the funeral, but today things are back to normal.
I watered my plants and wiped down the fridge and stripped my sheets because it's Thursday. I tossed in a load of laundry and wiped down all the mirrors, then plucked some drooping flowers from the fresh bouquet I keep on my dining room table so it'll look nice and fresh when I come home tonight. Satisfied things were as they should be, I tucked Mario's wallet and phone into my bag. His name was plain as day on his license. He doesn't even have a fake ID, which honestly doesn't surprise me. The Rossies don't hide who they are. Last night, the game of anonymity was only him playing along with me. I strapped on my sidearm, then headed to work in my unmarked car, a typical plain Hyundai people in our division often drive to avoid suspicion. No one ever suspects they sport a souped-up engine, among other accommodations. Because I work in the Criminal Investigations Division, otherwise known as the CID, I work a typical day shift with weekends off unless I'm on call. This past weekend, before the wake and funeral, I had 4 more cases handed to me before the work week started. I like to get as much done and solved, signed, sealed, and delivered as I can before the weekend begins, and I get another fresh slew of cases. My boss won't give me new cases if I have too many active ones, and we all know that detectives with cases open too long don't get promoted. It's intense.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. But unlike the way TV depicts cases in a crime unit, the reality is it often takes months, not hours or days, to find out vital information and close a case. The ones I close in a week are the ones that are usually open the shortest, but it's an ongoing roster. Anything I need to know? I ask Julia as I take the manila file folder she hands me. She rolls her eyes, hangs up the phone, and beckons for me to come closer. Grady brought in cannoli, she winces, and I stifle a groan. We're convinced my boss, Lance Grady, has some kind of multiple personality disorder. He brings in baked goods when he's at the very precipice of what is sure to be a downward spiral. Next thing we know, he'll be walking around here barking out orders and micromanaging the shit out of all of us. He usually starts with me. Gah, I say with a groan. Better get the good ones before everyone else does. The ones with the mini chocolate chips go first, she says with a conspiratorial smile. I'm good, thanks. I do not touch Grady's ingratiating baked goods. Hell, I rarely touch any baked goods, but most especially the ones Grady brings in. I reason it's like eating the gingerbread roof off Hansel and Gretel's witch's house. Before I know what's happening, he'll be trying to stuff me in his oven. Shudder. I wave goodbye and head to my office. I scored a corner office last spring that overlooks the Boston waterfront. My one little slice of heaven in an otherwise very mundane office setting. I shut the door behind me, slide into the office chair behind my desk, and quickly scan the room to make sure everything's as it should be. This time, it isn't just my perfectionist nature that makes me look for every paperclip and tissue out of place. My office contains many confidential files and paperwork I don't like getting into the wrong hands. Everything's clean as a whistle, though, as tidy as I left it 2 days ago. I put my phone on speaker to check my voicemail while I open the file folder. I sigh. You have 20 new messages, twice as many as normal since I haven't been in the office in 2 days. Hello, it's Bernadette Grazier. You told me to call this number with any leads or information. I know it's only been a few days since we talked, and you promised me you'd call with any information, but... Her voice cracks. I'd love to speak with you when you have a minute. Please let me know if anything's changed. I sigh and pinch the bridge of my nose. The Grazier family's youngest son went missing last week, and while all signs point to a runaway, we've been unable to track him and he's yet to resurface. I make a note to follow up with his college professors later this afternoon. Another call from another family of the victim of a murder scene I investigated Saturday night. They're understandably hurt, angry, and eager for answers, and they have a laundry list of what they feel are leads for me to follow. What they don't know yet is that the evidence in their son's case clearly points to a textbook case of suicide, which I'll confirm later today with a call to the coroner's office. I look through the open file folder, but nothing really catches my attention. Midweek, only office updates and protocol notices hit the inbox. Useless meetings, endless paperwork, rarely anything of importance. The good stuff is sent to my inbox or hand-delivered by one of my associates. I look over at my bag and bite my lip. My eyes cast down to my wrist, still faintly tinged pink from being restrained with the robe tie last night. I close my eyes against the sudden rush of emotion. It felt so good.
So damn good just to let go for a little while, to let someone else make the decisions, to allow myself a night of unadulterated bliss and enjoyment before responsibilities and duty came pounding on my door. I finger the little mark on the underside of my wrist and close my eyes. Rossi family, organized crime. No wonder they all knew him at the hotel. I'm the only dumbass who didn't. I glance again at my door to confirm it's locked, then reach for my bag. I slip it into a desk drawer so it isn't obvious I'm looking through it, then slowly open it. I reach for his phone and wallet, slide them onto my lap, then close the drawer. I swallow the lump in my throat when my fingers wrap around the soft leather of his wallet. A part of me wishes I hadn't taken it. I wish he could think of me with, well, happy memories, and not whatever it is he thinks of me now. I wonder what he'll do when he discovers I stole from him. For the first time, I realized it was maybe not the best move. He's Mafia, a known mobster, and everyone knows you don't steal from a mobster without painfully clear consequences. I blow out a breath and look out the glass windows that surround my office. Other detectives and a few trainees walk down the hall to the conference room. One waves to me, and Julia walks by with an armload of printer paper. I take a stack of books and place them in front of me. Then, when I'm satisfied I have a solid wall to hide behind, I open the wallet. Tears prick my eyes when I see his license, his picture. Actual tears. What the hell? I had a one-night stand. I mean, can you call a full night of blissful casual sex a one-night stand, really? But there was no real connection, was there? Then why do I feel so sad that I left so abruptly? Why does the thought of never seeing him again make me want to weep? Why does it make me want to sob knowing he represents the exact criminals it's my life purpose to put behind bars? He means nothing to me, but when I look at his license and see his picture, I can't help but stare. Those piercing blue eyes aren't even muted with a dull photo. A smile tugs at his lips that's so charismatic, I find myself smiling back at his license photo. Who does that? I stare at his name again and slowly shake my head. Mario Rossi. Oh, he's a Mario, all right. And the joke isn't lost on me that he races cars. His mama sealed his fate when she named him Mario. It suits him. So suave and handsome, so personable and flirtatious. He's a charmer, and I know that, but I loved every minute with him. A part of me can't help but wonder if I've been had, and if I have, I can't help but wish that it happens again. And it isn't just the sex. The sex was amazing, but it was so much more than that. The way his eyes focused on me in such a way that I felt like the only person in his entire world. The way he laughed readily at my stupid jokes and sparred verbally with me. The confident way he moved and walked, and the sultry tone of his voice. A girl could fall for a man like Mario Rossi, and so easily, it's scary. But I have a job to do, a very serious job, that I won't compromise on. Not for him, not for anyone. I draw in a breath. I'll research what I can find out about him both from public online sites and databases and what I can find here at the station. But anything I look up on a work laptop is subject to investigation, practically a goddamn fishbowl. So I'll have to be selective and careful. I blink in surprise when I realized I listened to the rest of my messages without actually hearing any of them. My God, that isn't me. That isn't what I do. I'm fastidious and factual, a classic perfectionist. I don't just stop paying attention. God, I replay my messages a bit sheepishly, ashamed that I allowed myself to lose focus, and over a man. I return a few calls, take down more information, and look at some promising notes on intel that came back from some leads I'd followed before I left the office. I should go through my case files and plan my day. I have at least 3 witnesses I need to interview and a suspect from Saturday's murder. The guy's liared up, though, and the last time I tried to interview him, he didn't want to talk. But the latest call from his attorney is promising. He's probably formulated his answer. But I don't want to touch these cases. I don't want to do interviews. I want to find out everything I can about the Rossi family, and now.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. I pick up my phone and dial one of the interns. She answers on the first ring. Detective King? Hey, I say, trying to put a smile on my voice. Can I ask you to do me a favor? Punting my jobs to anyone else is probably the last way for me to get a promotion, but right now I have bigger fish to fry. I give her my primary suspect's name and the attorney's phone number, then ask her to record the responses. I'll go over those later. Yes, ma'am, of course, ma'am. She's an eager little beaver. I wince at the ma'am, but let it slide. I'm not even 30 for Christ's sake, but I am far above her in rank, so it's fine. I shove away the distinct feeling that I'm shirking my duty. I shouldn't be shuffling intel for a murder investigation off onto someone else. But it's the Rossi family. Some days I wish I had more of a made-for-TV detective job, but then some days truth is stranger than fiction. Still, a day in the life of a crime scene detective means interviews, interviews, and more interviews. I'll have to put the power of persuasion into some of them, and above all, the power of observation. But right now, I have Rossi family intel to dig up, and that trumps everything. I look at the folder on my desk, and even a cursory glance shows conflicting informations come in on one of my cases. Another confirms what I already knew from the evidence, a strong case of suicide versus homicide, and I don't look forward to breaking that information to the family. Mario Rossi. Mario. Soft lips and a seductive voice that melted every reserve I ever had. A thick wad of cold, hard cash, a fast, luxurious ride, and a weapon he was all too familiar with. I close my eyes. The warm feel of his calloused hand, secure and reassuring on the small of my back. The weight of his body over mine, our naked bodies pressed together like an embrace, sultry and heated, and so natural it felt like breathing. The perfectly stretched feel of him inside me, filling me until every inch of my body felt owned by him. I close my eyes and pinch the bridge of my nose when my phone rings. I answer on the second ring, willing myself to stay calm and professional. Detective King. I take the call and listen to my intern, but it's the usual intel. One witness's interview contradicts his previous one. The excitement in her voice tells me she thinks this means something, that it's a dead giveaway that he's the suspect in the case. I speak as patiently as I can. It's fairly common, to tell you the truth. Witnesses under duress or stress at the time often misremember details. You'll find it more common than not, but the key is to continue to press for more information and use our resources to determine what's truth and what isn't. She sighs, deflated. Yes, ma'am, will do. When I hang up the phone, Grady is standing in the doorway. I blink in surprise, but quickly school my features. Or try to. I despise this man. Did I take you by surprise, Emma? Must have been an important call. It's completely unlike you to not know who's coming before they even darken the shadow of your door. He gives me that snake-like smile I'm so familiar with, then sidles the rest of the way into my office. Truth be told, if Grady wasn't an untrustworthy asshole, I'd think the guy was hot. He's tall, though not as tall as Mario, clean-shaven, I much prefer stubble, has chocolate brown eyes instead of blue, nowhere near as mesmerizing, but otherwise a symmetrical, outwardly handsome face that's used to getting his way. And that's where his looks go straight down the toilet. Arrogance is an ugly bitch. The strong cut of his jaw and the flash of white teeth don't enamor me, but remind me of a wolf preparing to attack its prey. Still, he's classically good-looking in a haughty sort of way, like a cruel king sitting on a throne. There isn't a doubt in my mind he robbed, stole, and plundered his way to his position of leadership in the CID. Casually, he folds himself into the seat across from me and crosses an ankle over his knee. How was your night? Night? Why is he asking me about my night? That is none of his goddamn business. Still, I don't want to seem defensive. I fold Mario's wallet in half and slide it onto my lap. Not bad. The biggest lie I've told in a while. Uneventful after the funeral. Ah, right, he says with a sympathetic nod that's all show. And you're doing all right after all that? After all that? God, what a douche. I'm fine, thanks. My mom and I weren't close. Truth. He nods thoughtfully, stroking his chin. I understand. He pushes himself to standing and shoves his hands in his pockets. Hungry? I was thinking maybe we could grab something at that new little bistro on the corner. My boss is asking me to get lunch with him? This triggers every radar on my professional business radar there is. I'm good, but thanks. Maybe some other time.
I plaster on a fake smile that seems to pacify him. He fake smiles back. I'd really like to have lunch with you. He lowers his voice and shuts the door. The skin on the back of my neck prickles. Not today, Grady, but thanks. He drums his fingers on my desk and lets them brush mine. I recoil. Excuse me, I begin, prepared to tell him off, when he sighs and draws away. It would be in your best interest to play nice, Emma, he says. Excuse me? Before I can respond, he leaves. I sit, stunned. That was weird, I mutter to myself. Was he hitting on me? Did he cross a line? Was he just threatening me? Did he know more about my night than he let on? Whatever. He's an arrogant jerk who just likes getting his way. I shake my head and try to go back to work. For fuck's sake, the absolute worst part about an office job is the inability to actually do your work. I mutter to myself as I make more notes from my inbox, categorize the next steps I need to take in order of priority, and tally a few more emails that have come in since I entered the office this morning. Finally, I've satisfied enough of my daily requirements that I can play. Time for the good part. I slide my desk drawer open and take a blank notebook out. Open to a fresh page. Write RFAM at the top of the page in lame code so no one suspects what I'm doing if they stumble on my notes. I type Mario Rossi into the search bar. My jaw drops. There is the hottest man I've ever laid eyes on. There he is, with a woman on his arm. 2 women, driving a race car with a leggy brunette at his side, kissing the neck of a stunning redhead. I was played. Mario Rossi is a player, a wealthy player who thinks he's above the law. We'll see about that. My eyes go wide at the hits. I sigh, shake my head, then pick up my pen and get to work. Chapter 7. Mario. After all these years, after everything we've been through, Romeo steeples his fingers at his desk as his voice trails off. He looks tired and weary. His wife, Vittoria, after several years of trying, finally had a baby, making Romeo far more powerful in the eyes of the family. Rank and position are only one jewel in the Rossi family crown. A wife and children are the next most important requirements. He's tired, though, my oldest brother, and probably not just physically. Late-night feedings and the weight of responsibility can tire a guy. I half expected him to grab me by the ear and drag me off to punish me, like he did when I was 12 years old and he caught me smoking a joint behind the high school. I wouldn't raise a hand against him, even in self-defense. There was a time when I was almost as afraid of Romeo as I was my father. But time proved my father to be no more than a narcissistic bully, whereas Romeo was driven by brotherly concern and the need to keep us all safe. He's become the true patriarch of the family. I really do hate letting him down. We all do. After being raised by my bully of a father, we've all forged deep connections with one another, a brotherly loyalty unlike any other. Romeo didn't drag me off or yell or cause a scene, though, contrary to what Tavi and Orlando prepared me to expect.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. He only sighed when we came in and pointed wordlessly to the corner of the castle where his office lies. Mama gave me a huge hug, a wordless declaration that, once again, she feared for her son's safety. And once again, she thanked her guardian angel and the patron saints she prayed to religiously for delivering her son home safely for now. Nana smacked my back affectionately and promised to feed me heartily and fatten me up because apparently anything less than 50 pounds overweight looks emaciated to Nana. My sister Marielena gave me a covert wink, a silent plea to tell her where I'd gone and what I'd done when I was released from interrogation. She and I have always been the ones who pushed the limits, and neither of us has ever judged the other for it. Quite the opposite. She smoked her first joint with me, and came to me when she needed a drink. She's hardly an addict, but knows that I won't ever judge her for needing to take the edge off, and I'm the first one she calls whenever shit goes down and she's in trouble. I've never had to call her, but damn does it feel good to have someone in my corner right about now. Orlando and Tavi told me on the way home that the other men who are usually here, a new inductee named Dario and my cousins, are scouting a new location for a North Shore line of businesses we're thinking of opening. I'm glad. I'd rather not get reprimanded or whatever the fuck with a damn audience. I wonder if Romeo sent them on an errand intentionally to give us more privacy.
Privacy is hard to find. Romeo's dressed in a suit with a button-down shirt but no tie. It's not unusual for him, but it does make me wonder if he had any meetings or appointments earlier in the day. He sighs and looks over my shoulder at my brothers. Tavi narrows his eyes at me. "Tell him," he growls. Last year, when Romeo was sent to jail, Tavi was leader in command. Apparently, he hasn't really let that go. I sigh and cross my arms over my chest. Won a drag race? Supposedly against the wrong damn person. Right, Lucas Peterson. The brat's got an axe to grind, and won't he let you know it? "Yeah, we've been telling you for a while it was time to let that shit go, Mario," Romeo says sternly. His lips press together. I half wonder if I've crossed a line thick enough to exile me to our family home in Tuscany, or menial labor at one of our new restaurants on the North Shore. He's not above a beatdown or taxing, demanding we pay a fee for a transgression. He's chosen humiliation at times as punishment, but most of the time doesn't have to think along those lines at all. Our mob runs like a well-oiled machine. We haven't had punishment by execution for the worst of crimes since our father led our family. Yeah, I blow out a breath. So, winning against Peterson ain't the only problem here. What else? His words are stern and direct, nothing at all like our father, but the tone leaves me feeling a little apprehensive. Reminiscent of being in the exact same seat on the receiving end of a tongue-lashing from our father. He wasn't above a backhanded slap or a beating, no matter our age. We all lived in fear of his towering rage, and a guy doesn't forget shit like that easily. So, I took a girl to bed. Again, and again, and again, and fuck it, but I don't regret it. Naturally. Romeo's lips quirk up. That isn't a surprise to him. What else is new? She was beautiful, Rome. So fucking gorgeous. Alone and in mourning. Just came back from her mama's funeral. Romeo's eyes dance at me, even as Orlando curses under his breath and Tavi cracks his knuckles. One could say I'm Rome's favorite, probably because he saw how much our father hated me. He'd never admit it, but my brothers don't miss a thing. Ah, an act of altruism then, was it? Mario, you think all women are beautiful. I shrug. They are. Tell him, Orlando orders. I sigh. Spent the night with her, and believe you me, it was epic. Romeo tosses up a palm. If you think I want to hear whatever kinky shit got your rocks off, think again, brother. Stick to the facts. You wanted a night off, so you went dark. Even though you know it's strictly against our code. Even though you know as a member of the inner sanctum, you're required to be on the grid and respond to communication from me at a moment's notice. Even though you know that the greater risk is that when you go undercover, you'll lose your motherfucking guard. I wince. For decades, I've only ever wanted to prove myself to my brothers. To show them I ain't just a man-whore or party animal, but I'm hard-working and dependable and deserve the rank granted to me. I don't like the reputation I've earned. I crave their approval. When our father died and Romeo took the lead, I felt there was finally a light at the end of the tunnel. And I've saved their asses more times than I can count. But now, yeah man, I just wanted a night off. I went dark because this girl, she was special. Romeo raises a brow. Now that's a line I haven't used before because I've never believed it to be true. Right, he says thoughtfully, stroking his chin. And what happened? She took off this morning, before I woke up. His brows raise in surprise. You missed her leaving the room? Yeah. Were you drinking or high or both? I look away. Drinking. But she's slick, man. The girl knew how to move quietly. Slick, Romeo repeats. And what else did she do? Just leave? Nah, man. Stole my wallet and phone. Romeo stares at me, unblinking. The only indication that he's angry is a slight flushing of his cheeks and the way his steepled fingers come together as if folded in prayer, but his knuckles whiten. You won an illegal race against the governor's son, went dark, took a girl to bed you didn't know who managed not only to escape without your notice, but lifted your wallet and phone too? He shakes his head. Jesus, Mario. What the fuck am I going to do with you? Yeah, it sounds a lot worse when he says it all like that. I don't respond. I feel like a Class A fuck-up right about now, and I don't want to dig myself into a deeper hole. I swallow and shake my head. Sorry, Rome. I really am. He nods. I bet you are. But it was only a matter of time before your heedless behavior would come to something like this, wasn't it? Oof, now that has Narciso Rossi written all over it. Heedless behavior. I blow out a breath, squirming under the uncomfortable scrutiny. How can I make it up to you? I'll do whatever you tell me. He strokes the stubble on his chin thoughtfully. Did you exchange names? No, but if she has my wallet, she knows who I am now. So it was a real ID. Yeah, we rarely have need to carry fakes. We have to find out if that's a problem, he says softly. Any indication that she could be a rival? Someone on the inside? Did she set you up? I shake my head. Nah, man, no way. When you lead with your fucking dick, it's easy to think that, Orlando says. He ought to know. His wife Angelina hoodwinked him into thinking she was someone else altogether. By the time he found out, she was already pregnant with his child and bearing his ring and name. It all worked out, and they're happily married with 2 kids of their own. But they had their fair share of challenges to overcome. Right. I scrub a hand across my brow. But they didn't see her last night. They didn't hear the sincerity in her voice or see the way she submitted herself fully to me. They don't know how good it felt to hold her, to make love to her, or how real it felt when she folded herself in my arms when we were drunk on sex and exhausted. They didn't see what I did, a woman plagued with her own demons who needed to escape them for a night as badly as I did. You know you deserve to be punished after something like this, Romeo says, for so many reasons. Right. I know it, brother, and I'm sorry. I won't fight anything you say, I promise. Jesus, I'd stand with my hands behind my goddamn back at this point. Humility in the face of having royally fucked up can go a long way. I don't see the purpose of it, though.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. The biggest problem right now is that there's an anonymous chick out there who stole from you, who knows your identity, and that puts us all at risk. You get that? I do. Romeo sits up straighter. You find this woman. You show her what happens to people who steal from the Rossi family. You punish her, and you bring her back here, to me. Understood? He had me until he got to bring her back here, to me. Back here? I repeat, trying to understand. He nods. Let's be honest. She was no anonymous chick, brother. I want to find out all I can from her myself. There's no fucking way I'm bringing that woman here to be interrogated by my brothers. Seconds ago, I told Romeo I'd do what he said without question. But now, Romeo? His brows raise, curious. Yes? I can handle this. He works his jaw, thinking this over. And by handle this, what exactly do you mean? His voice hardens, the voice of our Mafia overlord who takes shit from no one. Find her, punish her for stealing from us, and make it clear that won't happen again. I swallow hard. Interrogate her? I can do everything you can, but it'll probably go faster because we already have a history. Romeo makes a sound of disapproval and looks to Tavi, then Orlando. Orlando shrugs, and Tavi nods his head. He can do it. I believe he could. Romeo finally nods. Do it, Mario. Here's your chance at redemption. Seduce the fuck out of her, and do it well, and we'll exonerate you. Hell, he says with a slow smile, might even consider giving you a raise. Hey, Tavi says, he already makes more than the fucking president of the United States. Have you seen the taste this kid's got in cars? Romeo retorts. I shake my head. I love these motherfuckers. All right, I say, standing up. Need some shit before I get her. You're the man that does IDs. Get yourself a new license. He jerks his head to Orlando. Ask Santo to get a car ready, Orlando, and make sure he's got cash and a new phone. My brothers stand to let me out. I draw in a breath and let it out again. I feel as if I've been given a second chance at life, another opportunity to do things right. But that's not the only reason a part of me's excited. I've been commanded to see her again. My job is to find her. Soon, by sunset tonight, I'll have that woman in my arms again, whether she likes it or not. Right before I punish her for what she's done.
She enjoyed herself last night. That won't be the case this time. An hour later, I've got my new license, a wallet full of cash, a new cell phone, and various weapons hidden on my person. I'm not going to use them against her, but who knows what I'll come up against in my mission to find her. But before I go, I pull out my laptop and, with a few master keystrokes, half an hour later have a detailed list of every woman that buried her mother in the past 24 hours in Greater Boston. It started out as a pretty substantial list, but after narrowing it down to females with daughters, the list is more manageable. My aim is to peruse it well. She was not outside of Boston, and just yesterday she went to a funeral. It'll help. I need to redeem my name. I need to earn my brother's respect. Seduce the fuck out of her, and do it well, and we'll exonerate you. Hell, he says with a slow smile. Might even consider giving you a raise. Hey, Tavi says, he already makes more than the fucking President of the United States. Have you seen the taste this kid's got in cars? Romeo retorts. I shake my head. I love these motherfuckers. All right, I say, standing up. Need some shit before I get her. You're the man that does IDs. Get yourself a new license. He jerks his head to Orlando. Ask Santo to get a car ready, Orlando, and make sure he's got cash and a new phone. My brothers stand to let me out. I draw in a breath and let it out again. I feel as if I've been given a second chance at life, another opportunity to do things right. But that's not the only reason a part of me's excited. I've been commanded to see her again. My job is to find her. Soon, by sunset tonight, I'll have that woman in my arms again, whether she likes it or not. Right before I punish her for what she's done. She enjoyed herself last night. That won't be the case this time. An hour later, I've got my new license, a wallet full of cash, a new cell phone, and various weapons hidden on my person. I'm not going to use them against her, but who knows what I'll come up against in my mission to find her. But before I go, I pull out my laptop and, with a few master keystrokes, half an hour later have a detailed list of every woman that buried her mother in the past 24 hours in Greater Boston. It started out as a pretty substantial list, but after narrowing it down to females with daughters, the list is more manageable. My aim is to peruse it well. She was not outside of Boston, and just yesterday she went to a funeral. It'll help. I need to redeem my name. I need to earn my brother's respect. Seduce the fuck out of her, and do it well, and we'll exonerate you. I've got a fucking mission. Chapter 8. Emma. I've basically scoured Boston and the North Shore to find out everything I can about Mario. It isn't hard work. He hasn't hidden anything. And what I found has led me straight to the dankest, darkest, dirtiest sex club in all of Boston. This is not the club that you'd find in a tourist guide. In fact, I shouldn't even be in here, because clubs like this are strictly illegal in Boston, and it could cost me my job. I'm doing this for a cause, though, I tell myself. If I can get on good terms with Mario, then I can fulfill my mission, my goal, my altruistic purpose. After a full day's work, I checked in on the reports, got the interview questions I needed answered, and silenced the inner voice in my head that chided me for phoning things in. Boston's most notorious organized crime ring has basically fallen straight into my lap, and I'll be damned if I'll let anything stop me from bringing them down. I check my reflection in the rearview mirror. Makeup, simple yet bold, enough to make me look like I fit in here, but hopefully nothing that will call attention to myself. There's only one set of eyes I need drawn to me. I intentionally parked several blocks away. Detectives in the CID unit are allowed and often encouraged to go undercover, but this isn't authorized. Another reason I could lose my job. My hands tremble as I tuck a lock of hair behind my ear. I went for casual sexy, yet seductive hair in a messy bun with little wisps near my temples, large silver hoops, a bodycon dress that kisses my curves and accentuates my breasts. I pull a travel-size atomizer out of my bag and quickly spritz perfume on my wrists and throat. Go for your pulse points. The heat of your body will diffuse the scent, the only thing my mother ever taught me. I purse my lips and practice the pouty look I'll give him when he confronts me for stealing from him. A dim part of my mind suggests what I won't give actual voice to. Maybe he'll spank me. Maybe he'll punish me. Would it really be punishment, though? Will he even be here tonight? If not, I've got a list of places I can scour to find him. I hope it doesn't come to that, though. Meeting him here would be fortuitous. I step out into the cool spring air and shut my door, my heels clicking on the concrete as I make my way to the front of the building. I've read everything I could on what needs to happen next. I push the door to the crystal shop open, immediately consumed with the sweet, nearly cloying scent of incense and the light strains of instrumental music playing. The shop's dimly lit, but clean and inviting. I assess my surroundings and see exactly what I'm looking for. A velvet curtain at the back next to a stool and a sign for palm readings. Head held high, I pretend like I belong here, like I'm a regular on the inside. I discreetly adjust the jacket that hides my weapon and place my hand in my pocket. The soft leather of Mario's wallet hits my palm, reminding me that it was on his person not 24 hours ago. I swallow. "Good evening, how can I help you?" A tall black man with dreads that hang to his waist gives me a fetching grin, a flash of white teeth against full lips. His eyes crinkle at the edges, and his voice is tinted with a Jamaican accent. "Evenin'." Holding eye contact with him, I lift the amethyst crystal by the velvet curtain and hold it in my palm. I stroke it, then place it back by the entrance. "Ah, a private palm reading tonight, miss. Please." He moves the velvet curtain aside with a smile. My heart beats faster for a moment when he pulls out a stool. Did I misunderstand the directives? Is he actually going to give me a palm reading? But the next moment, he pushes the stool to the corner, reveals a hidden trapdoor, lifts a heavy O-shaped ring, and gestures for me to go ahead of him. "Have a beautiful evening, my sweet." I smile back. I can't help it. Apparently, I attract charmers these days. I nod my thanks and slip him a 20, which he takes with a silent nod. He looms above me as I take my first step on the iron rung that supposedly leads me to my destination. Now this is a little creepy. Nothing I read online prepared me for basically going down a treehouse ladder to get to the secret hideout, but the next moment I gasp when strong hands grasp my waist and hoist me down. The voice below me, behind me, is a low southern drawl that sounds friendly but flirtatious. "Ah, a lovely one we've got next, boys."
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. First timer, are you? I'm momentarily dazzled by his sheer size and presence. I'm guessing the cowboy's a bouncer here. Seriously? Am I ovulating? Or maybe my feminine needs have come to the surface, thanks to Mario. What makes you say that? I ask in what I hope is a coy voice. He winks at me. I'd remember a girl like you. I smile back and give him a non-committal shrug. Why, thank you. My pleasure. Lame. How exactly does one fit in a sex club? I should have maybe done my homework better. "Oh, hey," I ask as nonchalantly as possible. "I'm hoping to meet someone here tonight." He tips his hat to me and gives me a wink. The man has dimples. He's adorable, but definitely not my type. "Think you've come to the right place then, darlin', haven't you?" I shrug and giggle. Giggle? It's part of the act. "I hope so. Do you know anyone by the name of Mario?" I figure starting with his first name might be a smart idea. "Rossi?" he asks, and I'm not sure if it's my imagination, but his voice has lost a bit of its warmth. His eyes quickly shift to someone behind him, then back to me. There's definitely a flash of fear in his eyes. "Oh, I don't know his last name," I lie. I don't want him knowing quite yet that I know his full name. Really, really attractive guy. Loves to race cars. I met him recently and heard through the grapevine he likes to frequent this club. But I'm not really sure how to find him. Cowboy smiles. "Haven't seen him, darlin', but if I do, I'll be sure to let you know." He gives me a little salute as the trapdoor above opens and someone else begins their descent.
Thank you, I murmur to myself as I head to the main dance floor. God, I hope he's here tonight. I wonder how long I'll have to wait until I see him. The thick, sultry scent of sex and seduction hangs in the air like the incense above us. It's luring me in, and I'm not sure how long I can hold myself against the power of it. I look around the room curiously. It's a bit disconcerting that I can't take in the details I typically like to. I see figures and shadows, but the light's too dim to notice anything in particular. That's likely intentional. One couple sitting on a nearby bench, another by the bar, a third in the corner playing with a deck of cards I don't recognize. They don't look like regular playing cards. I hear laughter and flirtation, moans in the corner of the room from a couple joined at the lips, and in another corner, two women all over a man dressed in black leather. I look away when I realize they're going at it, right here, right now, without any regard for who's watching them. I mean, I guess that's the point for them. I feel my cheeks flush. But what did I expect? I'm not sure how I feel about the fact that Mario likes it here. This is where he picks up his women? I get myself a drink, virgin so I don't lose focus, and walk around the club nursing the sweet concoction as I look for any sign of him. 3 hours later, I've almost given up. Maybe hanging around at what's supposedly his favorite sex haunt isn't the best way to find him. I'd hoped dropping his name would make someone alert him that I'm here. I can't exactly text or call him. I wait, and I wait. I've scoped out every couple and single here. I'm going to have to come back another night. I stand to leave and pause, my hand on the smooth leather of a spanking bench thrown haphazardly in the corner of the room. Guests here have put their drinks on it, which I find mildly amusing. "Good place for you," comes a familiar voice behind me. "I ought to bend you over this bench when I punish you for stealing from me." He's here. I'm unprepared for how his voice, sex personified, makes my body react. My nipples tingle, and a warm rush of heat flares between my legs. I draw in a shaky breath, plaster on a coy smile, and turn to look at him. "I really ought to be punished for stealing from you," I say, with mock repentance. "But I needed a way home, and I knew you'd forgive me." He leans his hip against the bar. So soon, I forgot how sensual and seductive he was, with his carefully tousled dark brown hair that falls onto his forehead like he's reminding me he's Boston's most notorious. Piercing blue eyes stare straight at me, full pink lips that I remember on my body, and that body of his, Mamma Mia, so strong and powerful, leaned casually against the bar, as if he's blissfully unaware of the disruption in the universe his mere presence causes. His very clothes fall against his body as if they worship him. "Forgive you," he shakes his head. "Doll, we've got a long way to go until I get there." He takes a sip from the drink in his hand, and ice hits his lips. How long has he watched me? Long enough to drain that drink. I really am losing my touch. I watch as he slides his empty glass onto the counter, then pushes off so he can make his way toward me. I look around me quickly in a panic. Would anyone even come to my aid if I screamed? I can't forgive you until I've punished you. Understood? My mouth's so dry I can't swallow. I watch in wide-eyed shock as he fingers the metal buckle of his belt. He jerks his head to the bench. "Clear it, then spread your legs and bend over. Give me that ass." His voice drops. "Now." Wait, now? Here? He's lost the charm and is nothing but straight commander. I stare and blink at him. "No kiss first?" I ask in a whisper, definitely trying to stall. "After your punishment." He shakes his head. "It's like you're new to this or something," he says thoughtfully, as if mulling this over. "Surely you'd know that leaving without saying goodbye Taking my wallet and my phone, then heading in here without an escort would earn you serious discipline, didn't you? Interesting. He lists leaving without saying goodbye as a punishable infraction. I give a nervous laugh. Thought we covered that last night. He gives a sad shake of his head, as if he regrets that now he has to punish me. Oh, we did, doll, but then you went ahead and broke the rules again, didn't you? I need to get close to him. I need to get into his good graces and find out everything I can about him. I won't make any headway at all if he's even the slightest bit suspicious. So I cast my eyes down the way I would imagine a repentant submissive would. Yes, sir, I say. I ignore the little thrill of delight that snakes through me at the words. It's an act, all an act. He pushes off the bar and stalks to me. My heart flutters in my chest as music filters through the speakers like the soundtrack to my night. He's so tall and handsome as hell. He's so bad, but he does it so well. With trembling hands, I do as he says and move the tray of glasses to the bar. I return to the bench, keenly aware that if he's pushing me over this table here, I'm getting punished in front of a crowd. Not sure how I feel about that. When he reaches me, he grasps my chin between his thumb and finger. I've missed you. Before I can process the words, his lips are on mine, his tongue's plundering my mouth. I'm on my toes, and my arms are around his neck. I'm drowning in the scent he's woven around me like magic, a true incantation that's numbed my brain and seduced me. He could lead me to my death, and I'd die a happy woman. I whimper a little when he takes his mouth off mine and whispers in my ear, "Bench, doll. You'll take Daddy's belt for your naughtiness." Zing! Electric currents of arousal spike through my veins like spiced whiskey, hot and consuming. I got a taste of his belt last night, but hearing him say it like this, I'm on autopilot as I obey him. I have no recollection of stepping toward the bench, no conscious or deliberate act until my belly's pushed up against the leather and my chin hits air. My arms dangle helplessly in front of me, and I'm oh so aware that my ass, wrapped in a tight leather skirt, is on prominent display. I hear the click of the buckle, the whir of leather.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. I brace myself for the first strike, half expecting the music to stop and all noise to cease as he punishes me. But everything goes on around us as before. I hold my breath, then release it when his large palm settles in the small of my back. 5 for stealing my wallet and my phone. He leans in, his voice at my ear. The husky, rough sound of his voice makes me breathless. 10 for leaving without saying goodbye. My brain can hardly process what he said until the first whistle of leather and searing smack. Leather against leather sounds like a gunshot. I gasp. I'm not sure if I'm relieved or disappointed he hasn't lifted my skirt. Pain flares to heat, and I'm up on my toes for the second, third, and fourth smack of his belt. I can't open my eyes. I'm so consumed by this. Count, doll. I squeak out a 4 because that's where I think we're at when I get another, harder smack. We were at 5, but 4 works for me. His tone is hard and corrective, and for one brief moment I wonder if he isn't really into this, like very determined to actually punish me, and not just for fun. I count my way to the last 3 smacks when he whispers in my ear, "Bring your hand to your pussy and stroke yourself in between the last lashes. Do you understand me?" I nod wildly and spread my legs. It's no easy feat to obey him, since the skirt's so dang tight. Still, I'm as eager to feel pressure there as he is to command it, so I find my swollen pussy and do what he says. 13, I choke out while I work myself toward climax. 14, 15, I gasp when the last lash falls. Then he's behind me, his flank pressed up against me, and I can feel the hard jab of his cock against my ass. Is he going to right here? He grinds himself against me, his body pressing me against the bench. "Hand them over, doll," he whispers. With trembling hands, I reach into my coat pocket and give him the wallet and phone. I took out the cash, but didn't spend it. I want him to think it was the money I was going for, not the information. "Thank you. You find anything interesting?" I shake my head, my cheeks flushing. I thought I'd learned to school my features so that a lie isn't as obvious as it could be, but apparently not when I'm freshly spanked and lying beneath his Greek god of a body. I feel him slide the wallet and phone into his pocket. He wraps my hair around his fist and pulls my head to the side so he can kiss my cheek. The feel of the tug of hair is deliciously painful. "You are forgiven," he whispers in my ear. He stands and releases my hair. I feel bereft, a sudden sense of loss when he moves his body away from mine and cool air kisses my cheek. "Be a good girl," he says with a wink before he turns and walks away. I blink in surprise. Is he walking to the bar? Getting me a drink? Securing a private room? My body's on fire, and surely he didn't just punish me, take his things, and go. I wait 5 minutes. 10. With every second that passes, my heart sinks lower. I shouldn't be disappointed. I shouldn't be so let down. I came here to find him, to get whatever information I could on him, to reconnect. This had nothing to do with seeing him again. Nope, nothing. This had nothing to do with another night of sex. Zilch. This was nothing more than a job. I choke back a sob and half consider finding a ladies' room just so I can splash some cold water on my face and slap some sense into myself. I release a shuddering sigh and reach for my phone. A text. "Behave yourself until we meet again, and next time I see you, Daddy will reward you." My heart beats faster. He's got my cell phone number? I'm fucking slipping. I never even saw him touch my phone. It's a private number under a pseudonym, so there's no way he'll find out my true identity. I sigh, this time for dramatics. Square my shoulders and release a breath. I walk over to the bar and order a cocktail. I'm here for a reason, and I'm not leaving until I get what I came for. Chapter 9. Mario. I hate leaving her. I want to stay here with her and make her forget who she is or why she came here. Last night, the time I spent with her was one of the best nights of my life, and believe me, I've had some damn good nights before. But I have a job to do. I want her wondering who I am and where I am. She knows my name by now because she stole my wallet, and I don't give a fuck if she knows I'm a Rossi. I want this on my terms, not hers. I couldn't believe it was so easy to find her, but something tells me it was no accident either. I nearly buff my nails when I leave the club. I'm confident she came looking for me because I gave her a time she couldn't forget. I'll use that to my advantage. I remember what Romeo said to me. Here's your chance at redemption. Seduce the fuck out of her, do it well, and we'll exonerate you. Hell, might even consider giving you a raise. My brother has literally given me a command to do what I'm best at. Easy. I got her cell phone number when she was laying ass up, tits down on the spanking bench. I adjust my stiff cock at the memory. Jesus, she was a sight for sore eyes. I enjoyed the fuck out of punishing her. She deserved it, which is why I didn't make her come after I whipped her ass. She earned being whipped and turned on and left high and dry. I might like a good lay and a pretty woman, but I am not going to let stealing from me go unpunished, and the sooner she learns that, the better. I can be a ladies' man, and I can be a lover, but I don't get fucked over. Jesus, I've taken fingers off men for less than that. So the first thing I do in the back of the car on the ride home is look up her cell phone number. I have a contact at the club and have them keep an eye on her. She waited for me, looked around, then went straight to the bar to ask questions. Of course she did. So damn predictable it's amusing.
I don't give a fuck what she finds. I don't hide who I am. She's the one that needs to be sussed out. With a few strokes of the keyboard on the laptop I've got in the back of the car, I find the name listed on her cell. Elaine Snow. Huh, sounds weirdly familiar. There's something about it. I tuck that away and lean back in the car for the rest of the way home. I'm fucking exhausted. She don't look like an Elaine, and there were no Elaines on the roster of names I came up with after scouring the obits. I call Santo. Yeah, man? Elaine Snow. Ring a bell for you? He chuckles softly to himself, and I feel like I'm definitely missing something. Fuck. Elaine Snow. Lorraine Blow. Blaine Rowe. Light dawning on Marblehead? Fuck me. Jane Doe? Not her real name, then. Bingo. Address, brother? With a groan, I scroll down to see the address listed under Elaine. Jesus. 100 Kiss My Ass Lane, I mutter into the phone. Santo's chuckle turns into a full-blown belly laugh, a rarity for the asshole. You laughing at me? Nah, man. Why would I ever do a thing like that? He asks, in a tone that tells me he is most definitely laughing at me. I just think she's clever as fuck, and it would be a crying shame to let that girl slip through your fingers. I like her already. Oh, she is not slipping through my fingers. I'm gonna grab her by the hair and fucking chain her to me if I have to. I wanted to teach the girl a lesson, but at every turn she's fucking with me. I call the club again. She's still there? I think so. Wait. Hey, Gur, you see Goldilocks? Goldilocks? The very idea of them thinking they can give her a nickname. She left about 10 minutes ago, man. Got it. Thanks. I have my driver turn around and wish to fuck I'd taken my own damn ride. Romeo said it would be more efficient this way, give me a chance to look shit up if I wasn't driving, or to drag her ass in the back of the car and bring her to the castle if I needed to. I am not fucking going home tonight empty-handed. Nope. I left her hanging because I wanted to show her who was fucking boss.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. I wanted to leave her wanting and desperate, so I had some goddamn control of this situation, and that backfired. But that don't mean I can't get a handle on shit now. I circle the club and call in a favor with Devin in the crystal shop. You see anyone leave the club 10 minutes ago? That pretty blonde did, man. Did you see which way she went? I should have stayed at the fucking club. Took a left out of the shop, man. No idea after that. Thanks. I hang up the phone and head in the direction where he said she'd left. Chances are she's gone, but it makes sense to cover my bases just in case. I drum my fingers on the back of my phone case, thinking, why would she have a fake name on her cell? Why would she lie about who she was? Why did she come here tonight if she wasn't looking for me? Lots of reasons, and I'm not sure any of them are good ones. I'm told she was asking around for me, trying to dig up dirt. She wanted to meet me tonight, of that I can be sure. But if she... My mind comes to a screeching halt when I see a struggle down an alley. In downtown Boston, especially this part of Boston, it ain't out of the ordinary to see something like that. But this time, something catches my attention. Slow down, I order my driver. We come to a crawling stop when I see a flash of blonde hair out the window. I still don't move, still not sure she's the one I'm after. Let me out, I need to get closer. I put a reassuring hand on my weapon, adrenaline coursing through my veins. Something's off. I need to investigate. If it isn't her, and I get myself tangled up in the middle of a fight between some random people, I get out of the car and shut the door quietly. Draw my weapon. Walk slowly toward the alley where I saw them when I hear the unmistakable sound of her scream. I know it well. I'd made her scream until she was hoarse. Pure rage consumes me. I set my jaw and narrow my eyes, pick up my pace. If some asshole thinks he can touch my girl, I'll have to teach him a lesson. My girl? Where the fuck did that come from? Get off of me! It's her voice, distinct and clear. I told you no! There's the unmistakable sound of flesh hitting flesh.
She's fighting off whoever he is. I come around the corner just in time to see his palm flash out as he slaps her across the face. I cease thinking, cease feeling. Like a bull with a red flag waving in the wind, I charge on pure instinct and adrenaline. I lunge at him, forgetting I have a weapon, forgetting who I fucking am, and hit him with everything I've got. The son of a bitch is packing a weapon, because the next minute I feel the cold lead of a gun pressed to my neck. This is not your fight. It isn't even mine. I don't know who you are, but you get the fuck out of here. I was asking the pretty lady if she wanted a ride home. No more, no less. You fucking liar, she screams. She hauls off and whacks him. Before the full force of her blows hit him, he deflects her and hits back. Motherfucker's got a death wish. I launch myself fully at him, slam my palm into his belly, kick him in the nuts until he falls to his knees, punch him hard enough that he lands on his back, his hands trying fruitlessly to cover his face. I hit him again and again, my fist landing like an anvil with a solid, satisfying crunch of bone, until his eyes are swollen shut and his face is unrecognizable. "Mario!" she screams. Figures the first goddamn time she uses my name, it's in the middle of a fucking beatdown. "Stop! You'll kill him!" Like I fucking care. He hit her. He deserves to die. I hit him again, every smack of my fist like a goddamn hammer in his belly. I might as well be slamming my fist into a punching bag for all the fight he gives back. "Leave him," she says. "You can't. It isn't worth it." She grabs my arm and drags me off of him. She's right. If I add involuntary manslaughter to my list of crimes, Romeo will literally disown me. "Fucking douchebag," I say under my breath, giving him a parting kick to the ribs that hits its mark before we go. I grab her by the back of the neck. She freezes, her eyes wide. "You're fucking coming with me. No more playing around. No more skirting the edge." Something tells me I am not going to regret dragging her ass back to the castle, where I have a full list of ways I can interrogate her and no more room for escape. It's time. I open the back door to my car and half shove her in. "Get in. Buckle. Do not talk right now." She turns around and sputters at me. No? Who the hell do you think you are? I don't need rescuing. I don't need your help. I spin her around and slam my palm against her ass so hard she gasps, the air whooshing out of her in one fell swoop. "What are you—" I yank her into the car, slam the door, hit the locks. "Engage the safety locks," I order the driver. We have child safety locks installed in the back of every vehicle to prevent anyone escaping. I'm barely even thinking straight at this point, beyond the instinctive drive to get her safe, to get her out of here, and to get her home. I've fucked this up enough. Now it's time to take the goddamn lead. She scrambles out of my hold, and when I reach for her, she smacks my hand away. "Ah, no you don't, doll," I say, shaking my head as I grab her wrists. She's a feisty one, but it's laughably easy to restrain her when she's out of her element, and I've got enough adrenaline coursing through me I could lift a fucking semi. "No more fucking around, babe. You'll stay right here and answer some questions. Just fucked a guy up for you, so it's the least you could do." "I did not ask you to do that for me. I do not need your protection. I can take care of myself." "Oh, is that right?" I ask nonchalantly, even as my palm itches to spank some respect into that tight little ass of hers. She is stunningly beautiful on any given night, but her attractiveness rating goes up about 10 points when she's pissed. Noted. Let's start with the easy stuff. First, you've been giving me the runaround. You know my name, and I'm gonna guess, since you're a smart girl, you know who I am. Yeah? Her eyes are little slits of fury as she glares at me. Yeah, I know who you are, Mario Rossi. I don't care if she's pissed or we're in a fight. The way she says my name is like manna from goddamn heaven. I'll repeat that later when we're alone and she's damn well secured. "Good girl," I say, allowing the sarcasm to color my tone. "Do you know anything about the Rossi family?" She shrugs. A little. Lies. I twist my fingers in her hair enough to get her attention. Truth, doll, or I'll be forced to use heavier methods of coercion than a bare-ass spankin' and a little hair pullin'. You get me? I am not fucking playin'. She curses under her breath, her pulse racing against my fingers when I flex my hand on her neck. Yes, fine. Yeah, I know, you're a member of the Rossi family. Mobster. She rolls her eyes. Nothing special in Boston, big guy. You're a goddamn dime a dozen. I shrug. If she thinks I want her impressed with my status or family, she doesn't really know who the fuck I am. Not gonna argue that point, just making sure we know where we stand. That'll be a yes sir from you. She barks out a laugh, but before she's even finished, I've got her cheeks between my fingers pressing hard to get her attention. She stares straight at me, as if seeing me for the very first time. You'll come with me. We'll talk so we know exactly where we stand. Tell me, who was the asshole who attacked you? I release her cheeks so she can talk, but she only shakes her head. I sigh. She's gonna make this difficult on both of us then. All right, doll, we're gonna back this up. Let's start with your name. She swallows hard. Elaine. Lies. I shake my head. You fucked up, sweetheart. Would have been fine with a one-night stand. Would have been great just enjoying that sweet pussy of yours and going our separate ways. A glimmer of hurt flashes through her eyes before she can school it. But you stole from me, knowing full well who I am.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. So, going our separate ways anonymously is no longer an option. You get me? Thought you punished me for that. And so I did. But that wasn't enough? She tosses the words at me, putting venom in her tone, as if to hurt me or defend herself. I'm not sure which. Wasn't enough? Of course not. I know you looked into me. I now know you've got an ulterior motive. So yeah, you were punished, and you deserved that, but now we've got more to address. Her lips thin as she looks away and nods. Yeah, she sighs. Fine then, where are we going? The castle. We'll talk more freely there. Her eyes go wide. She knows what the castle is then. I can't go with you. I have a job, a career, work to do. I use that as an in. Of course, I understand. What's your job? She clenches her jaw and doesn't respond, looks away. Right then, off to the castle we go, I murmur. This will all be such a waste of time. If she only knew how easily I'll track down who she is when we get there. It's easy. Fingerprint, facial recognition software. I'll have it all in minutes. She doesn't respond for a while, and finally sighs. How long will we be? As long as it takes, so that'll be up to you. Wouldn't even have to go if you'd tell the truth now. I'm not telling you anything, she says, determined as ever. Hey, your hand. At first, I think she's just distracting me, or trying to change the subject, but when she gestures for me to give her my hand, I look down and flex it. Radiating pain shoots out, and I have to stifle a groan. Fuck, that hurts. Did you literally just realize your hand's fucked up? I shrug. I guess, yeah. My God, Mario, she sighs. She reaches for my hand and takes it gingerly in hers. My one hand easily dwarfs both of hers. I hate the sight of my blood on her fingers. It shouldn't be there. She sighs. It's probably broken. You may have to go to the hospital. I shake my head. It's fine. It's not broken. And we have a doctor at the castle. Her eyes widen slightly, and she blinks at me. Of course you do, she finally mutters to herself. Why does that not surprise me? What don't you have at the castle? I give her a knowing grin. A way out, doll. Chapter 10. Emma. All right, so this could be worse, right? It could definitely be worse. Damn it. I've dug a hole for myself so deep, I'm not sure there's an easy way out. On the other hand, this could be fortuitous. I'm getting a personal escort into the Rossi family home. One could argue that I've jumped straight from the frying pan into the fire. Or, well, one could argue that I've just gotten the best possible access into the heart of the Rossi family as humanly possible. Could I even get more undercover than this?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's only considered undercover if they don't know my identity. And my gut tells me that it won't be long until they know exactly who I am. And whether or not I survive is entirely up to me. Great, great, or seriously great. I hold his heavy, lacerated, seriously fucked up hand in both of mine, and my belly clenches as my mind spins. It looks so painful. He shrugs. Seen worse. Done worse. Who was it? I ignore his question. You should keep that as still as you can until you can get an X-ray and ice it. If it's broken, you could make things worse if you move it around. Who was it? I blow out a breath and lie. Again. No idea. I put his hand in my lap and ignore the way I like the heft of it, the feel of his warmth, the intimacy. You're lying. I'm not. My stomach clenches at the lie, and my heartbeat quickens. If he'd killed him? You're lying to me, and I think we've established that won't end well for you. The carefree, jovial Mario of the night before is gone, and in his place is a much sterner, much angrier guy who is very clearly a mobster. His tone brooks no argument, and the square set of his jaw tells me he means business. Telling him my boss was the asshole who hit on me and wouldn't take no for an answer would be the quickest way of outing my identity I could think of. So, no, that isn't the way to play this. Another lie is also not a smart idea. If I'm going to have an in with the Rossis, I need to thread pieces of truth to them, enough to keep them guessing. This isn't a game I'm good at. I don't play games like this. I don't lie. One of the reasons I do my job so well is because I'm so determined to get to the bottom of things. I ferret out truth like a wolfhound. Lying is very rarely part of the equation, though the occasional stretching of truth comes into play. Yes, ma'am, there's still hope that your son's alive. Of course, that doesn't incriminate him. There are many ways this could go down, and not all end with your daughter in jail. I don't know, I say, slowly, so that he knows I'm thinking over telling him the truth. But I can tell you he was a police officer. I've met him before. Mario curses, but only shakes his head, as if he stubbed his toe, not nearly beat a police officer half to death. You know his name? I shake my head. No. What business did he have with you? I shrug. It had all come as a surprise to me. I'd come out of the club, and there Grady was, obviously high and not in his right mind. He'd seen the way I was dressed and started asking questions. Asshole must have been tracking me. I'm not comfortable with this, I told him when he got so close I could smell the whiskey on his breath. Drinking was one thing, drugs was another. The combination in a man like him was deadly. You're too close to me, and I'm off the clock. He'd reached for me. I could get you a promotion so easily, I'd barely have to lift a finger, he'd said, his words slurred and barely comprehensible. I don't want a dirty promotion. I don't want anything but my own hard work to get me where I'm going. He'd shaken his head and snarled at me. Tell me why you were here tonight. I know there's an illegal club nearby, and I further know you were leaving there, not the damn crystal shop. I'd stonewalled him, told him to go home. But it wasn't until I'd called him out for being drunk and acting inappropriately that he'd really crossed a line. Enter Mario, guns blazing, in all his male chauvinistic glory, trying to redeem himself or endear himself to me, or whatever the fuck it was he was trying to do by swooping in to save my ass. And my ass did not need saving. I'd had it all under control. A classic case of overstepping and sexual harassment that would have gotten Grady's ass fired and mine promoted. But no, Mario came in to save the day and ended up doing a royally good job at fucking everything up. Will Grady think I had anything to do with his getting beaten up when he comes to? Damn. You have a burner phone, I mutter. Mario's eyes narrow. Why? I want to call an ambulance for him. If he dies, you're fucked. I'm fucked. We're all fucked. Mario grumbles under his breath, likely thinking things over. Fine, he finally says, but no funny business. Believe me, I will know. I watch as he opens a compartment hidden well below the window and slides out a slim black phone that looks like it's never been used before. I quickly block the caller ID and dial 911. 911, what's your emergency? I speak quickly and succinctly. There's a man at the alley on Bright Street who's been badly beaten. He's in need of prompt care. Yes, ma'am, thank you. What does he look like? I give her the basic description. He's under an awning, passed out but still breathing. And your name? She says tightly. That's my cue to hang up. No one's going to question me. No one's going to suspect a damn thing if I can help it. How far are we from the castle? I ask quietly. He scowls, staring out at the black sky beyond our window. Far enough, he mutters. Then, on second thought, he says, about 30 minutes to go. Why are we going there specifically? Oh, I don't know, he shrugs. Thought we could take a romantic walk on the beach, maybe go fishing, get a bite to eat. His jaw twitches. I purse my lips and look out the window. I should not be surprised he's not telling me anything either.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. We stay like this in stoic silence for long minutes, until his uninjured hand comes to rest on my knee. Listen, he says softly. Will you listen? I nod, looking at him curiously. Yes? You need to understand that my brothers run the biggest crime ring in all of Boston, possibly New England. They aren't going to take it easy on you. Will you? When he doesn't answer at first, I start to feel the tiniest bit hopeful. Maybe he will? I won't let them hurt you, he finally says. You're mine. I look out the window, unsure of how to process any of this. It's unusual, disconcerting, and yet attractive. He begins to stroke my leg softly, almost thoughtfully. His thumb brushes over my knee, and I shiver involuntarily. You shouldn't have gotten together with me, he says softly, almost to himself, as he looks out the window. You should not have come anywhere near me. Maybe I could say the same thing about you, he shakes his head. Don't you see, doll? There he is, the charismatic flirt who picked me up. Even though I will myself to stay stoic, stay detached, my heart beats a little faster again. See what? I whisper. There's no turning back now. I almost killed a man for you tonight. My brothers and I are not in the habit of letting ourselves become vulnerable for anyone, most especially girls who don't know how to take care of themselves. I'm so angry I can't respond at first. What do you want from me? I ask. Still, even as I'm playing the role, I'm mentally tallying everything that's of note so far. He wears no rings, no jewelry, but the rose tattoo sticks out from under his suit jacket. He gives me that dazzling smile that makes me forget to draw in breath. Sweet, sweet girl, he murmurs. It's only a matter of time before I know everything. Who you are, what you're trying to do. He shrugs. How to stop you. Don't you realize how powerful my family is? I nod. I do, yeah. And don't you know that having me as an advocate for you when we face the rest of my family is in your best interest? He's not wrong. Yes, I whisper. So, let's start at the beginning. I give him a quizzical look. And where would that be? He dazzles me with his smile. Tell me your name. I've got nothing to lose. I can only gain his trust at this point. If I gain his trust, but still find out what I can about his family. Emma. Emma. Oh, wow, do I love the sound of my name on his lips. Yeah, Emma, I whisper. He smiles. It's a beautiful name for a beautiful woman. Oh boy, he's turning on the charm again. I doubt it's a conscious decision for him. He does it without even thinking. Thank you. And what do you do for work, Emma? He'll find that out soon enough, but the longer I stall disclosing that, the better. I quickly try to think of an answer that is close enough to the truth. I work for the state. Surprisingly, he lets it go. For now. And what do you do for work? I ask. Ironically, he hasn't lied to me yet. Not that I'm aware of, anyway. I work for my family. I buy, repair, spiff up, and sell cars. He smiles. Expensive ones. Do you? Do you have a shop, or is it just like in your garage? Yes. That makes me laugh out loud. Which is it?
Another one of his panty-melting smiles. Both. I've been working under the hood of a car with my friend Santo since before either of us could drive. I always have a car in the garage I'm playing with. But about a year and a half ago, I bought a car shop north of here in Rockport. You know Rockport. I do. It's that adorable seaside town with the incredible seafood. He nods. And the best handmade candy shops in New England. My niece Natalia loves the rock candy. I like to spoil her. My heart thumps a little when he mentions his niece. He's an uncle. It's adorable. Why does it not surprise me that Uncle Mario knows where to buy pretty pink candy for his niece and loves to spoil her? Do you have any other nieces or nephews? I do. Let's see. He closes his eyes and counts on his fingers. Wow, he must have a big family. My oldest sister, Rosa, has a little girl, Natalia, the oldest of the grandchildren. Orlando and Angelina have two, a baby and a toddler. Elise and Tavi have a baby, and Vittoria, my brother Romeo's wife, very recently gave birth to a baby as well. Ah, your family likes the Bombinos then. He sobers at that. We love children, yes. The Rossi family tradition holds that children are a king's crown jewels, that life is incomplete without them. And we hold that one of our own cannot ascend in rank unless he's married. And he further gains power by having children. I blink. Wait, so his family believes that he can't come into a position of power, which, I know as a fact from my research into mob life over the past few years, is critical, unless he marries? And not only marries, but has children? What happens to a man who doesn't marry? I ask, hoping he doesn't hear the tremor in my voice. But he only smiles and shakes his head. No, doll, I've answered 10 questions to your one, and that isn't fair. A big of an exaggeration, but fine. Okay, what do you want to know about me? His eyes twinkle, the charmer at play. I half expect him to pull a snake out of his pocket. Your favorite color. I feel my cheeks flush. I'm not sure why. I swallow. Red. Red, he says thoughtfully. Why am I not surprised? My mother said it was a whore's color. He nods slowly. Your mother either had a thing against whores or the color red. Probably both. He nods. One thing about Mario, he's hard to surprise. That's a good thing. I decide to try for another question. See if he'll answer. And you race? He shrugs. I do. I look out the window. Your family owns restaurants and bakeries in the North End. Do you? He shakes his head. No, but I happily taste test damn near everything they make. I smile at that. I bet you do. You'll love my Nana's cooking. I give him a curious look. You act as if I'm visiting you for fun, and you're not dragging me up to your family's home to interrogate me. He shrugs, gives me another smile, and wow, how have I missed that adorable dimple in his cheek? So far, doll, you've enjoyed my methods of interrogation, haven't you? I can consider allowing that to continue. My heart beats rapidly at that. Sometimes I wonder, Mario, do you have a serious bone in your body, or is all of life play to you? I don't fault him for this. I have to admit, I kinda love that about him. Love. A dangerous, fatal word. I believe you saw a serious side to me tonight, didn't you? I nod. He looks out the window, and his voice drops an octave. My father never believed I'd amount to anything, Emma. He thought I was an impulsive loser who didn't like to get his hands dirty. He shakes his head. Just because I didn't like his methods of torture and pain didn't make me weak. Doesn't, he corrects. He sobers, his blue eyes no longer dancing. I did what he asked me to do. I learned from the best. But I've also learned there are many, many different ways to achieve the same ends, and the ends don't always justify the means. His voice is low, almost meditative at this point. I rest my hand on his knee. You speak in riddles, sir, I whisper, but he doesn't, not really. In a way, he's telling me he isn't like the rest, but is it really the truth? He nods, before he leans in closer. They've thought me worthless at times, Emma. They didn't think I'd pull my weight as a Rossi man, that I wanted nothing more than fast cars, money, and pussy. I stifle a wince at that. Which is why you can't get away from me, doll. He threads his fingers through my hair and pulls, the tightening along my scalp like the scrape of nails on skin. Barely painful, but a warning of how quickly things could intensify. Can't get away? I ask, because I don't know what to say to him, and I further don't know how to respond. I want him to explain himself to me. What do you mean? You're mine, Emma. You hold your secrets close to the vest, doll. He leans in closer, his voice at my ear washing over me so it tingles over my throat. The warmth of his breath feels like a threat, but we can't keep it that way.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. You'll have to tell me everything. Everything? Everything. And if I don't want to? You made your choice when you got into my car, sweetheart. And that choice is no longer yours. Before I can respond, the car begins to slow. I'm slipping. I never even saw us leave the highway and take the off-ramp, but we're already pulling into the driveway of his family home. The large, circular driveway seems simple and unobtrusive, but as the clouds part and moonlight streams onto the structure before us, I see it. The castle, the most infamous family home in all of New England. Rumor has it that full skeletons are buried within the walls of the castle, and that the grandfather that owned their home before they inherited it was known for keeping his victims buried in the basement. I wonder if that's just made up, though. It doesn't look creepy or macabre. It looks elegant, refined, inviting, just like Mario. We cruise to a stop, and Mario's hand comes to my knee. Stay right there until I come for you. From here on out, your life is in danger, Emma. Grave, grave danger. I will have to talk my brothers into allowing you to continue to live after what you've done. Do you understand me? No. No, I don't understand at all. I feel as if I'm in an upside-down world where everything I've ever known has ceased to have meaning, even as my own mind warns me that he could be playing me with the classic good cop, bad cop routine. Still, I should take him at his word, and I realize, for the first time, I want to. I want to trust him, to trust someone. I want that deep, abiding connection I've only ever fantasized about, even if that means ignoring every part of me that resists getting close to someone. I understand, I whisper, and hope this time I mean it. Chapter 11. Mario, I'll have to play this very, very carefully. If I don't handle it right, my brothers could steamroll the fuck out of this. And I might need to prove myself to them, but not at the cost of hurting Emma. Emma, why does it feel so much more personal when you know someone's name? The way she holds my injured hand in her lap and looks at me as if it's physically painful for her to see me in pain? The way she bites her lip when I tell her where I'm taking her? She knows who I am and where we're going, but hasn't made a move yet to change a damn thing. To tell me the truth? Well, no more soon enough. I wish I didn't feel this overwhelming urge to protect her. God damn it, why am I so fucking in love with the female of the species? Why? It would be so much easier if I could just be detached, aloof, if I didn't fucking care. But then again, if I didn't care, she wouldn't be here right now. Life would be meaningless and purposeless if I just didn't give a shit. I know that I should probably be angry with her. I know that I should be stricter, that I should be prepared to take her prisoner, that my loyalty should be to my family above all. And if I'm honest, the reason why I haven't earned the respect of my brothers is because I do have a tendency to be soft, and I know it. But this time, I know she's crossed the line. And something in me, deep down in my gut, tells me this woman is in danger. And I'm not the greatest of her worries. When we drive up to the castle, I watch her reaction. She says that she knows who we are. But does she really? Does anyone really? Oh my God, she whispers. This place is opulent, ostentatious, over the top, a bit much? I tip my head to the side. She gives me a half smile, but shakes her head.
Not exactly what I was going for, no. It's more imposing. It's definitely imposing, I'll give you that. You live here? I shrug. We all technically live here. We all have rooms in the castle, and always have, but we all have private residences in other areas as well. I have a place closer to the car shop in Rockport. Romeo has a few condos in downtown Boston, and Orlando does too. Tavi prefers to go to Tuscany. In fact, until recently, most of his time has been spent in Tuscany instead of here. Santo and Rosa also have a place in Tuscany. We have a family home there as well. You didn't know that? She shakes her head, but doesn't comment. I'd have guessed our residences would be something that would come up in a search for my family. Maybe she was looking for something else. When we come to a stop, the front door flies open, and Natalia comes running out to greet us. She's dressed, as usual, in a hot pink dress with billows of glittery fabric, her hair done in braids. When she grins at me, she's missing a front tooth. "Uncle Mario," she shouts, "save me from the dragon!" I hear a growl and the sound of heavy feet falling. Natalia screeches, clearly reveling in the chase. Santo, on all fours, his full beard practically touching the floor, comes growling out the door, chasing after her. "You wouldn't be chased by the dragon if you'd gone to bed when your mother told you to," he chides in a very dragon-like voice. When he sees us, he gives me a lopsided grin and gets to his feet, grabs Natalia by a glittery cape, and yanks her inside. "Off to bed now before you turn into a pumpkin." I cringe. Is mixing fairy tales a thing like mixing metaphors? Because if it is, dude, you are so there. Santo's smile freezes when he sees me open the door to the car and let Emma out. "You brought us a guest, brother," he says. Emma shivers, as if half expecting Santo to bare pointed teeth. I did, and we need to talk as soon as possible. I hear a woman's voice from just inside the door, likely either Rosa or Mama's, as Santo hands Natalia off. It is way past her bedtime, but as the eldest grandchild, she often gets away with murder. "Call everyone?" Santo asks me curiously. I nod. "Please." I take Emma by the elbow, firm enough that she knows to stay by my side. When we enter the castle, I hear voices in the reception room, rising and falling, laughing and teasing. I look curiously at Santo. "It was Rosa's birthday tonight," he says. "It's why Natalia was up so late." "Ah, I'm sorry I missed it." He smiles at me. "You know how she is. Thought she was gonna beat my head in just for bringing out a cake with candles." Rosa hates any attention being paid to her. A part of me wishes this was a regular visit, because I want to take Emma in to introduce her to the others, to even show her off. She'd love my youngest sister Marielena, or Nana, who's always plying us with food and Italian idioms. And she'd probably like the women of the family, too. Romeo's Victoria, Orlando's Angelina, Tavi's Elise. They're a tight-knit group. Marielena says it's necessary to survive the likes of us. I think she's dramatic. But tonight isn't the time for socializing. Tonight, we have business we need to handle. And soon. "You come with me, doll," I say, not releasing my grip on her arm. "Aw," she says with a mock smile. "No tour of the castle?" Santo watches us both soberly. He doesn't miss a thing, only narrows his eyes at her. "You bringing her to the war room? Or—" His voice trails off as he discreetly asks me if I'm bringing her to be interrogated or imprisoned. Wine cellar. I don't want to risk fucking anything coming between me, Emma, and our need for truth. Romeo will need to have first-hand knowledge of our exchange as well. Shadows darken the door between the dining room and the hallway that leads to the back of the castle. My brothers. They haven't seen us yet, but will soon enough. They're intimidating as hell, though large and muscular and dangerous. When they move as one, I imagine it gets a little menacing. Emma looks at me and moves closer. Does she trust me? I could use that to my advantage. The castle really is, as Emma said, imposing. The main entrance, decked in marble and chandeliers, feels as if we've stepped back in time. To the right, there's a circular stairway that leads to the several floors where the private bedrooms lie. We'll go there later. To the left of the main entryway, there's a reception room and lobby, and beyond the reception room, a coat room where we used to hide when we were kids.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. It still functions as a place to store coats during large parties or gatherings. Beyond the coat room is the Great Hall, the place where the majority of our meetings and important events take place. It's majestic and well-furnished, modernized with my mother's eye for interior decorating and style, while still nodding to an earlier, simpler time. Beyond the Great Hall, its entrance at our back, there's a sunroom, a small, quaint room with a huge skylight and large arched windows that let in light during the day. Rocking chairs with hand-sewn quilts make the room look cozy and welcoming. The girls like to gather here more than the men do, like the war room or wine room. There's an air of going back in time at the castle, and a part of me thinks it's intentional. It's easier to hold ourselves and others to old-fashioned standards and principles in a place like this. There are two ways to exit beyond the sunroom. Straight ahead of us is the entrance to the courtyard, enclosing a large, fenced-in pool the girls especially like to use, and there's an exit from the courtyard that brings us to the dining room. Or we can skip the courtyard altogether and go straight to the dining room. Behind the sunroom sits a large pantry that flanks the formal dining room, which we don't use as often as the Great Hall. The formality of the dining room can be off-putting unless we're having a large event or party, but even then, if the weather's nice, we prefer the outside pavilion. One wall of the dining room boasts nothing but wine, a full wall of glass with nothing but bottles of wine in reds and whites and pinks, adorned with golden labels, all from my family's vineyard in Tuscany. The chandelier itself is made of wine glasses. A doorway from the dining room opens to a circular room. The library hosts wall upon wall of leather-bound books, plush armchairs, and a fireplace. "This place is huge," Emma marvels. "Seriously enormous. You could imagine how we felt living here as kids. You must have felt like you were kings and queens of this place." I don't tell her that we really were, though. "Here," I say, bringing her to the furthest recesses of the castle. "We don't come here as often, but when we have private business to conduct, it's the best way. Here, there's a staff room and kitchen, but more importantly, the war room, which Romeo uses as his office, and an entrance to the secret wine cellar. This room isn't so secret anymore, but it used to be," I tell her. I trace the edge of the heavy woodwork with my fingertip to draw out the hidden doorway. It appears when I hit the final corner of the door. "Whoa," Emma breathes. "I bet this place has all sorts of secrets, doesn't it?" "Oh, yes," I say with a nod. "Most definitely. No one knew there was a secret wine cellar when the Montavio family owned this house, but we discovered it when my parents bought it." "Interesting. Why a secret wine cellar? I mean, the dining room looks as if your family definitely enjoys their wine." "Secret passages were built into castles for the wealthy. Royalty, aristocrats, and the rich had tunnels and rooms for escape or stealth operations. I've been told my great-great-grandfather had this room built because he continued to import wine during Prohibition." "Ah, sneaky." I turn a key, and a wooden panel gives way to another doorway, then the secret entrance to the wine cellar. I flip the switch for the lights just inside the door, and they flicker on. Whoa, she should be scared down here. There are no means of escape that she'd be aware of. There was a secret tunnel that led here from the chapel, but the chapel is no longer functional, and Romeo had the access blocked. Still, I don't know if she's scared, though, or more enchanted than anything. She keeps reaching out and touching things, gingerly stroking the wall sconces or cold stone wall, catching her breath at every turn. I call Romeo. "You downstairs?" he asks. "Yeah, and I brought a guest." "Very good. Well done, Mario." I give myself half a minute to bask in his praise. It's sparing, and I can't remember the last time he said anything like it directed at me. He doesn't trust her. He wanted her here. One by one, my brothers enter the secret wine room. Romeo's followed by Orlando, the largest and most intimidating of the bunch. Emma visibly recoils at his presence.
Tavi comes next, looking tired and weary, having traveled recently from Tuscany. But even tired and travel-worn, he looks serious and intimidating. Santo follows Tavi, then Dario, one of our newest recruits, and one of the few not related by blood. He served time with Orlando, and they forged a friendship. Dario's been an incredible asset to us. The inner sanctum of our brotherhood gathers in the small interior. The reason I brought her here is twofold. I don't want anyone overhearing our conversation, and I don't want her observing anything she shouldn't. It might also be helpful for her to be in a place where she feels a bit of the weight we carry here. She knows how isolated she is, and that no one will hear her if she screams. Could be helpful. We sit on padded stools. Emma watches us silently, observing everything she can. She's keen on the art of observation, that much I know. I can tell just by the way her gaze roves over everything, and has since the moment we met. And though she looks a little scared, there's something else in her eyes she can't hide. She's excited, thrilled even. A part of me wonders if she hoped I'd bring her here. "Hey," Orlando says, smiling at her, "you must be Emma." She looks surprised that he knows her name, but I'm not. They've been digging since I told them about her. Romeo's eyes narrow on her as he folds his hands on his knee, and I'm reminded that he's our father's son. "Emma," he nods, "you stole from my brother." She blanches. "Tonight I punished her for stealing from me," I say. "And when we left the club, she was attacked. I defended her, but it became abundantly clear to me that we need answers." "We absolutely do," Romeo solemnly. "You know who we are, don't you, Emma?" For the first time, I feel a protective surge at the way he and my brothers look at her. I put an arm around her shoulders and draw her to me. She does. "You're prepared to tell us everything, doll?" Her eyes widen even further. "I'll tell you as much as I can." Romeo's nostrils flare, indicating that isn't good enough for him. But when I give him a quick shake of my head, silently asking him to trust me, he concedes. He gives a casual nod to Santo, who sits with a small laptop propped on his knees. I know then. It doesn't matter what she tells us. They already know. They'll only be testing to see how much she's willing to freely admit. I pull out my phone. "Screen share, Santo." With a click of a button, my phone mimics his screen. He's run facial recognition software, and it's all right there on the screen. An ID with her full name. Emma King, CID. Motherfucker. CID. She's an undercover agent. My blood heats at this. What did she hope to accomplish by being with me? Did she use me? Did she set me up from the very beginning? Was she hoping I'd pick her up? My arm slackens on her shoulders. "CID, I mutter. "You undercover?" She swallows. "The gig is up. Sometimes," she whispers. Santo's fingers fly over the keys. I watch string after string of intel pop up, revealing who she is, where she lives, what she drives, the year she graduated high school. She draws in a breath and sits up straighter. When I met Mario, I had no idea who he was. I wanted a one-night stand, and we had that. It was everything I hoped it would be. Her voice shakes. My brothers stare at her, unmoved. I took the wallet because I was curious, and wanted to know why someone so powerful had the attention of everyone at the hotel. My instincts were primed, you could say. I needed to know more. It's who I am. I didn't mean anything by it. Her voice drops. I never meant you any harm. She stops talking. I squeeze her knee. You're at the mercy of the Rossi mob, doll.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. You stole from us and you tried to spy on us. Do you know what kind of punishment a crime like that calls for? Her eyes widen as she shakes her head. You belong to us. We could kill you, and without recourse. You've crossed a line we don't care to dwell on. We want you to understand the severity of what you've done. I'm working my phone, tapping away and investigating further. Now that I know her identity, I want to find out more information about her.
I've got her apartment pulled up when I feel my blood pulse harder. It looks ransacked. Someone came looking for her. I know immediately, without her even telling me, that she's careful about her possessions. "Emma," I ask, changing the subject, "would you consider yourself a tidy person?" All eyes in the room come to me, curious. Well, that would be an understatement," she admits. "I'm fastidious, a perfectionist. I mop my floors daily and follow a cleaning regimen. I hate clutter and enjoy the peace of a minimalist apartment." "Sounds like a party in a bottle right there," Santo mutters, but Orlando elbows him and he grunts but shuts his mouth. "So, it would be out of the ordinary for your place to be trashed, wouldn't it?" She stares at me as if she's never seen me before. Her brows draw together and her lips part. Finally, she clears her throat and nods her head. "Yes," she whispers. "Why?" I pull up the picture on my phone. "Because this is the current view of your apartment. We've got drones in the area capable of zooming in within a 2-yard radius of any private dwelling in Boston." That's against the law," she sputters. "Oh, honey," I say with a dry chuckle. "Let's not start talking about the legality of anything we do. Let's just assume that we don't fucking care. Now, back to your apartment." Her eyes fill with tears as she looks at the footage on my screen. "We've got a lot of talking to do, Detective Emma King." Chapter 12. Emma. Sometimes your life turns on a dime. A fraction of a second when someone blows a red light, hits your car, and paralyzes you. The stroke of luck that wins the lottery, or a stroke of chance that diagnoses cancer. Eyes cast down in a car on a cell phone, and a fatal car accident as a result. The entire existence of our lives could change at literally any moment. Mine changed in just one night. The night I said yes to sleeping with Mario Rossi. If only I'd stayed away from him. If only I'd left that morning and never looked back. If only I hadn't walked straight into trouble. His voice brooks no argument. "Tell me now, before I interrogate you in front of everyone. Who hit on you outside that club?" I didn't want to tell him before, because betraying the secret would mean telling him who I worked with. One phone call, one stroke of a keyboard, and my boss's name would be right there in the open next to mine. But now that he knows who I am, what do I have to lose? It was my boss, Lance Grady. I shake my head. Mario makes eye contact with Romeo. It's a knowing look, and I wonder what exactly it is he thinks. I go on, explaining the situation, because I'm starting to realize I'm up shit's creek without a paddle, and I may have to rely on these guys to bail my ass out. What will happen when Grady figures this all out? He asked me for lunch earlier. He knew I was at the club, not sure how, but I can surmise. And I guess he made assumptions that if I were the kind of girl who'd go into a sex club. My voice trails off. I can still see the sex-crazed venom in his eyes, still hear his oily proposal. I can still feel his snake-like fingers around my wrist. He'd clearly had something to drink and wasn't thinking straight. "Motherfucker," Mario mutters, shaking his head. Romeo looks at Mario as one might look at a teen out past curfew. "Fucked him up, didn't you?" "Of course I fucked him up. He was assaulting her." "And didn't matter who he was," Orlando says on a sigh. "Son of a bitch assaulted a woman, deserved a good old-fashioned Rossi family beatdown." I can't tell if he's being sarcastic or making excuses for Mario. "You'd have done the same," Mario mutters. Tavi nods. "Fucking have done the same, but then I had to mop up the goddamn mess I made, didn't I?" The others groan. Santo, the guy with the beard, who looked momentarily human when he was chasing their adorable niece, grins. It's the sort of grin that makes a chill run down my spine. "So, you fucked him up. We find out now he's a cop. Did he see who you were?" Mario shrugs. "Don't know." He looks to me next. "Did he know you had anything to do with Mario?" I shake my head. "Definitely not."
All right then, that's promising. Silence comes over the small crowd. They're likely thinking things over. I am too. Lance Grady, Romeo mutters to himself. Lance Grady? It sounds familiar. Mario's typing on his phone, his brow furrowed in concentration. Santo's tapping away on his keyboard. One of the brothers, the big, bearded one, nods his head slowly. Let me consult with Dario. I have a feeling he'll know something that's pertinent here. So, let's put this together, Romeo says. Your boss tried to make a move on you. I feel Mario tense beside me. First time? I shake my head. No, he's done it before, but he got bolder today. I purse my lips. Asshole, I mutter under my breath. And he don't know you were with me last night? Mario asks. I shake my head. No. Why? Romeo shrugs. He could use that against you to leverage what he wants. Of course he could. I should have thought of that myself. But my mind's on my apartment, my beautiful, immaculately clean apartment. You think he had something to do with my apartment getting trashed? I do, Mario says. He wanted to send a message. It's on the tip of my tongue to say, you'd know all about that, when I bite my lip. Don't need to go there. Can you shoot a gun, Emma? Romeo tips his head to the side. Of course I can. He whips a pistol at me, and I catch it mid-air. I blink in surprise. Show me. I look it over, disengage the safety, check for ammo. Target. Knotted rope, 10 o'clock, Romeo mutters. I look to the target, aim, and pull the trigger. My shot's on the mark. The rope frays and splinters, then falls to the floor with a soft thud. I try not to think about what that rope was used for. Slowly, Romeo nods and looks at Mario. You thinkin' what I'm thinkin'? Mario nods. My heart kicks up. I have no idea about anyone's thinkin', but I doubt it's good for me. Still, I wonder if I can use this to my advantage. Mario takes the gun back from me and walks over to Romeo. They speak in hushed whispers before he stands, straightens, and his eyes narrow on me. You betrayed us and stole from us. You know who my family is, and you've infiltrated our ranks. We should, by all our typical regulations, question, then kill you. You know that. My throat feels tight. Of course I know. It's why the mob is at the epicenter of my focus, the ones I want to bring down. They killed my father for less. I know, yeah, I mutter. She don't seem too serious about this, bro, Santo says, his eyes narrowed on me with his arms crossed over his chest. It's because she hasn't fully accepted the danger she's in, Romeo retorts. Hello, I'm right here, I remind them. Mario's hand comes to my bicep, and he gives me a firm squeeze. I close my mouth. You were attacked by someone who wants to hurt or kill you, Emma, and it wasn't us, Romeo says. Mario attacked a man who assaulted you, so the chances are the hit on you was a retaliation, or a warning. My pulse grows cold. I shiver. From whom? We don't know, and that's what we'll have to find out. They didn't find you tonight, so they trashed your place, hoping to send a message. Where's your car? I tell them where I parked near the club. That'll be next. You have any loved ones? I shake my head wordlessly. No children, no siblings, no living parents. Good, Romeo mutters. It's the first time anyone's ever said that was a good thing. Mario doesn't make eye contact with me. He seems brooding.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. His lips are pressed together, his eyes dark and distracted as he stares at the wall above me and doesn't talk to me. And right then, I regret this, and I want to go home. We've almost come to a decision, but I'd like to talk to my brothers first, Romeo says. Wait, they've come to a decision regarding me without consulting me? This is so many kinds of fucked up, I'm not sure how to react. But when Mario comes to me and escorts me to the furthest end of the wine cellar, I remind myself of who they are. I remind myself of the stories I've read about men like them. I'm lucky I'm still alive.
I've walked on the wild side with the most notorious crime ring in New England and lived to tell about it. I should maybe not look a gift horse in the mouth and all that. It doesn't take them long. These seem like a rather decisive group of men. Mario walks back over to me and gives me a grim smile. Romeo nods and clears his throat, while they all assemble around me. "You'll stay here," Romeo says. "We'll allow you to live, under one condition." Allow you to live? My heart thumps so hard I can hardly think straight. It's hard to swallow. Mario's hand comes around the back of my neck with a squeeze I'm not sure is warning or reassurance. I stand, frozen, as if waiting to hear my sentence. Under normal conditions, your life would be ours. We've covered that. But under these conditions, things are different, aren't they? Romeo strokes his chin. You could be an asset to us, Emma. They are letting me live because they want to use me? I don't respond, but continue to watch him. Mario's grip on my neck tightens. I feel it as a warning this time. You can use a gun, Romeo says. I'm guessing, given your background, you're skilled in other areas as well. You're obviously nimble and quick on your feet. And we have no women in our ranks. It would definitely prove useful. Heat rises in my chest, and I keep my temper in check with some difficulty. I feel as if they're talking about me, a human, as if I'm a commodity to be used. Mario chuckles, and his brothers look to him. "What's funny, brother?" Orlando asks quietly. "I can feel how pissed she's getting at the way you're talking about her," Mario says, clearly amused. "She doesn't like that you're talking about her like property. She doesn't like that you're talking about her as if she isn't here," I say through gritted teeth, seething. Mario clucks his tongue, presses his fingers at my neck again, and draws me a little closer to him so I'm standing in his shadow. "Hush, doll," he says in a warning tone. "Watch it." Romeo continues as if nothing's happened. "So what's your answer, Emma? Was there a question? I think I missed it. We're allowing you to live under the condition that you work with us." I turn this over in my mind. Work with the Rossi family, get access to all of their inside information, earn their trust, and come out alive in the end? Sounds like a decent deal to me. Something tells me it might not be as easy as I think it will be, but I ignore that warning. The choice is clear, and I'm not heading back to the office anytime soon. Not with Grady's complete unpredictability to deal with, and the Rossis don't look like they're letting me go anytime soon. "Fine," I blurt out. "Yes, I accept." "Perfect," Romeo says with a nod. "We'll take care of the majority of the details. Your weapons, your car, whatever you need to continue your disguise." I nod numbly. My throat's tight. I feel as if I'm about to embark on a journey, something monumental. And even though it isn't anything I planned, I can't help the flicker of excitement that tells me this is huge. "Mario," Romeo addresses him. We both turn to look at him. "Remember our purpose. Your job is to keep her prisoner, to keep her under lock and key. Can you do that, brother?" Prisoner. I freeze, staring at him. I knew they weren't letting me go, but hearing it in such bold, broad terms like that makes me put on the brakes. Am I working for you or being kept as your prisoner? "Yes," Romeo says. Mario grips my upper arm. "Of course I can," Mario says, answering Romeo. "Happily." He turns to me. "You said you wanted a full tour, Emma. Let's go upstairs." I'll admit, I'm not disappointed. I wanted to see this mansion in its entirety, and I can't help but enjoy the way he rests his hand on the small of my back, holds my hand to help me pass the threshold of the secret room to the main floor. The way he holds me by his side with an air of pride when we walk back toward the entryway and the circular staircase. "I'll bet you have lots of questions," he says in a low voice. Staff parts to let us go, and his brothers stayed behind in the wine room when we left. Let's get to some privacy. So many questions, I don't know where to begin. What does being his prisoner mean? What kind of work will I be asked to do? What will they expect of me? How do I get out of here? Candlelight flickers in wall sconces like the days of old, but upon closer inspection, they're electric. Makes sense.
Still, they look elegant and beautiful. Thick carpet muffles our footsteps on the landing, and the fragrance of blooming lilacs meets us, a vase as tall as Mario on an end table. The elegant overhead lighting casts everything in a soft, golden light. It's beautiful here. Stunning. I want to run my fingers along the gilded edges of the staircase and look at every painting and portrait that hang on the walls in majestic golden frames. It feels as if we've stepped back in time. He takes us down a long hall to a second doorway that leads to another staircase. "We've got the suite for our purposes," he murmurs. "It's the most private room, or rooms, I should say, here." Our purposes? My pulse quickens at the insinuations. Or is that just my mind in the gutter? He's found out who I am, who I work for. What else is there to ask? We walk further down the hall. I count 6 doorways before we finally stop. How many rooms does this place have? It isn't until he opens the door that I feel how tired I am. This day has lasted eons, and I can barely think beyond the fatigue in my body. My eyes feel heavy and scratchy, my mouth dry. But my stomach rumbles with hunger since it's been hours since I've eaten. I don't remember if I ate anything I ordered at the club. When he shuts the door behind him, we're momentarily engulfed in darkness until he flicks a switch and low overhead lighting illuminates the entrance. "Go ahead, Detective King," Mario says. He shrugs out of his jacket and tosses it on the back of a chair. "Look around and tell me what you see. I want to see that power of observation in real time." I slide out of my shoes and place them by the main door to the hallway, lined up as always. The thick, luxurious carpet feels good on my tired feet. I straighten, pull my shoulders back, and look around. This place isn't used that often, I start off. I can tell by the pristine state of the kitchen, and hanging up by the small apartment-sized stove, there's a dish towel with a tag still attached, if ever. It's immaculately clean and tidy, but furnished well. I step over to the kitchen and open the fridge. An unopened case of water, several bottles of wine, some prepared salads and fruit, sandwiches on platters. Someone knew we were coming. He nods, still watching me. I walk through the kitchen and note the plastic dinnerware and absence of anything sharp. But this is a place where you put someone on lockdown. No knives, nothing that could double as a weapon. Very good. I walk back into the main area. Video cameras installed to cover the majority of the apartment, though it looks like I step fully into the master bedroom and finish my observation. The bedroom's off limits. Good. He smiles, but doesn't respond. I walk into the bathroom. It's bright and cheerful, but the array of windows are not an escape option. Each window's no bigger than a paperback book. I look around and see much of the same. No razors or sharp objects, but a stack of fluffy white towels and luxury soaps and lotions.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. A tub the size of a small island sits in one corner, with elegant marble steps and fluffy robes on hooks. "A gilded cage," I murmur to myself. "Isn't it?" He nods. An apt description. I yawn, unable to stop myself. "You have 3 routers for Wi-Fi and high-speed internet," I say on another yawn as he leads me out of the room. "A full tower charging station for electronics, a large comfortable desk, and a detailed map of New England on the wall. This is a room where you do some investigations as well then, no?" He shrugs. "It's one of my hideouts, yes. You like investigating things online?" He winks at me. "Well, make a good partnership." My belly melts. Even now, after everything that's happened, the way he looks at me makes me feel like the most stunning woman he's ever laid eyes on. "I like the sound of that," I say, my voice low and flirtatious. I barely recognize myself. "Come here." Mario sits on the edge of the king-sized bed. "You're so tired, aren't you?" I nod, and a lump rises in my throat when he beckons to me and pats his knee. "Let's get you ready for bed then." I feel little, almost younger, and again I'm tempted just to lay it all down, to let someone else take care of me for once. I remind myself I'm his prisoner in his home, that I'm in danger with no end to all of this in sight, but it doesn't matter right now. All that matters is me, Mario, and that bed. When I reach him, he slides me onto his lap. I feel the soft silk of his pants on the bare undersides of my thighs. Wordlessly, I drape my arms around his neck. He nestles me there, his arms encircling me, holding me. "You've had a long day," he whispers softly, "haven't you?" I nod and stifle a yawn. "And tomorrow we have important work to do, so you need some sleep, doll." I nod again. His voice is soft and soothing as he holds me, somehow more poignant now that I know how hard he can be. "Then let's get you ready for bed. Let's get some rest. Everything else can wait until the morning." I nod against him a third time like a sleepy toddler. I don't protest when he undresses me. Though he isn't undressing me to fuck me, and this is mostly platonic, he takes his time kissing my shoulders and the top of each breast when he bears me to him. I shiver, but then lean against him as he shimmies the rest of the clothing down my legs. "No need for pajamas," he says, not surprising me. "I'm never going to get any sleep if I'll let you sleep," he interrupts. "No pajamas." Not surprising, but I also don't want to protest too much. It was only 2 nights ago this man showed me the night of my life. Somehow, I make it to the bathroom, where he hands me soft cleansing wipes for my face, a brush for my hair. I brush my teeth and do minimal preparations before I stifle another yawn and head to the very large, very inviting bed. I snuggle under the covers. The sheets are crisp and clean, folding against my body like a second skin. It smells faintly of lavender. I want to watch him get undressed, and do for a little while until I can't hold my eyes open any longer. I'm vaguely aware of him climbing into bed beside me. It doesn't surprise me that Mario's a cuddler. Half asleep, I'm enveloped in his strong arms, my head tucked under his chin. It's the most comfortable I've ever been. I like the way he holds me. I like the way this feels. So natural, so right. My breathing slows and matches his. I feel him kiss the top of my head, and I smile softly to myself as my eyes can't stay open any longer. I close my eyes and drift into a deep, dreamless sleep. Chapter 13. Mario. I won't let myself get bested by her again. She's a wily one, though I'll admit that I love that about her. Still, I'm the one that needs to navigate this ship. So I let myself sleep beside her, holding her. I enjoy the soft feel of her body against mine, the fragrance of her hair, the feel of her silky skin beneath my fingers. I love the way she feels in my arms. I remember how it felt to punish her in the club, the way she looked splayed out on the bench, helpless to stop me. At first, I was angry. I let her know how angry I was when I punished her, but after the first hard strokes of my belt, my anger melted away, and instead, the need to have her, to claim her, to feel the tight walls of her pussy and hear her moan my name was all I could focus on. Something about the way she squirms and moans when she's getting spanked makes me hard as fuck. Christ, I love dominating her. And even though I shouldn't think of that now, I should sleep, I can't forget it. I'll have her again, and soon. I don't trust her, how could I? But she's my charge now, she's in my bed. And with her working for me, I know one thing above all. Having her as my ally will only make things go more smoothly. How do I get her to stay an ally? I use my strongest assets. I'll seduce her. I'll seduce her to fall in love with me. A woman like her is bound by loyalty and honor. She won't be able to bring herself to betray a man she actually has feelings for. And I'm almost as good at seduction as I am at racing. I fall asleep beside her, holding her, with a smile on my face. We both sleep heavily after the eventful night we've had. I barely feel her move, and when I release her to turn over, she moves with me as if on instinct, her body entwining with mine as if she can't let me go. Some girls like space in bed. I've slept with some that didn't even like it if you breathed on them. Not this one. I get the unmistakable feeling she'd crawl right into my body if she could. She wraps her legs around mine, her head tucked against my back, and I sleep well with the warm comfort of her body next to mine. I wake the next day still tired. Could sleep for another damn hour or two, but I'll be up before her no matter what.
"Mornin'," I say, my voice groggy with sleep. "You awake, Sleeping Beauty?" "Mph." I roll over to see her face smushed up against the pillow, her blonde hair askew on the pillow like windswept corn silk. I gather it in my hands, sweep it over her neck, and give it a gentle tug. "Time to wake up, sunshine." She opens one eye. "What time is it? Like 4 o'clock?" I glance over to my phone and touch the screen. 6:02. Up and at 'em. Still she doesn't move. I could spank her pretty ass and drag her out of bed. Or I could come up with a better means of persuasion. I roll over until I'm on top of her and glide beneath the covers. Her naked body's warm and soft, her breasts pliant when I gently knead them. I take her nipple into my mouth and lap my tongue against the tender bud. She releases a moan when I suck as I bring my hand to her ass and give her a gentle squeeze. I said, "Get up, Emma. Daddy doesn't like it when you disobey him." I suck her nipple until the peak is hardened and she's moaning and squirming. I grab her wrists and hold them by her side as I push my way down the bed under the covers, making my way to her bare, wet pussy. I slide my tongue between her seam, moan when I taste her again. I'd forgotten how sweet and addictive she tastes. She's awake now, that I can tell for sure by the way her body hums beneath mine and the way her hips jerk when I lap at her clit. She whimpers, pressing her wrists against my palms as if trying to grab for me, but I hold her tight and continue to lick her lazily, dragging my tongue up and down over her most sensitive parts. I feel the way she tenses and moves, read the way she responds, and give her exactly what she needs until she's on the cusp of coming. "Beg me," I say under the covers, a sharp demand that makes her freeze. "You don't come unless you beg. Please, please, fuck, let me come. I need to come. That feels so damn good. Please." One slow, languid drag of my tongue over her clit. I tease in a slow circle, suckle her for a split second, then do it all over again, reveling in the way she's moaning and writhing. "Not yet," I breathe against her leg. "Don't you fucking come right now. I'll whip your ass and put a vibrator in you."
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. Make you come all day long until you can't stand the thought if you disobey me, Emma. "Please," she begs, almost sorrowfully. "Please." "What do you call me?" "Daddy," she whispers. "Please, Daddy, let me come. Will you be a good little girl for me?" I keep my mouth only inches from her swollen pussy. She whimpers and writhes, her hips bucking. I'll do anything you say. Please, Daddy, let me come." I tease her again with another lazy stroke of my tongue, release her wrists, and reach for her hard nipples. I knead them between my fingers as I lick her pussy, going further down to slide the tip of my tongue at her entrance, then back up again to her throbbing clit. "I'm gonna," she whispers. I take my mouth off her. "You want to be whipped then?" A wordless moan is her only response as she tenses. "Please." A soft, gentle plea, the most docile I've ever seen her. "Answer me this then, Emma." "Yes, anything. Anything." She lifts her hips as if moving closer to me will make me lick her again. I chuckle against her damp, sultry thigh. "What? Are you awake now?" "Mario!" she moans, but I hear a giggle in her voice. I love it when she giggles. It's rare, and I cherish it every time. Yes, so fucking awake I could run a marathon. Or come like a champion, if only you'd let me. Please, pretty please with a cherry on top? I grin against her pussy. Come on Daddy's mouth, baby doll. I lick her again as she screams her release. I taste her arousal as I sweep my tongue through her folds and circle her clit. She screams herself hoarse, coming so hard her hips jerk and she arches her back. I cradle her lower back and hold her pussy to my mouth as I drag the last spasm of ecstasy out of her until she slumps to the bed. I waste no time losing the covers and making my way up the length of her perfect body. My dick's painfully hard, so fucking eager to feel her again. The very first night I took her, she told me she was on birth control. It was a careless, reckless night for both of us, and we both know it, but there's no going back now.
I slide my full, throbbing cock along her entrance, slick and ready for me, the hot walls of her pussy milking my cock when I thrust inside her. She whimpers with need when I push again and again. She gasps when I take her to the hilt, then moans when I drag myself nearly all the way out again, only to slide back into her perfect body. "Oh, God," she moans, "I'm gonna come again. You're gonna make me come again." "Come when I do," I order against her ear. "Feel me. Relax. Let it happen. I want to come together." I take my time sliding in and out, my thick cock stretching her. It feels so fucking good. I moan against her neck, lick the supple skin, bite her collarbone, yank her hair. If I had claws, I'd fucking bare them and scrape them along her skin so she could feel me, all of me, and feel the way she turns me into a fucking animal when I'm near her. She kisses my cheek and wraps her arms around my neck. I moan on the edge of release. "You gonna come, doll?" I whisper in her ear. "Yes," she moans. "Come with me." I groan as I hit ecstasy, her body writhing with mine in perfect pleasure as I chase my release. Fuck yes, no one ever felt as good as she does. Nothing ever felt so fucking perfect. I come so hard I'm blinded, and the knowledge that she's in ecstasy at the same time only makes my climax longer and harder. Minutes pass in perfect bliss until we finally come down together. "Jesus," I mutter against her ear. We're still panting, our joined bodies slick from sweat and euphoria. I can feel the rapid beating of her heart against mine, her accelerated breathing against my cheek. "That was amazing, Mario," she whispers. I look down to see her eyes are closed. Her arms are around my neck still, though slackened. I roll over beside her, still in her. "Fucking amazing," I breathe, panting, in agreement. I lay beside her, still joined, and close my eyes. I want to remember this moment. After a little while, our breathing slows and the room feels cooler. "Shower, doll." I pull out of her and help clean her up with the t-shirt I'd worn yesterday, then reach for her and take her hand. She walks with me on wobbly legs to the bathroom. I grab 2 fluffy towels and secure them to hooks beside the shower. The frameless glass shower was designed to make it feel more spacious in here, but it's also built for 2. I helped them design this room. We installed a slip-resistant platform outside the shower so a couple in this room could take their time either preparing to shower or drying off. We added marble walls, which lend an elegant feel, and built small niches in both walls where we store luxury soaps and lotions. This is like the most extravagant bathroom I've ever seen in my life. "We like very nice, exquisite, designer things," I tell her with a smile. "Ah, yes, I gathered that." I give her ass a teasing squeeze. The bathroom fills with steam as the shower warms. I hand her a washcloth and take one for myself. "Today, you'll answer questions for me." She doesn't respond at first, but when I give her a sharp look, she nods. "And you'll answer questions for me?" "If necessary." This won't be fair, and I won't pretend otherwise. The sooner she accepts that, the better. My family's run by a die-hard code, and we don't compromise. We have oaths we swear by. At the very pinnacle of our vows, we take an oath of silence, an oath of obedience, an oath of fidelity. Our family demands honor and loyalty, even if that means making sacrifices, even if that means laying down our own lives for each other. So, given what I've promised, my job is simple. Seduce the woman. Beguile her. I vow to seduce her because it's the surest way to guarantee her loyalty to me. And I'll reward her well. "What do you know about my family?" "You mean the mob?" I snort, but contain my laughter. "The mob? There is no mob any more than there's something like an American or British accent. There is no one set of people, no one set of rules. We all operate under different principles and codes of ethics, just like there are accents from all over Britain and America as different as night and day." She frowns, lathering up her washcloth. "Did your sisters furnish the bathroom with toiletries?" I shrug. No idea. Probably. "Everything all right?" Her eyebrows rise when she looks at the milky bottle of body wash. "They have exceptionally good taste." "I know," I say dryly. "I do the family books as well." She smiles. God, she's so pretty when she smiles. Freshly fucked and well-rested, her cheeks are a winsome pink, her lips full and sensual. She puts her head under the stream of water and lets it flow over her with a contented sigh. This is the biggest shower I've ever seen. One might even say it's built for two. I shrug. Her eyes narrow. Is it? It's definitely a lover's apartment here, isn't it? She says thoughtfully. Have you been here before? I shake my head. I've mostly only ever stayed in my own quarters here at the castle, but haven't even been here recently. I've spent most of my time in Rockport. She nods thoughtfully, then drags the lathered washcloth over her body. I see. You do have many choices of where to go, don't you? I nod. Do you like that? She asks, and she looks genuinely curious. Like, do you ever wish for a place to settle down? To really settle down? Of course I do. I shrug. But I've got jobs to do all over the place, and at this particular time, it's more convenient to stay where I'm needed. She's thoughtfully quiet when I take my turn under the stream of water to lather up. I see, she finally says. So will there come a time when you really want to put down roots? I nod. I close my eyes to rinse my hair and the soap off. I will, once I get married and prepare to have a family. Most of my family settles down once that happens. Oh, my eyes are still closed, so I don't know what kind of an oh that is. I open one eye and look at her. She looks almost sad. Her lips turn down. She angles herself away from me so I have her back.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. I gently swipe the washcloth along her spine. She sighs contentedly. You were telling me, yeah? Your family's rules. Right. Well, like I told you before, we can't ascend in rank without marriage and children. But marriage to one of the Rossi men has a serious purpose. We're the heads of our houses. Our loyalty is to our family above all. But those under our protection are expected to obey and follow the rules as well. She rolls her eyes. Of course, all the talk about rules and obedience. She stops talking when I lean in and squeeze her cheeks in my hand. Watch it, baby doll. She grins against my hand, so I release her. What? I like it when you call me baby doll. It's sweet. I'm not sweet. I make a sound of disgust as I finish rinsing off. You should be afraid of me. I give her a hard, wet slap across the ass to make my point. She squeals and comes up on her toes before leaning in to put her arms around my neck. Oh, believe me when I tell you, there's plenty of fear going on here. I'm afraid of being punished by you, she whispers, her eyes wide and sincere. I'm afraid of what you could do to me. I'm afraid of what your brothers could do. And I'm afraid of what will happen when the people I work for realize I'm gone. There's lots of fear, believe me. I hold her against me, my hands flat against the small of her back as the hot, steaming shower pelts us. I watch it roll down her face like a rivulet of tears. Good, I whisper. That's the only thing that might keep you alive. I drag my hand up her body to her head, pull her over to me, and kiss her wet forehead. Let's keep you alive, Emma. I have lots of plans for you, and every one of them involves you being very much alive. She releases a shaky breath and gives me a half smile. My plans involve staying alive too, so that makes two of us. I shut the shower off and reach for a towel. Turn to her and gently towel dry her off before I secure it around her. I take a second one for myself and quickly dry as well, then lead her back into my bedroom. The smell of coffee, cinnamon, and bacon makes my belly growl. Oh, God, that smell is amazing. I'm so starving. Same. I point to a basket of folded laundry outside the bedroom door. I had that dropped off last night. Go get something to wear, then come back here. She pads off without any backtalk. Maybe she's catching on. Are we going downstairs for breakfast? I think about it. I'm half tempted to show her off to my family, to introduce her to my sisters and nieces and nephews, my mother and Nana. But I think another day of speculation on their end and privacy on ours will yield far better results. I'll order food sent up. No, I don't want to go downstairs if I can help it. I'd like to do as much of our work upstairs as we can. I smile at her. We have a lot of catching up to do. Do you have a morning routine? She asks. You mean other than roll out of bed, drink coffee, lift, shower?
That sounds like a morning routine. She smiles at me. I make a face. It's just shit I do when I wake up. Why is she asking me this? What about you? Depends on the day of the week, she says, as she chooses a pair of jeans and a top from the pile. Give those here, please. I snap my fingers. Her brows shoot up, but she hands them over. I look at the clothes. Pushing her, showing her what it means to be under the rule of my family. I shake my head at the blue t-shirt she chose and hand it back to her. Something red. I watch as she narrows her eyes, but she turns around and puts the blue one down anyway, then comes back with a soft red tunic. This will pair better with leggings, she murmurs. Get them, then finish what you were telling me. I slide on a pair of jeans and a tee, then put on a pair of boots. She comes back with the clothes I instructed her to get. Good girl, I say approvingly. Very good. She dresses and tells me what she'd started to before. I'm a bit of a creature of habit, she says slowly. You don't say. I watch as her eyes narrow. Excuse me? You think I could have been around you this long and fucked you this many times and not know that about you yet? Everything about you's perfect, routinized. You probably have set days of the week to do your chores and probably can't focus at work if the paper clips are facing the wrong direction. Hey, I blow out a breath, just stating the facts. You work for the police department with a personal vendetta against the mob. I toss air quotes to tease her. You probably work 12-hour days, but still don't ever miss a day at the gym because that's how you roll. She looks both miffed and impressed. You're more observant than I gave you credit for. I shrug. It's my job, just like yours, isn't it? She walks noiselessly, barefoot, to the bathroom and nods. Yeah. So, let's hear your morning routine. She finds a pink-handled brush and drags it through her damp hair, then does a little finger-roll thing like she's styling it. It falls in little damp waves around her face. I don't change my routine. I wake up at 5, stretch in bed, and do a little isometric work while I go over my day. I drink lemon water when I wake, meditate, then journal before I drink my coffee. I get a workout in and make my to-do list for the day, then do a load of laundry if there's enough for a full load, clean up the bathroom, and mop before I head into work. I have a rotating chore for each day of the week. You do this every day? Every day. Even on holidays? Vacations? Sundays? Every day. I nod. Fair enough. Not too different than mine then. She laughs out loud and stares at me silently for a minute. I wriggle my finger in my ear because it's wet, making a squelching sound, which makes her snort. I like you, Mario Rossi, notorious gangster that you are. I can't help but like you. I smile at her. And I like you, Miss Perfectionist Enemy Detective. I wink at her. And I'll make an ally out of you yet. So, go ahead and do your routine. I'm going to have breakfast sent up today. Do you typically eat alone? Never. We eat together downstairs when we're here. Staff has a buffet set up for us. But today, you and I need alone time before anything else happens. She nods, sobering. I see. She doesn't, but she will. Chapter 14. Emma. If there was a book on how to seduce women, Mario Rossi's read it. No, scratch that. He probably wrote it. And it doesn't matter that I see right through him, that I know he's trying to get in my good graces. It still just feels damn good. To have someone laugh at my jokes and tease me. Someone to spar with who's witty and intelligent, but not all stuffy about it. If I didn't have keen powers of observation myself, I might think Mario was no more than a pretty face, but I know better. I watched the skilled way he navigated his laptop to zone in on my apartment, set his drones to follow my workplace, and expertly arranged for a closer investigation into every area of my life where I might be vulnerable or threatened. He fielded calls from his brothers, ordered food and drinks with the suave elegance and grace of a master. When I asked him who Grady might be working for, he pulled up a detailed, encrypted spreadsheet that showed every possible connection between a dirty cop and a mob in New England. We've got some working for us, he says. I'm not surprised. And now, I won't tell you who or where. I can't reveal highly confidential information without reason. I nod. Understandable. And I figured as much anyway.
Do you really think Grady has anything to do with one of them? I have it on good authority. Grady's in someone's pocket. Yeah, and the sooner we know who, the better. I see. I swallow hard. I don't like knowing that he's got power over me. Well, we could find out pretty easily if he really wants to hurt me, though, couldn't we? Mario narrows his eyes, and his voice holds an unmistakable note of warning. Emma. Well, he doesn't know I'm here, does he? I could go into work as if nothing's happened.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. You could send protection with me, and if anything goes haywire, which it will because he had your apartment trashed, you get me out of there and we follow the lead we generated. He shakes his head. No. I cross my arms. Why not? Because I said so. Because you said so? Like you're my goddamn daddy? He finishes in a low, warning tone. Absolutely, baby. Why does it make me shiver when he says that? Fine. Not fine. He's sitting casually in a desk chair, his laptop on his knee. He slides it onto the desk and beckons for me to come over. Come here. Why does my body respond so eagerly to his command? With one little crook of his finger, my pulse accelerates, and I'm so primed to respond to his dominant ways that my pussy clenches of its own accord. And it's only been a few days with him. He spins that magical web of his, like a sorcerer with a magic wand. A casual flick of his wrist, and I'm his to command. I walk over to him and stand between his knees. His blue eyes focus on me as he brings his huge, massive, perfect hands to my ass and squeezes both cheeks. You'll watch your tone of voice with me, he says in a low, warning voice. Won't you, doll? I swallow hard. Yes, daddy. A slow nod makes my nipples furl. The command in his voice and warning at his hands that I'm his to play with, as pliable as warmed toffee, makes me swallow hard and wish for more, anything. Kisses, hugs, caresses, touches, sex. When I tell you what to do, you'll obey me. When we leave this room, you'll be on your best behavior. I told you my family has a code, and I told you that at the pinnacle of that code is obedience to those in charge of your safety and well-being. Does that apply to everyone? Everyone. All of my sisters and brothers are under Romeo's command. The men of the house make the decisions, but we also take full responsibility for everyone here. And what if someone disobeys a command? A casual shrug. Punishment. Even if it's one of the godlike men? Baby, we're not tossing around words like that about my brothers. I roll my eyes, knowing I'm treading on thin ice, and this probably isn't the best way to handle this current situation anyway. I just mean you all sit on Mount Olympus issuing decrees. I know what you mean, and it's still disrespectful. He sobers, crossing his arms on his chest. God, he knows exactly what he's doing, because my body begins to respond to the warning clangs of his authority. All right then, I say, slightly subdued, trying to keep my voice calm so I don't get myself in trouble or whatever the fuck they call it. What kind of punishments are there then? For you, a good spanking, he says as casually as he might say cream and sugar in my coffee. And I don't mean just a few love pats that make you climax over my knee. Could be my belt, or something more hardcore, like a cane or a stout whip. You might have noticed I'm experienced wielding those things. I feel my eyes go wide. And did you notice the methods of restraint we have in the wine cellar? It's near the dungeon. Dungeon? He nods as if this is normal. You probably know that you could be punished with pain, but I might not allow you to come and take a good long while before I give in to you. You've seen that too. Yikes. I swallow. There are other methods of control, but most anything I'll use to make sure you obey would be, well, sex-related. My jaw drops. Literally, I could catch flies. As far as the others, it varies. My sisters rarely push boundaries, but if they do, they've been sentenced to exile in another country. And Romeo could sentence Marielena to an arranged marriage. It will come to that eventually, but he'd prefer her input unless she makes poor choices. I blink. He continues, with my brothers, we're not above a good beatdown. When I was younger, my father or older brothers were strict with me, and we haven't changed the hierarchy of authority. I was on the receiving end of a beating from Rome more times than I can count until I grew the fuck up. And you're okay with that? He doesn't answer. My brother's a strict but fair man, Emma. I trust him.
But we all adhere to the code of our brotherhood and would die to defend it, to defend each other. But physical punishments is only one way we maintain order. We didn't invent this. Romeo's a lot more likely than my father ever was to make someone pay a fine, to do menial labor, or somehow get back in his good graces by showing repentance. But Mario, it's sick, twisted, archaic. Still, I'm not surprised. Call it what you will, we have rules we adhere to. All cultures do, doll, even yours. Just because someone's is different doesn't make it wrong. I shake my head. But it is wrong, he snorts. You'll find all mobs follow the same rules, more or less. Strict codes of conduct. Sometimes we make exceptions to those rules, but most of the time we do not. And since you're with me now, you'll follow these rules or suffer the consequences. And anyway, you're only thinking like an outsider. From an insider's perspective, it's very different. You sound like you're trying to convince me to join a cult or something. He smiles and beckons for me to come to him. I walk over. He holds me to him. In every single life, there's a trade-off, sweetheart. His voice is soft, soothing, as if he's trying to convince himself as well as me. Everyone succumbs to something, whether it be the demands of organized religion, a military regime, a tyrannical ruler, a demanding boss, or even a rigid spouse. We all yield in some way, even the most powerful among us. The question is the payoff worth it? Do I garner the comfort of the promise of an afterlife when I follow the rules of my religion? Do I like the structure and discipline the military has to offer? He runs his fingers through my hair. Do you enjoy the way it feels being with a man who takes charge of you? His voice softens, and I feel myself lulled by him, as if seduced by a charmer. Doesn't it feel nice not to have to hold the weight of the world on your shoulders for a little while? I don't answer him, because I'm not sure how. He has a point. To me, the rules of mob life seem overbearing, but the trade-off to him seems worthwhile. He gains the loyalty of his brothers, financial security, and likely other benefits I don't even know yet. He makes a fair point. There's something very important for you to know, Emma, he says quietly. I like the feel of his fingers threading through my hair, the soothing massage along my scalp, and the tangibility of his affection. If I were a betting woman, I'd bet Mario's #1 love language is physical affection. Mine too, though I'm usually loath to admit it to anyone I'm not super close to. What's that? I ask in a low voice, lulled by the intimacy of the moment and the caress of his deep, melodic voice. I love his voice and could listen to him talk all day long. I could fall asleep listening to him read aloud from any old book. If he read poetry to me, I might fall in love. Not all mobs are the same, doll. Some are more leader-centric and cruel. Some make their money off the backs of innocents, and some rule by brute force. Then some, like our brotherhood, rely on the loyalty of their inner core to strengthen who they are. And yes, they don't always follow the rules, or even state laws or mandates. But some of us have a much higher code of conduct or rule of ethics than you may think. I wonder if he's gaslighting me. I wonder if he's trying to convince me to put aside anything I've ever thought before and believe him. But still, he's got a point. Maybe his family isn't as bad as I thought. Maybe I don't have to betray my life's purpose to work with them, and I could find a way somehow to still bring down the people I need to. But that's a thought I need to table right now. I can't lose my sense of focus, my life's goal. I can't lose sight of the big prize because some hot guy who knows how to manipulate my body says the right words. Maybe you do, I concede.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. A part of me wants to tell him why I took the job that I did, why I'm hell-bent on seeking justice, but no, not now. We're too new. And telling him all of that would be confiding to him in a way I'm not sure I'm ready to do. But I don't know, Mario. I'm new here. I'm here against my will, I remind him, though my tone's gentle. We're here for a reason, and we need to stick to that. He gives me a slow smile as he caresses my shoulder. I watch as his thumb traces my collarbone and shiver at the touch. I find myself leaning involuntarily into him. Hungry, he says, changing the subject completely. I nod, starving. Good. I've ordered food brought up. Let's eat. I go to rise, but he shakes his head. I'll get the food. I'd like you to go sit at the table, please. He nods his head toward the dining room table. I stand and walk over to it. The scents of cinnamon, coffee, and bacon I smelled earlier are stronger as he retrieves several silver trays from outside the door. Wow, so you just order food? Like this is our residence and you have staff that cooks for you? Our staff does many things, but cooking isn't one of them. Nana and Mama do all the cooking. All of it? Yes. It's the best, most efficient way of making sure nothing we eat is poisoned, and they're territorial about feeding their family. Ah, all right then. Of course you wouldn't want to be poisoned, I muttered to myself, because it's only one more weird way in which the Rossi family is nothing like any other family I've ever met. Select staff brings the food to us though, yeah, he says. Sometimes duty calls and we're not able to eat with the rest of the family. Duty calls? I wonder exactly what duty he might call me, or better yet, what duty he'd be performing that would prevent him from joining his family for a meal. He places a silver tray in the center of the table and lifts the lid. My stomach rumbles with hunger. I swallow hard at the sight of golden pancakes beside pats of creamy butter and silver jugs of maple syrup, thick slices of crisp bacon, and on another platter, roasted apples and cinnamon. There's a carafe with coffee and a smaller jug of cream, plates, silverware, and napkins. Looks so good, I mutter. You eat like this every day? He shrugs. More or less. Sometimes we have simpler breakfasts, but when we have guests, they like to pull out all the stops. You have guests? My senses are once again on high alert. He gives me that lopsided grin I haven't seen since the first night we met. You, doll. Oh, I feel my cheeks flush. Just to give myself something to do, I reach for a fork so I can put some food on my plate, when he clears his throat. I look up at him, surprised. What? I'll feed you. There's that warning look in his eyes again, the piercing look that tells me he's testing me. Pancakes are a sloppy meal to feed someone, I say, unconvinced this is a wise decision. He shrugs one of his shoulders. I'll be careful. I'm not sure why those words alone make my belly melt. Something about him being careful with me, I guess. I swallow hard. All right, doll. You like pancakes? Love 'em. Apples? Yup. Bacon? Who doesn't love bacon? He grins. Crazy people. Maybe vegetarians. Jesus, you think you know someone. His chuckle skates right up my spine and dances across my shoulders. I watch as he carefully moves 2 large pancakes onto his plate that's so big it basically resembles a platter. My mouth waters when he slathers butter on top, then drizzles maple syrup liberally over both of them. Ooh, is that the real stuff? He nods. We've got friends of ours in Vermont that keep us well supplied. It's a sort of barter, one might say. Oh? What do you trade back in return? The best wine from my family's vineyard in Tuscany. Ah, I file this all away in the catalog of information about the Rossis in my mind. I half expected him to say something like illegal firearms or something badass and menacing like protection. I change the subject. Since we're playing 20 questions, I see my in. And why do you have a rose tattoo? I hold his gaze unblinking. You just jump from one thing to another like that? He asks, before shaking his head. I bet you know more about the Rossi family rose tattoo than you're letting on. I just know it means you're inducted into the family, that you get the tattoo after you've taken your vows. He smiles. Very good. What were those vows? I believe I've told you most of them already. Now, no more questions. Open your mouth for your food. There's a firmer edge to his tone that tells me he isn't joking. I do what he says. He takes a thick slice of bacon from the plate and breaks it into bite-sized pieces before he puts one in my mouth. I stifle a moan at the salty, savory taste of it. Delicious. The bacon's followed by pancakes, and I wash it all down with coffee and a little juice. That tastes like it's freshly squeezed, I murmur, impressed. He nods. They're overachievers. More? I nod, greedily eating my way through most of the food he's had brought to me. Aren't you going to eat anything? I ask, when I sit back, feeling pleasantly full and satisfied. I will when you're done. Ah, he really does like to be in charge then. I'm done. I watch him tuck into a platter of food twice as big as mine, and he doesn't leave a single crumb behind. Wow, were you like expected to clear your plate as a child or something? He shrugs. It was more like eat while you can before someone else gets it.
My mother and grandmother cook enough to feed an army, but with my brothers, it's almost a competition. I feel my lips twitch at that. I'd like to see a Rossi man food fight. He slides the lid onto the silver platter and stands, stretching. All right, babe, you and me. Downstairs we go. Time to get to work. Chapter 15. Mario. I take Emma downstairs and can't hide the elation I feel with her on my arm. Like she belongs here. I'm past denying the fact that I've never felt this way before about anyone. And I've been with lots of women. I accepted the fact a long time ago that there was no perfect woman for me. No one who would ever make me say, this is the one. I would live the rest of my life with whoever I was with at the time. Love the one you're with and all that. And then in walked Emma, with her stunning eyes and sexy voice, witty comebacks, and flair of a temper. She keeps me on my toes, and I love how when she finally submits, she relishes it as much as I do. I couldn't be with a complacent or naturally submissive woman. It isn't how I'm wired. I need someone with fight in her, someone who can stand her ground and give it right back to me. And I need someone who enjoys the excitement of relinquishing control. She doesn't need me to take care of her, but a part of me loves knowing she relishes when I do. When I tuck the blanket around her at night, towel her off after a shower, feed her good food, or hold her. And I know these aren't just fleeting moments, but part of how we relate to one another, how we're wired. We meet my brothers and sisters in the Great Hall. They're almost done with breakfast when Orlando sees us enter the room. Mario, saved you the last of the sfogliatella. Nonna's sfogliatella, sweet, flaky pastry buns filled with anything from apricot preserves to Nutella, is a family favorite. Asshole, Santo mutters, narrowing his eyes at Orlando. I wanted one. You stole the last one and wrapped it up in a fucking napkin like a granny stealing sweets at the bingo buffet? Emma snorts beside me, but my brothers don't laugh. We know we're half a second away from a fist fight. Orlando's eyes flash at him. Not a fucking granny douchebag. Mario's been gone for a while, and he loves it. Like you need to stuff your face anymore, he mutters under his breath, his narrowed gaze holding a challenge. Boys, boys, I say, holding up my hands as Santo pushes to his feet and his chair hits the floor. Emma starts beside me. We already ate an Americano breakfast, capiche? Bacon and pancakes. Thanks for saving it for me, man, but I don't need sfogliatella.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. Give it here then, Santo growls. Say please, Orlando growls back. Emma watches with wide eyes as Tavi stands, rips it out of Orlando's hand, and rolls his eyes. Sit down, boys. For the love of God, we're in the company of a lady, he says. Emma snorts. Save it. Seriously, I work with 98% men, and trust me when I tell you, things will go a lot more smoothly if we start this off accepting that I'm just one of the guys with no special treatment. I stifle a groan. She has no idea what that means, but I can't help but admire her effort. We'll take a damn cappuccino, though, the real kind. Americano coffee? I mutter with a shudder. Not my favorite. Staff bustles to bring me a cup of cappuccino, and one uniformed member of the staff asks Emma what she'd like. "I'll try the Italiano cappuccino, please," she says with a smile. Minutes later, we're drinking our cappuccino and catching up on intel we've all gathered from the day before. So, Santo begins. Grady. Full name's Lance Archibald Grady. Nearly flunked out of the police academy, but Daddy knew someone on the inside. Looks like there was a bit of fudging it on grades and scores. A little bit of cooking the books, so to speak. Figures, I mutter, shaking my head. But I'm a little more than annoyed at myself for not knowing this sooner. So he's been helped along from day one. Looks that way, Santo says with a nod. I've found traces of speeding tickets and fines that mysteriously vanished, and within 1 year of him becoming a policeman, he was named Detective Chief Superintendent. Emma's brows rise. I can't believe I didn't know that. I shrug. You knew he was your boss. You knew he was an asshole. You had no reason at all to believe that he was up to anything. She nods slowly. I guess, yeah, but I'm a naturally suspicious person who should have known to guess things. Tavi grins at me, the asshole. He likes the fact my girl is naturally suspicious. He wants to see her give me shit.
I scratch my forehead with my middle finger to tell him to shut the fuck up. So, let's look at this timeline then, Santo says. Joined the police force, elevated to a position of leadership within months, and elevated into a position of leadership in the CID only last year. Sound like a normal timeline to you, detective? Emma snorts. Absolutely not. And yet, here we are. Your boss barely off his mama's titties before he's running the unit responsible for finding murderers and taking down serial killers. Yeah, that's not suspicious at all, she grumbles. Santo, he looks at me. Did you find anything at all that might indicate he's working for someone, like another mob? Yeah, he says, nodding. Nothing on the record. He's clean as a whistle. No communication we could intercept, nothing. But I flagged a $10K deposit in his personal account on the first of every month from someone called Ishmael. One word, no more information. We need to dig up more. We spend hours, all of us, sitting around the Great Hall, refilling our cappuccinos and digging into information that could give us a lead. Romeo checks in, but only briefly, as a few of the men are still trying to acquire new property. Around lunchtime, Emma stands. Oh my God, I'm congealing here, she says. Need to take a walk. Tavi's eyes meet mine. Pavilion, he says. I nod. Emma looks from him to me. Excuse me? I rise and take her elbow. Can't just take a walk anywhere you want, doll. You can take a walk, but I'll escort you. The pavilion's under surveillance, and there's a privacy wall, but it leads to a pathway to the water. Ah, right, she says with a tight nod. But she doesn't say anything else, only lets me take her hand and walk toward the back of the castle toward the pavilion. The kitchen is bustling with lunch preparations. Nona's got staff peeling veggies, and she's yelling at someone in Italian to move their ass. When she sees Emma, she grins, lifts her hands, and moves as quickly as she can to us. Ah, mia bella, she says, pulling Emma toward her so she can kiss both cheeks. So lovely. You need more fat, eh? She tips her head to the side curiously. Emma blinks in surprise and looks to me. She thinks I'm fat? Maddie Elena snorts from the large wooden table in the corner of the room. Ah, no. She thinks you need fattening up. It's how she is. She thinks everyone needs to eat more and takes it as a personal insult if you don't stuff yourself to the gills until even your stretchy pants are too tight. Emma looks over at Maddie Elena and grins. Ah, well, I can eat with the best of them, and I'm starving. Maddie Elena teasingly narrows her eyes at her. Don't you go trying to make yourself her favorite girl. I roll my eyes and pull Emma toward me. Falla ingrassare, nonna. Maddie Elena gasps when I basically give Nona permission to fatten Emma up. Feed her. Manja. Nona chuckles and claps her hands with glee as she opens the cabinet and pulls out a huge container of flour and sugar, then a full pound of butter from the fridge. What did you just tell her? Emma asks me. Told her we could use some cookies for sustenance for the hard work we have to do later tonight. I squeeze her ass discreetly and she squeals. Sustenance, she hisses on a choked laugh. Honestly, Mario, not what he said, Maddie Elena says, shaking her head as she walks out of the room. Watch this one. I push the back door open and we walk out into the pavilion. Birds chirp overhead and the clouds part, bathing us in a flood of sunlight. Of course, it's even sunnier here, isn't it? I wink at her. I've loved watching her work today. Loved it. She's a natural, and if I do say so myself, she seems like she fits in here. I watched her argue and win regarding encrypted texts with Orlando, examine a three-way grid of traffic with Santo, check over a laundry list of Grady's transactions and expertly pinpoint anything suspicious, scrutinize a stream of email correspondence and find the one with a hidden message, and when Mario asked her what type of ammo she needed and her preferred handgun of choice, listen to her instantly rattle off an expert catalog of exactly what she needed to do her job well. I listened as she delegated work to her apprentice and left a message that she was sick, then followed up later to give orders regarding what she called interviews, and more interviews. And it was fucking hot. All of it. Her sharp tongue and acute intellect, her attention to detail and keen awareness of everything that could help us find a lead, the way she admits when she's wrong but persists when she knows she's right. Come here, I say, taking her by the hand while I lead her to a stone bench that sits kitty corner in the pavilion, under the shade of a maple tree in full bloom. I sit down and tug her onto my lap. Her brows wiggle flirtatiously at me. What is it, Daddy? My dick responds with a mind of its own, pushing against her perfect ass. That was fucking awesome. What? Watching you work with my brothers like you've been here all along. You're so damn passionate about what you do, so good at it. God damn, made me hard just listening to you talk. She leans up closer to me and drapes her arms around my neck, giving me a demure smile that makes my heart beat faster. You're turned on by my intelligence? Fuck yes. Her pupils dilate as she breathes. That's so fucking sexy. Her lips hit mine with such fervor I groan. My tongue finds hers, a soft, sensual exploration and plundering as she moans into my mouth, and I swallow it down. I tug her closer, needing to feel her hot body pressed up against mine, and she lifts her hands from around my shoulders and stabs them through my hair. I groan deep in my throat. Her body melts against mine as I kiss her. I want to take her right here, want to feel her body as close to mine as humanly possible. Fuck, babe, I groan in her ear when she runs her fingernails down my back and scratches like a feral kitten. I love the way it feels. I could love a woman like her. No, fuck it. I could love her.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. My phone vibrates at the very same time I hear Romeo call my name. Mario, where are you? She scrambles off my lap but flushes as he comes around the corner and sees us. But he don't give a shit, we were just locking lips. Need you to fly to Tuscany. When? Right now. I blink in surprise. It's not unusual for one of us to have to go there almost immediately, but I didn't expect it today. Take Emma with you. I nod and stand. She stares at me. I can't leave the country, she whispers. And why do we even have to go? Romeo clenches his jaw. I'll tell you when you get there. Don't pack a bag. Take the bare essentials, and you'll take the private jet. Catch it in 30. I take Emma by the hand. She weaves her fingers in mine as we follow Romeo back inside. Wait, she hisses. Mario, wait. I pause and give her a stern look. We can talk inside. Do you just go the instant he says go? He says jump, you say how high? Yeah, babe, I do. We all do. He's the Don. She mutters something under her breath about not wanting to be married to that, which I ignore. Marrying any of us isn't a cakewalk, and she knows that by now. If he's sending me to Tuscany, it's for good reason. I trust him. I give her hand a squeeze. Can you trust me? She looks sideways at me and takes too long to nod before she finally agrees. Yeah, I trust you. But her words don't feel authentic. We don't have time, though. We enter the castle amidst a flurry of movement and conversation. Mama grabs me at the exit to the kitchen. Romeo's sending you two to Tuscany? Yes, Mama. I gently pry her hands off my arms and head to the stairs. Why? She sighs and looks quickly from me to Emma. I've barely even gotten to know her, Mario. Emma blinks in surprise. Mama? I tell her in Italian that Emma's our prisoner and not to get her hopes up, but she only winks at me and chuckles under her breath as she leaves the room. I head upstairs and Emma yanks on my arm. What did she just say? She's never seen me bring a woman home before. She thinks it means something. I shake my head and laugh. She's always trying to get us to pair up with someone, always wants another daughter. Don't worry, babe, I told her it isn't like that with us. Emma slows her steps, but doesn't respond. Then she forces out a hollow laugh. Oh, right. Glad you cleared that up. I pack a quick bag for myself and one for her. We don't talk while we pack. She straightens every wrinkle in every article of clothing, smoothing them out as if trying to reassure herself that everything's perfect. I remind myself she's a perfectionist. It's just who she is. But something feels off. We head downstairs to where a car's waiting for us. Nana meets us at the door. Biscotti, she explains, pushing a large foil-covered package into Emma's hands. Manja! Marielena waves from the landing, and my oldest sister Rosa holds Natalia's hand at the stairway, holding her back from running over to us. There's a sense of urgency to our departure, and I'm eager to hear what Romeo has to say about it. I open the door and gesture for Emma to get into the car.
"Are you sure about this?" she asks, gnawing on her lip. "I feel like this is a really drastic thing to do." "I'm sure. Get in," I order. "Now." Her eyes narrow on me, but she does what I tell her. I get a call from Romeo just as the door shuts. "You have to talk to her." I start responding in Italian so she doesn't understand. A shitty move, maybe, but I may need to ease her in. He sighs on his end. Her workplace was ransacked last night. Her boss is MIA. No one knows where he is or what's happened. "Probably in the fucking hospital," I mutter, still in Italian. "We checked all the hospitals within a 50-mile radius, and he ain't there." I blow out a breath. "And?" "Her office is a mess. Her home, the same. Someone's after her, and they're not going to stop, Mario. Not if this is a personal vendetta from another group like ours, her boss, or all of the above." "Right. Got it. So you want me to keep her safe and take her to Tuscany, because while she's there, I think we should fake her death." I blink. "What?" "It's the safest choice." "Safest choice for who?" She gives me a quizzical look, still not understanding anything I've said. I give her a forced smile. "All good?" she asks. "All good," I lie. "So, break her into the idea. We fake her death. She leaves the old Emma behind and joins us. If she's on the hit list for another crime ring, and they find out she's with us, you know what that means, brother." I sigh. I do. It means war. More death. It means weeks, if not months, of violence and fighting and innocent loss of life. We can't have that. Faking a death isn't permanent, but it can have permanent results. Whether or not she goes back to who she was will be up to her. Break it to her. Give her the options, which are, just so we're clear, fake her death and join our mob, or face the punishment for betraying us. Going back to life as she knew it is no longer an option. Right, I will. Report back, Rome. I hang up the phone and pinch the bridge of my nose. "Everything okay?" "Yeah," I lie again. "No more talking to your apprentice, okay? No more today. Check in with her later, but not today." "Okay," she says reluctantly. "Why?" "I'll tell you in a little bit." I lean in and slide my hand along the small of her back. "Come here. We've got hours together, and I think that's plenty of time to pick up where we left off." "Pick up where we left off and some," she says with a grin, when her phone rings in quick succession, 3 times. Her body stills. "I'm sorry, I need to get that." I nod and pull away, but keep my hand on her lower back. Oh my God. Her hand covers her mouth. "Mario, what is it?" I feel my body tighten, bracing for whatever news she has to tell me. Ready to defend her, to fly this fucking jet myself if necessary to keep her safe. "The club we went to last night? Bombed," she breathes. "No shit. Jesus, whoever's after her has no limit to what they'll do. My apprentice just told me, said that it's all over the news, no one knows why or how, and everyone at the office is concerned because Grady never showed up today. Someone's trying to make her surface. Someone wants her to lose her shit and show her face." I drum my fingers on my knee. "Right. So your apartment's been attacked, and Romeo just told me that your office was ransacked last night or early this morning. We have to go through security footage to figure out when." Her hand covers her mouth, and her eyes go wide. "And now, the very same place you went to last night's been attacked?" She shakes her head wordlessly from side to side. "Someone's after me," she whispers. "Someone who isn't afraid about who they take down in the pursuit." I shake my head. "You'll do what I fucking say, Emma. If you're gonna stay safe, we have to be seriously careful. We can't screw around with this, doll, you get me?" "I don't want to leave," she says, her voice tight. "No, Mario, I don't want to go. Let me off of this plane. I can't just run." She's on her feet as the engine revs. I don't argue with her or even think twice, just yank her wrist and pull her to sitting beside me. She stands again, and this time I slam my palm across her ass 3 times, enough to make her gasp and spin around to look at me. Fucking sit, or I will remind you in no uncertain terms that you're my prisoner and tie you down to take you out of here. I look to the front of the jet, where the flight attendant stares with wide eyes. Tell him to fucking go. Now. Yes, sir. Yes, of course, sir. Emma fights me, but it's easy enough to subdue her. I'm bigger and stronger than she is and have her belted in her seat in seconds. Sit the fuck down, Emma. You are not going anywhere. She balls her hands into fists and screams, enraged. I never agreed to this. No, you fucking didn't. But you've also made your choices, doll, I say in a tight voice, no glimmer of amusement or affection in my tone. It's rare someone brings out my anger, but Emma does it in a heartbeat. That was Romeo just now. He reminded me of the two choices you have.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. You want to know what they are? She shakes her head. No. You do. I hold her shoulder and give her a firm shake. You do. Fine then, she spits out. What? You can go back to your old life and face the consequences of betraying the family, or you fake your death and join our ranks. Staying with us as Emma King does not work. When the people who are out to get you catch wind that you're working with the Rossi family, all hell will break loose. We'll start another damn war. Fake my death? Her voice wobbles. Are you crazy? Not crazy, doll, I mutter under my breath, resigned. Pragmatic as fuck. Chapter 16. Emma. I don't know how I could have ever thought I was falling for him, that there was something between us. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not sure how I could have ever been blinded enough not to see who he truly is. A narcissistic asshole, hell-bent on charming the pants off anyone he can use, manipulate. At first, I'm stunned with the news. I don't know what to think or feel. I'm someone who's always valued my autonomy, prided myself on making my own decisions and taking care of my own shit. And now, I feel like that's all been taken away from me, and I can't help but blame Mario. If you'd only kept your damn hands to yourself. My voice trails off and cracks at the end. I couldn't do that, he says, and you need to know that. Now that we're a thing, now that you and I are together, you need to understand that this doesn't change. It's in my blood to protect you. If any man whispered a word against you or dishonored you in any way, I would cut out his tongue, he says in a low snarl. This is a side of Mario I've only rarely seen. If any man ever touched you, he would lose a hand. And if anyone tried to hurt you, his voice trails off. We both know how he'd finish that statement. He swallows hard, and his voice shakes with barely contained rage as he continues. The men in my family don't love for fun, Emma. What? I blink at him in surprise. I can hardly believe he's using the word love. It would be a lie to say that it doesn't excite me, that it doesn't make hope bloom in my heart like the first bulb in early spring. I've convinced myself for years that I would never mean anything to anyone, because I would never be able to allow myself to become vulnerable, to allow myself to be loved. And now, here I am, with a man professing I don't know what to me, but someone who's actually willing to make me an irrevocable part of his life. It's scarily romantic. Logically, I try to tell myself this isn't right, that he doesn't even know me, that no woman should crave the obsession of a man. But the human part of me that just longs to be loved unconditionally holds on to what he says and doesn't want to let it go. I mull this over for long minutes, trying to figure out what it all means, trying to figure out where this leaves me. I know now, after being with Mario, that I could never be with a man who is anything but strong and nearly invincible, that I could never respect anyone with less self-respect than Mario, with less conviction than Mario. I could never be with a man that asked permission for everything, and I'm not sure why, but I know that who I am is only complete with him. It's all kinds of wrong. I don't know if I'll ever totally make peace with it in my mind, but I know that I'm definitely not at peace with it now.
Wait, wait. The men in my family don't marry for love? Marry? Love? It's like my brain finally caught up with my heart. Oh, right, I snap at him. They don't love for fun, they love for convenience, don't they? You can't become king of the mob unless you have a bride at your side. And of course, you want some kind of brainless, submissive woman who will do anything you say. Well, newsflash, that ain't me. I brush angrily at the tears on my cheeks and turn away from him. But snapping at him isn't the way to shut this guy down. Not sure there is a way. We're high in the air by now, so high I can see clouds below us, and because we were in the middle of our conversation, I never really even realized that we'd taken off. My ears begin to pop, and it's the last thing I register before he picks me up bodily in his arms and tosses me over his shoulder. I'm jostled and out of breath from being flung around, so I don't even know where we're going at first, because I assume, like most jets, this one is tiny. But I assumed wrong, of course. Like all things Rossi, this thing is huge, extravagant, worth millions of dollars. At the back of this plane is a room, and when he opens the door with a flourish, he reveals a small but elegant bedroom. Of course. You have a bedroom on a jet? Of course we do. Saves time and money. I have no idea how he works that equation out, but whatever. My brain, the logical steel trap that it is, hasn't even begun to process why he's carrying me physically into this room, until he drops me on the bed, pins me beneath him, and silences me with the fullness of his mouth on mine. I'm pissed. I don't want sex right now. I don't want to be seduced or fucked, and I don't want to come. I want to slap his face, claw at his skin, shove him off of me, and go home. I want to go home. Let me go, I grit out when his mouth comes off of mine. He only brings his mouth to my ear. Be honest, he says. We're already 40,000 miles up in the air. There is no going home right now. Do you want to fight all the way to Tuscany, or do you want me to fuck the brat right out of you? I'm not being a brat, I slap at his chest. Don't raise a hand to me, he growls. You know better than that. It comes as no surprise to then find myself stripped, bared, and over his knee in a matter of seconds. He's an expert at this, probably been waiting for an excuse to paddle my ass. I scream at the first angry smack of his hand across my butt. His hands are so big, he covers both cheeks at once, and within seconds after the second, third, and fourth slap of his palm, it feels like my skin is on fire. I push against him with everything that I have, but I can't get away. He holds me down hard and continues the onslaught. Let me go, I scream. I don't want this. This isn't sexy. This isn't fun. I hate you. I know, even as I say the words, that they're a lie. I hate being helpless. I hate not knowing what's coming. I hate feeling out of complete control and not knowing what to expect next. Mario is just the easiest target. Keep it up, doll, he says with a trace of smugness in his voice. I can spank your ass all the way to Tuscany. Again, he slams his palm on my backside. Again, pain ricochets across my skin, and I hate to admit that he's ignited a flame inside me. Brought on by the heat of the moment, my compromised position, his bold, unabashed dominance over me. I want to fight him. I need to fight someone. So I don't give in. I scream until I'm hoarse. I fight against him until my muscles ache, and he withstands it all. He holds me, over his lap, on the bed of that small room on a private jet 40,000 miles up in the air, and calmly, slowly, deliberately gives me the spanking of my life. There comes a point when anyone's raging, screaming tears of agony or anger that it all comes to a stop. The human body can only fight so long. Extreme emotion only lasts as long as the spark of a match. And I can't take the pain anymore. If I'm honest, for the first half of the spanking, I barely felt a thing. I was so angry. And for the second half, I welcomed the pain. Damn it. It was something predictable, centering, made me feel fucking human. But then something just quits in me.
I feel my body slump over his. A deep sigh goes through me, and a dry sob escapes my lips before I can stop it. He instinctively knows that he's won, but he's done exactly what he said he would do, because his large, strong palm that was an implement of punishment only seconds ago begins to slide over my skin in a soothing caress. We don't talk. I don't want to. I don't even know what I would say if I could speak right now.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. My brain has come to a screeching halt, and I can't process the torrent of emotions within me. He rubs the pain out of my fiery skin over and over again, crooning to me with soft words in Italian that I don't understand, but which sound like poetry. I once thought if he read poetry to me, I would fall in love with him. I imagine he's saying sweet, soothing things. I imagine he's telling me that it's going to be okay, that he's not going to let my world erupt into chaos, that somehow, magically, he can read my mind and he knows that I need predictability, structure, the certainty of who I am and where I'm going. And I imagine that he tells me he's giving me all of that, not as a benevolent king, but as my partner, my friend, my lover. Then I stop thinking, because his hand parts my legs, and I am so wet I'm sopping. All I can do now is feel the expert way he manipulates my body. How aroused I've become at being completely, physically dominated by him. How badly I want the escape of ecstasy, almost as much as I crave the escape of being brought to submission. Somehow, as if by magic, my clothes and his are on the floor. Somehow, he's lying on his back staring up at me, with something so luminous in his eyes it makes me feel like I'm staring at the sun. Somehow, my legs are spread while I straddle him, and I am so wet that he slides into me with effortless ease. He fits in me as if we were molded to be together. I'm already panting, sweating, and he is too from the exertion of what we just did. My heated skin rubs up against the softness of his flank, and I welcome the pain of it. It grounds me. I throw my head back when he impales me. He lifts my hips and drags me down the length of his cock with such perfection, I can't imagine being anywhere else or doing anything else right now. It feels like heaven. It feels like forgiveness. It feels like a second chance. When the tip of his cock hits me deep inside, I throw my head back with the first spasm of pleasure. I never felt anything like this in my life before. He groans in ecstasy as I scream myself hoarse until we're both lying on each other's chest, exhausted, with no words left between us. We land in Tuscany at midnight. I'm exhausted, both physically and mentally. Everything he told me sits on my chest like an anchor, but I'm too tired to move. I go through the motions with him, vaguely aware that Tuscany is beautiful even at night, maybe especially at night. Starlight twinkles in the sky above us like a velvet blanket studded with diamonds. No skyscrapers or clouds or anything at all to distract from the beauty. A car was waiting for us when we landed. Mario speaks to the driver in Italian, and I wish I understood the language. He guides me to the car as if I'm his, keeping one hand on my lower back. He even puts his hand on my head so I don't whack it when I get into the car and slide onto the seat. I'm so drowsy, I doze off a little on the way to wherever he's taking me. I come to, vaguely aware that someone is carrying our bags, and that this home he's taking me to is situated at the top of a hill. Of course, the Rossi family vineyard. He helps me get ready for bed, stripping me out of my clothes, and I lay down, asleep before my head hits the pillow. When I wake up the next day, for the first time in a very long time, I don't want to open my eyes. Mario isn't beside me. I don't know if he ever even came to bed last night. I hear his voice in another room, either talking to staff or on the phone, but I roll over and fall back asleep. If I stay asleep, I don't have to face the ultimatum he gave me. The door to the bedroom creaks open, and I hear him quietly enter. "Are you awake?" I wonder if he feels the same pain that I do. I wonder if he feels that same deep need for connection so badly it feels we're a hopeless cause. I wonder if a part of him longs for companionship like I do, or if he's happy to be the perpetual player.
Making love last night doesn't feel as redemptive now as I thought at first then. It makes the pain of our necessary breakup sting like an open wound. Before I'm even fully awake, before I'm ready to talk, a doorbell rings. Someone, I'm assuming staff, opens the front door. I hear the distinct clicks of high heels entering. Mario looks up, blinks, and quickly leaves the room. Now I am definitely awake. I hear someone greet him, and him returning the greeting. It's probably just a cousin or an aunt or something, I tell myself. I throw off the covers and get out of bed. I look down at myself and realize that I'm naked, of course. I look around the room and find a robe hanging on a hook, so I quickly put it on. And peek out the door just in time to see a gorgeous woman who looks like she could grace the cover of a fashion magazine, dressed in impeccable clothing, giving Mario a familiar embrace before she kisses both his cheeks. My throat is clogged with emotion as I shut the door. But why should it come as no surprise to me that women are going to flock to Mario? His charming ways definitely aren't restricted to America. I don't understand a word of the Italian she speaks, but hear her say something about the American. Is she saying something mean? Have I been downgraded to the American? I stumble into the bathroom, find a towel, and turn on the water to take a shower. I want to drown it out. All of it. Fake your death. Fake your death. That means turning my back on who I've become. It means giving up who I've always tried to be, what I've worked at my entire life. I shake my head, thankful that the shower washes my tears right down the drain. When I exit the bathroom, I crack the bedroom door open and peek out again. They're sitting closely, comfortably on a couch outside the bedroom, talking amicably, and her knee brushes his. I watch as he brushes a tendril of her hair behind her ear and swallow the lump in my throat. I was only one of the women he's been with. I knew from the beginning that I didn't matter, not really. That other women have come and gone, and I would too. I knew he was a player, and he didn't really pretend otherwise, if I'm honest. I don't know why he brought me here, but I wonder if he even fabricated what he said about my work, the club, Grady. I'll have to do some digging of my own. I've gotten this far without relying on a man, and don't plan on starting now. Chapter 17. Mario. It doesn't take long for it to get out that I'm in Tuscany again. I wish it did, because I have a history here, and I don't like it surfacing, especially now when Emma is so insecure. An ex-girlfriend of mine coming to visit first thing in the morning is not what I'd planned on, and I want to tell her to fuck off. But I can't because she's part of a mob group that's in an alliance with us, and it makes no sense to start a fight over nothing. I gracefully, quietly try to tell Eloisa that I'm not interested. She stands and looks toward the bedroom, but Emma has shut the door. "You have someone else." She says it like an accusation. I should have expected something like this would happen eventually, that one of my scorned ex-lovers would try to throw a wrench into things. I don't deny that I have someone else, but I don't want anyone to know who's here either. As is the case with every woman I've ever been with, I didn't lead her on. I never let her think there was more between us than there actually was. Still, some women don't take rejection well, and clearly Eloisa is one of them. She stands, her eyes sparkling at me. "You should go to the drag race tonight," she says with a smirk. "Would love to see you get your ass kicked by Moby Big Dick. His Ferrari's bigger." She smirks, at which point I think it's an excellent time for her to leave. I go to reach for her to try to smooth things over, not because I care, but because I don't want any trouble. It surprises me when I realize it revolts me to touch anyone but Emma. Touching everyone used to come as natural to me as breathing. Eloisa pushes me away and stomps her way past me toward the front door.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. It shuts behind her before I can respond. "Hell hath no fury," Emma mutters. She stands in the bedroom doorway wrapped in a robe, obviously freshly showered. Is she talking about Eloisa or herself? I look at her curiously. "Good morning, sleeping beauty." She presses her lips together and doesn't respond. Let me guess. A distant cousin? There's no use in lying. No, an ex-girlfriend of mine.
Part of another mob. Would have done a good job joining our families together, but I'm not interested in her. And she's the type that can't handle when men aren't interested in her, which is precisely why I'm not interested in her. Emma sighs. Irony. I can't help mulling over what Eloisa said, though. Drag race tonight? Moby Big Dick? What the fuck? I need to dig around online, Emma says. Romeo keeps saying that Grady is in the pocket of a rival mafia group, but I'm not so sure. I wonder if you guys assumed that because it's obvious Grady's in someone's pay, and you're used to assuming it's one of you. But I've researched rival mobs, honestly, all of you guys, so thoroughly that I'd have seen any connection between Grady and any of them. But I haven't, and definitely nothing with anybody named Ishmael. I'd like to cross-reference a few things, but I think we need to look elsewhere. She's brilliant, I'll give her that. So something tells me we should trust her instincts. Ishmael? Moby Dick? Did you ever read Moby Dick? She shakes her head. Now you want to talk about literature? No. She said something just now about a drag race tonight. I'm not sure what the fuck she was talking about, but I know the transfer into Grady's bank account came from an Ishmael. And isn't Ishmael in Moby Dick? Yes, she says. Then huffs out an impatient breath. All right, let me get changed first. There's a weariness to her voice that surprises me. I thought we'd had a breakthrough last night. I thought we were starting to understand each other. But I realize there are many things that I don't know about her at all. As she turns her back to me and heads to the bedroom, presumably get dressed and ready for the day, I call out to her. Favorite genre of music? She pauses. I have eclectic taste. Sometimes I like country, sometimes jazz, sometimes classic rock, sometimes pop. She doesn't ask me what mine is. She doesn't want to play this game. I'm not giving her a choice. I'm leading up to a bigger question. I need to open her up a little before I do. Favorite subject in school? I say in response. Abnormal psych, she responds. That makes me smile. Of course it was. No surprise. Still, she doesn't ask me a question back. Why were you happy your mother died? No hesitation. Because she didn't love me. And one of the most painful things in the world is having someone who's supposed to love you not love you. And it's easier to heal from that when they're no longer actively not loving you. I swallow, surprised to feel tears in my eyes. Unusual for me. But it wasn't until just now when she verbalized the bold, bald truth that I realized the connection we have because of parents who didn't love us. Both of us feel the need to prove ourselves. Me to my brothers, her to herself. And your father. Tell me about him. She turns and gives me a suspicious look finally. Why the 20 questions? Trying to alleviate your own guilt? I shake my head. Trying to understand. Why would I feel guilty? She purses her lips and finally shakes her head. Forget it. I'm on my feet. I need to hear the truth. I want it from her own lips. Why do you have a personal vendetta against the mob? Why have you made it your personal mission in life to take down organized crime? She blinks once, twice, swallows, then brushes damp hair behind her ear before she says, breezily, too breezily, because the only person who ever loved me was my father. He was a good man. He was killed by Mafia in a shootout in downtown Boston when I was a child. He left me to be raised by my heartless mother, who took to prostitution and whoring herself out to another Mafia group to get by. Jesus. Good enough for you? Enough information? Yeah, I mutter. I nod and give her a dry smile. Go get ready. We have work to do. I can point out a few mobs, like Eloisa's, for instance, if you really need to get some revenge. She actually smiles at that, hearing the humor in my voice and responding reluctantly with a shake of her head. Good to know. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks. I have a quick conference call with my brothers and give them non-committal answers. Santo, I need you to look up Moby Dick. The book? He asks, confused. The transfers to Grady's account came from an Ishmael, yeah? Yeah. Eloisa paid me a visit today, I say dryly. Santo curses under his breath. He has no patience for women like her. When I wouldn't give her what she wanted, she said she'd love to see me get my ass kicked by Moby Big Dick, then said, his Ferrari's bigger.
Not sure she was talking about his car, brother. Yeah, brainiac, no shit. But she was obviously talking about racing. She knows I race, and I don't know who the fuck she referenced. Can you look into that? Will do my best. Thanks. Romeo speaks up. Any answers from Emma? Not yet, I tell him. There's no way she's going to give in to his demands, and that puts me in an awkward position. My allegiance above all is to my family. All of us take those vows. Doesn't mean a woman hasn't swayed any of us once or twice. Hell, even straight as an arrow Orlando covered for his wife when the shit hit the fan. Didn't want to see her pay the consequences for her actions. And, for the second time, I think it worked out for them. I need to stall. Think of our options. Find another one. I won't make her choose between two types of death. I can't do that to her. I put my brothers off and tell them we're on it, that we're working an angle from where we are, and we'll update with any leads. Mario, sorry, Rome. The connection's shit. I lie. Hello? Hello? I'll call you later when I'm on the road. I hang up. My phone dings with a text seconds later. Romeo. Don't play me, Mario. I want an update this afternoon. Shit. You can't pull anything over on him. I sit on the sofa and cross one ankle over my knee. Thinking. Mulling. When I was little, my father gave me shit about sitting and doing nothing, but it was rarely the case. Someone's got to be the brains behind shit, and I can't always think my best when I'm moving. I close my eyes and piece it all together. She's driven by the need to see justice. She'd taken her job under the assumption it was the best way for her to do exactly that. Grady fucked her over. The very people she trusted to help fulfill her life's purpose betrayed her. She believes the only true path to justice lies in bringing down crime rings. But what if? What if I could show her that we're not all the same? That yes, we all play by different rules, but that some of us have much more twisted, ulterior motives than others? What if she could seek her own type of vengeance by seeking justice within the confines of working for us? Because what she doesn't know right now is that she's in more trouble than she's ever been in before. Whoever Grady's working for has it out for her. They aren't going to stop until she stops. And for her, that means her death. But there has to be another way. My papa always said I was too glass half full, that I needed a heavy dose of pragmatism and real-world consequences. He tried to give me those real-world consequences firsthand, but it didn't change who I was. My mama would shake her head and say, Mario, vedere tutto rosa. In other words, I saw the world tinted pink, or through rose-colored glasses. Life is too full of tragedy and heartache to dwell on it for long. I've always chosen to live life to the fullest, enjoy the moment, to love the food and weather and a beautiful woman on my arm. I love to laugh and love to sing, love to drive and love to race, love to drink good wine and eat good food and fall into bed beside a beautiful woman after chasing our own pleasure. And I won't stop now.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. Emma, I call out to her. Yes? Come here, doll. She shuts the door behind her and walks out to me. My heart warms when she obeys me, when she doesn't fight me this time, but there's a coldness in her eyes when she looks at me. Any luck? I'm not sure. Her voice trails off. She bites her nail, an uncharacteristic move for someone as confident as her, but I can tell she's thinking things over. I found a few things that are starting to feel like, if I can piece them together, it will all fit, but I don't know. All right, I say, patting my knee. Sit with Daddy and tell me. Maybe I can help. But she doesn't. She stands apart from me, her arms crossed on her chest. The reference to Moby Dick has something to do with a local in Boston who travels. She definitely doesn't want to get up close and personal with me right now. I understand, and I'm not going to push things either. We'll get through whatever this is. We're going to find a way that doesn't need Romeo's ultimatum to get us to where we need to be. Right now, what we need to do is figure out who's paying Grady. There are a lot of covert literary references that I found relating to books and race cars. So I think it's pretty obvious that the Moby Big Dick reference has something to do with someone who races, right? I nod. The Rossi family isn't the only one that races in Tuscany and Boston. There are a few others.
We aren't going to find what we want online. These people are too careful. What did that woman say earlier? She said they're racing tonight. It's decided then. We have to go tonight. What will that entail? Me racing. I feel a welcome surge of adrenaline. Drag racing in Tuscany is nothing like any other race. All drag racing isn't illegal in Italy. Italians are famous for fast cars and speed, and people from all over gather in Milan to witness some of the most epic races in the history of racing. Here in Tuscany, though, we've pushed the limits, raised the stakes. We're talking about people who drive without speed limits, who drive sometimes under the influence. I think nothing of driving 100 miles an hour in a souped-up car. It isn't just the race. The stakes are high. Tens of thousands of dollars in money, property. I've even been in races with higher demands. Flesh for flesh, a female tribute, a whore for a weekend, amnesty to do whatever the winner wants for a determined length of time. I spread the word within our small, close-knit ring of rivals and friends that I'll be joining tonight's race. Maybe Eloisa baited me. Maybe her visit was just in time. I try a few times to talk with Emma, to touch her, but she wants none of it. I let it go for now because the most important thing we have to do is go to the race tonight and put all the factors together. I leave her for a bit to take a walk in the warmth of the Tuscan sun while she's hard at work at the computer. When I come back, she doesn't even look up. We eat silently, and it isn't until much later, before we're about to leave, that she talks to me. What will you drive tonight? I tell her. A Ferrari Pista Piloti, my pride and joy, and the very reason I love Tuscany. I keep her here in Italy on purpose because it makes it that much sweeter when I'm here. My special ride for special races. She maxes out typically at 211 miles an hour, or nearly 340 kilometers an hour in Italian. She nods. Are you good? I snort. Is the Pope Catholic? She mutters something under her breath. I wish I could understand what pushed her away from me. Why is she shutting me down? I wish I could fix it. But something tells me it's far too complicated, that I couldn't provide an easy answer if I tried. Tell me everything I need to know about watching this race, what I can find if I go. I reach for her, but she pulls away and gives me a sad, distant smile. We have a job to do, Mario. Let's do it. The less we confuse things, the better. I pull her to me, forcing her to look at me, and even though she lets me, there's a cold distance in her eyes I can't unsee. What's going on? I ask her. Nothing. I hold her face in my hand, forcing her eyes to mine. I thought we settled things. There's nothing to settle, Mario, she says coldly. You're in a mob. I'm under your protection temporarily while we discover who's threatened me. I work for your family for now. I don't want to talk about Romeo's ultimatums or what I think about them. I want to find the people responsible for Grady's attack and the threat on my life. She blows out a breath. No more, no less. No more, no less. I hate the feeling of loss that hits me in the gut. The knowledge that she's here to solve a crime and get her life back. That she has no interest in any future with me. I thought we had something special. I thought we had a connection. Or was it that for once in my life I wanted more than a hot pussy and a one-night stand from a woman? I release her. You'll go in disguise. I don't want anyone recognizing you. Do you understand me? She pulls away from me. I let her. I do. Let's get this over with. Chapter 18. Emma. I never make foolish decisions. Rarely anyway. I don't know why I allowed a hot guy like Mario to swivel my head like I'm some sort of marionette. That isn't me. That isn't how I work. I have a job to do, and God damn it, I'm going to do it well. He helps me get ready. I pull on a black wig, tucking my blonde hair in. I wear designer jeans and a fitted tee, delicate silver earrings, and muted makeup. Do I look like I fit in? I ask him before we go. He turns to look at me. He's hot, god damn it, dressed in black jeans, a black tee, and a leather jacket. He looks like a race car driver. He curses under his breath in Italian. Sacrilege, he mutters. There's nothing you could do that would make you fit in, doll. But no, you don't look like Detective Emma King right now. Seems we'll have to settle for that. He teases a strand of my straight black hair. No, I scream internally. No, I can't deal with flirtatious Mario right now. He's so damn hard to resist. We should go, I whisper. I steel myself against what I know has to happen, what I know I must do. I can't fall in love with a man who's the antithesis of everything I've ever worked for. I can't. And I'll never fall in love with a man who can't fully love me for who I am. Being with Mario would mean relinquishing who I am to a greater purpose, to the code of his family. It would mean denying the core of who I am. I won't do it. My decision's reinforced when we get to the race course. It's well hidden behind a grove of Italian cypress trees, but once we get to the clearing, the road ahead looks perfect for a race. From what Mario told me on the ride over, the race is earlier than usual because dusk has barely fallen. We park with the other cars by the main gate, and as soon as Mario steps out of the car, he's accosted. A flock of women come to him. It's no lie that Italian women are beautiful. I'm not even into women, and I find them mesmerizing and sexy, so tantalizing I can hardly draw my eyes away. Stylish, sophisticated. I can smell their designer perfume and hear their voices lilting at Mario before I even exit the vehicle. I slip away like we practiced. Still, so much for not drawing attention to ourselves. Everyone knows Mario's here. Sigh. Mario will be 80 years old and walking with a walker, and he'll still be drawing the interest of women wherever we go. He'll still be flirting, still looking for attention from the female species. Why I ever entertained the notion of being his makes no sense to me now. None. It was a childish, fleeting fantasy. My judgment was clouded by his good looks and charming manner. And let's not forget the mind-blowing sex. I shake my head and get to work. Sidle up to a low fence that marks a place for onlookers to stand apart from the track. Ciao, a leggy brunette says. Americano? I respond. You? Ah, no, she says in a thick Italian accent. But I went to school in America. You look American. Another great.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. I give her a forced smile and decide it's time I go for broke. There are a few people nearby, so I doubt we'll be overheard. Yeah, I say with a nonchalant shrug of my shoulder. I look back at the track and narrow my eyes as if peering, as if trying to find a particular race car. I'm here to see Moby Dick race. I give her a wink like it's an inside joke. I figure the worst she can do is not understand what I'm talking about. But no, a flash of recognition lights her gaze even as she shakes her head with a roll of her eyes. Oh, really, she says. Moby Dick is not nice. He's selfish, mean. Why you like a man like him? I shrug again. He's a good racer. She spits on the ground beside her. Wow, then tell me how you really feel. Good racer, but male chauvinist. You know he rape woman and not serve time? I school my features. No, I say absent-mindedly. I honestly know almost nothing about him. Be careful, she says, zipping up her sweatshirt and looking away from me. Apparently, I don't interest her anymore. The son of a governor gets everything in America, even in Boston, no? She looks back at me and shakes her head. Watch the race, but be careful. She bends to kiss both cheeks before she turns and walks away. I feel a surge of adrenaline when I realize that I've struck gold. Governor's son. So Moby Dick's a governor's son. I've learned to trust my instincts, my strong intuition. There's more at play here than rival Mafia. The Rossi's huge and well-respected, and that matters. I quickly text Mario on the burner phone we got especially for this kind of information. It's me. Mario, hi. Don't think for a second I'm letting you get away without talking to me. Another eye roll, but he can't see me. I found some crucial information on your new guy, right now. Mario, spill. You're sure these are burner phones? Mario, 100. Moby Dick is a governor's son. At first he doesn't respond. Then the next minute I brace as a slew of texts come all at once. Mario, how do you know this? Where did you get your intel?
Did you tell anyone? Who told you? Me. Spoke with another spectator. She said he's a douche. She said to watch him because he's gotten away with terrible things, like assaulting women without prosecution. Motherfucker. Find out which car he's driving. Call Santo. I look around until I see another flock of women sitting and talking excitedly about the upcoming race. I walk up to one of the women who sits at the edge of them. "Ciao," I say with a little smile. She waves back. "Which car here is Moby Dick, you know?" She nods, all smiles. "Ah, Americano. No English." She points to a shorter woman with graying hair on the side of the road sipping out of a travel mug. "Americano." I nod my thanks and head over to her. "Ciao," I say haltingly. She looks up at me with a cold expression. "Don't speak Italian to me," she says in an English accent. Mario's admonition that not all mobs are the same comes back to me, just like there's no American or British accent. I swallow and force another smile. "Hi there," I say in a southern drawl, tempted to flip her off. "Curious, do you know which car is Moby Dick's?" She snorts. "Of course." She points to a vibrant blue Camaro. "But if you think you're hooking up with him to get whatever the fuck you want, he's not interested in the likes of you." She turns away haughtily. "Oh no, not at all," I say with another forced smile. "I'm happy to leave him to you. I've spoken to several people now, and the fact that I'm asking around for information's going to get around." I quickly weave my way through the crowd until I hit a grove of trees at the back, duck behind an enormous cypress, and swap out my wig for another. I'm tucking in the loose ends of my hair when I hear voices behind me. I step in the opposite direction around the tree with my head held high. I learned long ago that walking confidently is less likely to cause suspicion. I hear the squeal of race cars and the screams of fans in front of me. The race is about to begin. My heart beats faster as I pull out the burner phone and scroll through the few contacts Mario gave me. I pull up Santo and shoot him a text. "Me. It's me. M told me to text you." Santo. "Yes. What is it?" Me. "We figured out a part of the puzzle. He's a son of a governor, Boston was mentioned, and he drives a blue Camaro." Santo. "Makes sense. Governor Peterson's son, Lucas, had a run-in with Mario and got pissed at him. We expected pushback. Stand by." I see Mario's yellow Ferrari and the blue Camaro take off. They're a good deal apart from one another for the first few seconds, right before they disappear around a bend. With trembling hands, I look up the governor's son, try to acquaint myself with who he is. Lucas Peterson, 20 years old, goes to college in Boston. Accused but not convicted of assault 2 years ago. My eyes go wide when I see Twitter and Instagram posts from him mentioning Mario by name. I blink. Mario? He mentioned Mario. Why? The posts are vague and nondescript, mentioning dirty, underhanded tactics, though commenters below the posts mention not stirring the pot with the Rossies. Cold fear grips the back of my neck. Mario must have won a race against him, and it comes as no surprise that Lucas Peterson's a sore loser. He's stirred up shit online, and now? I shove my phone back in my pocket. I've gathered from research and from what Mario told me that this particular race will begin with 3 loops around the track, and a final 4th sprint to the finish line, which ends precariously at the edge of a cliff. Of course. Dread begins to curl its way through my belly, and I don't understand why. Still, I feel like I'm on the edge of a breakthrough, that we're going to find answers all the way here in Italy. I watch a shiny red car flash by my eyes, so fast it's a blur. Impossible to tell the make or model, though when it's a good bit in front of me, I get a clearer view. I'm looking for Mario's canary yellow Ferrari and Peterson's blue Camaro. It isn't until I notice the red car's made its 3rd lap around the track and is heading for the 4th that there's unrest in the crowd. But worst of all, I haven't seen Mario, not once, nor Peterson. I look wildly around me, wishing I spoke the language so I could gather pieces of conversation around me. When I realize I've got a smartphone in my pocket I could put to good use. I hit a translate website and quickly type in what I hear. "Lui è andato." He is gone.
Qui and Trambi, both of them. I don't need a translator to decipher the words Peterson and Rossi. They're not here. They began the race. I saw them with my own eyes, but neither are on the racetrack anymore. My heart begins to pound. I lost them. Mario's in trouble. My legs shake as I walk down the steep path that leads to the next loop of the race. I'm not the only one who's gotten that idea. Other spectators are on the lookout, hunting for the two missing racers. They shout at one another in Italian, and the most troubled among them seem to be the beautiful women. But fashionable Italian shoes don't make for good walking, and they quickly give up their chase when the steepness of the landscape makes it impossible to traverse it in heels. I take off my shoes and walk barefoot. My belly clenches at the steepness of these roads, the rocky terrain, and the certain knowledge that this isn't safe at all. How easily one could fall over the edge into the ravine below. This is what makes it illegal. This is what makes him excited. I close my eyes against rising nausea when I see the depth of the plummet ahead of me. Where is he? I go to call Santo, but quickly realize that I have no cell reception here. Fuck, I mutter under my breath. I need to alert Santo, to see if he discovered anything he can share with me. I feel alone, and for the first time in my adult life, I hate it. I hate knowing I've got no one to turn to. In the brief time I've been with the Rossis, I've observed how loyal they are to each other, how dedicated. Even when they argue, they have each other's backs.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. Even when they fight like cats and dogs, they're family. And in the eyes of their family, that's everything. They've all got someone to turn to, no matter what. And even though they live by a code that's so contrary to my own personal experience, my own code of ethics even, devotion and fidelity are at the top of their list of priorities. And I want that. I want that so badly it hurts. I swallow a sob as I come to the bottom of the hill and see something shiny in a gathering of fallen leaves. I bend down and pick it up. Mario's wallet. No! Oh my God. The race is still going, and Mario is nowhere to be found. I tuck his wallet in my pocket and look at my useless phone again. Think. I press on my temples as if somehow that will make me think harder. They are no longer on the racetrack, but they were. So something had to have stopped his car, both of them, and quickly disposed of or even hidden their cars. But they're big, flashy, expensive cars, not easily hidden. I walk the length of the track and almost give up hope that I'll find them. I see nothing that would give away where they are. I look to where an overhang of trees covers the mouth of a cave. At first, I don't see anything that would lead me to believe I'm getting warmer, when a gentle wind rustles the trees. Behind the low-lying branches of the cypress trees, I see a flash of blue. Then, just as quickly, it's gone again. I hear voices behind me and quickly flatten myself against the leafy terrain. No one else has made it this far. In the distance, I hear the squeal of tires and screams and cheers. The race is over. Soon, they'll be questioning where two of their drivers went. Peterson has a vendetta against Mario. He's tricked me and Mario, and possibly Romeo, into having us come here. What does any of this have to do with me? Why have I been under attack? Why was I forced out of my home and into Mario's protection? We'll have answers, I know it, soon. But as I stand and unfold myself, intent on finding them, I know in my heart, I can't leave Mario. This is more than a hunt for justice, solving a crime, so much more. I fear for his safety. Deep in my heart of hearts, the thought of Mario being injured or worse makes me want to scream and cry with anger. I don't want him hurt. I don't want to leave him. We may be two very different people from very different walks of life, but in some ways, we aren't so different at all. I hear voices ahead of me, muttering or cursing in Italian. I can't tell which. I look right and left, trying to decipher their location. They're at the mouth of the cave. I walk as quietly as possible so no one hears me. I'm finally close enough I can hear voices. You tricked me. My heart thumps madly. Mario! You made me think there was a threat against her, that she was the one in danger. Oh, but she was. A younger voice.
Peterson? Or someone Peterson's hired anyway. But only because of her association with me. How else would I get to you? I'm not dumb enough to attack the Rossi family head-on. A cruel, heartless laugh makes the little hairs on my arms stand on end. I swallow hard, my hand trembling as I remove my cell phone and hope desperately for even the weakest cell signal. My heart leaps when I see 2 small bars, and I swipe on the messaging. Santo, our sources say Peterson's in Tuscany. Romeo was duped. Thought the threat was here in Boston because of intel we were fed, but it was a setup. Even Eloisa coming to Mario this morning was to lure him to the race. They knew he couldn't say no. Be careful, they're on the hunt for him, and they won't think twice of getting rid of you for the hell of it. It's Mario they want. It's all becoming clear to me now. We were seen at the hotel that first night, the night he won a race. He must have won against Peterson. Peterson wanted revenge and thought the smartest way of getting it was to attack Mario's woman. He didn't know I don't mean anything to him. I swallow the lump in my throat. Peterson was in league with Grady somehow. The monthly transfer of funds to Grady's personal account will corroborate that. When I get back home, I'll check with Romeo and the rest to make sure home. Why am I thinking of the castle as home? I have to intentionally shut off my thought process and focus on the present. I'll have to parse it all out after Mario's safe. I know. They got him off the track. He started the race and is gone. I think I found them. I think they've abducted him. Motherfucker, you need backup. Rossi cousins are 10 minutes out. Stand by. Stand by. Stand by. For the love of God, I don't stand by easily. I press my lips together and blow out a breath. My hand trembles on my gun when I feel a thick hand wrap around the back of my neck. Gun away, detective. There's no need for weapons here. Mr. Peterson won't allow those. Slowly, I pretend to obey, sliding the gun into my pocket, only to reach for the slim blade we hid there. Being small and lithe comes in handy in situations like this. I retrieve my knife and in one quick motion, press it against my attacker's throat. One word, and I slice your throat, I whisper. I press so that a trickle of blood flows from his meaty neck. The asshole's eyes nearly bug out of his head as his hand releases me. Of course he's a coward. He works for a rapist. They're all cowards. His hands go up. I push him to his knees, and while holding the knife to his neck, take his own handcuffs from him. Quickly, I secure his hands behind his back, then press him so he's on his side, immobile. I push the knife back to his throat. Give me a tally of everyone you've got working with you right this very minute. The son of a bitch is nearly crying. 2 guards at 3 and 8 o'clock. None in the cave with Peterson. Don't report me, please don't report me. You threatened an officer, I say, shaking my head. We won't mention that I'm in Italy and the rules don't apply. I want him to think I'm going to prosecute. I'll let that slide if you cooperate, but only if you cooperate. Lucky for me, I have a pussy on my hands. He nods and quakes, and I use that to my full advantage. I let the knife press against his thick throat a 3rd time. You be fucking silent. Do you understand me? He whimpers and nods. I head down to the mouth of the cave and remember what he said. I have 2 more to worry about here, then Peterson himself. God, I hope Santo gets the cousins here sooner than later. My first job is to locate the guards. Thankfully, they make it easy. Obviously drunk, they're loud and obnoxious, shouting at one another and jostling each other outside the entrance to the cave. They're so full of themselves, they don't hear me coming. I stand behind a tree as my phone lights up. Santo, cousins are 5 minutes out. Show location. I text him a picture of where I see them. Me, how will I know cousins? Santo, look like this. Shorter ones, Tomeo. One with the beard is Sergio. He sends me 2 pictures of seriously hot guys that do have a bit of the Rossi flair about them. Sergio's behind the wheel of a race car. I wonder if he follows these races like Mario. Tomeo is shorter, but not by much, and both men are sturdy, stockier than the Rossis, muscled and tatted and obviously rich. They all look like they could walk down an Italian runway. Maybe I could handle associating with these guys. Me, got it, thanks. I'm thankful for my training,
thankful I can move without being noticed or heard as I make my way to the mouth of the cave. I hear a rustling nearby and come to a stop, my heart hammering in my ribcage. A pair of innocent doe eyes stares at me from beneath the shade of the cypress. I wave my hand to tell her to go away, to not get caught in the line of fire. I watch as she crashes through the woods, startled by my rapid hand movements. The sounds within the cave cease. Someone pokes his head out. Clouds part overhead, and a sliver of moonlight illuminates the side of his face. Peterson, an exact match to the image I found online.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. Chuck, Johnny, Bill, over here, boss. Chuck and Billy. Not Italian names, or not common ones anyway. Americans, like Peterson. Johnny, he yells, louder. When he gets no response, Peterson curses under his breath. Fucking find Johnny, he orders before he goes back inside the cave. Good. He knows one of his guards is gone. He should be getting scared right about now. The two other guards, large, lumbering guys, start to walk toward me. Twigs snap as they draw closer, but I'm hidden in the shade of a cluster of trees near the cave's entrance. Still, I don't breathe until they're so close to me I can see their breath in the cool night air. Freeze! Hands in the air! I keep my voice low and my gun high as I stand. One of the guys obeys, but the second laughs. I'm supposed to be scared of a pretty little. I slice him with my knife before he can finish the sentence. He grabs at his arm, blood pouring over his fingers as he falls to his knees. He lunges for me, but I give him another slash of my knife to match the first. He howls with rage and pain. I move rapidly because I know that Peterson will come out when he hears the commotion. The other guy whimpers as he stands with his hands above his head. I shove him to his knees, restrain him with a pair of handcuffs I find hanging from a loop on his pants, and shove him to his side. I cut the other guy so he'll bleed and experience debilitating pain, but they'll get him to a doctor before he bleeds out. I gag both men so they don't shout again, thankful our altercation was brief. If Peterson heard them, he apparently has other, more important things to do before he investigates, since he hasn't shown his face. Good. I use the lull to flatten myself against the wall of the cave, my hand on my weapon. There's an opening on the side of the cave like a window. My body still flush against the cave, I peer inside as quietly as possible. Ah, I see Mario, obviously beaten, tied to a chair. His wrists are bound behind his back. Peterson paces in front of him, shaking his head and cursing as Mario sits as straight as an arrow, giving one-word answers in reply. Clearly, whatever mental game he's playing is working, as Peterson seems more and more agitated. I stifle a gasp when a hand wraps around my arm. I look up to see familiar faces. Sergio? I whisper. He nods and gestures to his brother. Timio. You must be Emma. I swallow and look away. Yeah, he's in the cave. I've neutralized all three guards, now it's just Peterson and Mario in there, to the best of my knowledge. Well done, little detective, Sergio approves. I roll my eyes at the little detective. I probably have more experience in training than him and his friends. Still, it feels good to have someone to back me up. Plan? Sergio asks. They're asking me? I love that. Get Peterson out here, neutralize him, then interrogate while we're all conveniently here. Sergio grins at Timio. I like her. Let's get her in there, and let's get Mario's ass out of there. I hear a cry of pain from inside the cave and feel anger surge inside me. Someone's hurting Mario. My Mario. Move, I hiss. Chapter 19. Mario. She's here. I know she is. Emma isn't one to sit idly by when shit goes down. It's one of my favorite things about her. One of the things I love about her. Love? I'm tied up in a fucking cave by this goddamn pussy son of a bitch, and all I can think of is Emma out there. She's well-armed and experienced in tracking down criminals, in defending herself. My money's on Emma.
That motherfucker stopped me mid-track, just when we'd come to the pass below the cliff where visibility's shit. His asshole cronies shot out the tires of my Ferrari and dragged me off the course in seconds. He had a whole team of them. Of course, he couldn't come accost me at my home like an upstanding son of a bitch. No, he had to get me off the race course like the drama queen that he is. I will get out of this chair, and I will gladly beat his too pretty face to a bloody pulp before I call Rome and put the screws to his goddamn father. Fucking little pussy. You mocked me, Rossi, Peterson says, pacing in front of me like the narcissistic pussy he is. I see something, no, someone, behind him in the trees. I keep my face neutral, my eyes blank. A flash of red hairs, she's donned a second wig as planned, and the shadows of two bulky men at her side. My cousins? She isn't alone, thank fuck. My heart surges with hope. I knew I could trust her, count on her. I knew she'd pull through. They slink to the corner of the cave, and it takes me a second to realize what they're doing. I'm flush up against the cave wall where there's a small window. It looks like this once was a place where people camped or something similar. They'll somehow unfasten my bonds, I know it. I'll get my hands on a weapon. They'll distract Peterson, and when I get my chance, we'll take him down. Together. I can almost hear her plan as if she told me herself. The woman's brilliant. I hear sirens in the distance. Peterson planned it this way, a dramatic ending for me, all because I had the audacity to defeat him publicly. If I had it to do over again, I would have humiliated him a lot worse than that, the asshole. You and that pretty detective were pretty damn full of yourselves, weren't you? I shake my head and huff out a laugh. For having a one-night stand? You'd have me think that's a one-night stand? I had you tapped, Rossi. I heard what you said about her to your sister. Oh yeah? Distract him. Anger him. He'll never see them coming. I heard you saying how she was nothing like anyone you've ever met before, how you couldn't get her out of your mind, blah blah blah. You professed your undying love and affection, didn't you, you romantic motherfucker? I know Emma's out there. There's a chance she could hear me. I take my chance. It's true. She was so much more than a one-night stand. Peterson grins. Perfect. Which is why I went after her and not you. She turned down my pal, so that was an easy target. Too bad you decided to beat the shit out of Grady, he shakes his head. That sealed your fate, you know. Oh yeah? Lovely, I mutter. You know Emma's gonna find you. She's too smart to not figure it all out. She knew Grady was on something. She'll hunt you down. And believe me, you do not want Emma on your ass. She's ruthless. Shaking in my fucking boots over here, he says, rolling his eyes. Like I give a flying fuck about your little princess. I hear a low voice behind me, barely audible, just as sirens blare again above us. Keep him talking and don't move your hands. I stay as still as possible. Strong fingers, larger than Emma's, a man's, drive a knife along the restraints on my wrists. I feel the snap, but keep my wrists together as something snaps directly in the woods behind Peterson. He swivels and I test my wrists. Free. Someone slides a heavy pistol into my palm. Anger surges in me, adrenaline pumping through my veins, on the brink of a beatdown. Ah, you would though, if you knew her, if you knew how smart and sexy she is. Peterson rolls his eyes at me. So smart and sexy she never saw me coming when I ransacked her apartment, eh? Ah, so you were the one that did that. Told you. You humiliated me. Decided to beat up my one connection to the Boston PD. You think that goes unpunished? When I get out of these cuffs, I'm gonna beat the ever-lovin' shit out of you, I say with relish. He only chuckles. Not sure how you'll manage that, even if you Rossies think you walk on water. Maybe with a little help? Emma's voice stops him in his tracks, but only for a second before he swivels around. He shoots blindly at the trees, but she's too clever to stand out in the open. I see the slim shadow of her form behind the cave's entrance, and Sergio's thick body in front of hers. I take my chance, swing my arms free, cock my gun, and waste no time in shooting. I hit my mark. With a scream of fury, Peterson falls to his knees, clutching at his arm as blood gushes onto the cave floor. Emma screams.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. One of the guards has gotten free and attacked her. I lurch myself out of the cave. Sergio's fallen to his knees, hit by a gunshot, but Emma's not going down without a fight. She screams with rage and kicks the guard straight between the legs. He falls to his knees, giving me my chance. "Get Peterson!" I yell at Tomeo as I bring my fist back and swing it like an anvil straight into Emma's attacker's gut. He falls forward with a grunt. I knee his face, hearing the satisfying crunch of bone. "Mario!" she screams. I turn just in time to duck another blow from the asshole before I pull the trigger. His body falls to the ground with a thud. He never even screamed. "You all right?" I ask her roughly, dragging my arm around her back. "Of course I am. Better question is, are you?" I snort. "Of course I am." "Hey, Mar!" Tomeo screams from inside the cave. "Dead or alive?" "Alive, bro. For now." Sergio gets to his feet. "Graze the fucking skin. I'm fine. Take your girl and get your ass out of here. Leave Peterson for us." "No fucking way," Emma says. "That asshole abducted Mario," she amends, flushing. "He isn't getting away with it. Let me at him." She pulls out of my grip and heads to the cave, where my cousins have Peterson restrained on his knees. "You little bitch of a loser," Emma screams. "I heard your pussy confession. You ought to be castrated for your weak, bullying, selfish ways." She rears back and slaps him across the face. His face snaps to the side, and he growls obscenities at her. I kick his back and send him forward onto the ground in front of her. "Wow, she's a natural. You watch your mouth around my woman. I told you I'd beat the shit out of you, but I'll let her have the first crack." She grabs him by the hair to straighten him up and glare in his eyes. "You assholes think that you can just ruin my life because of a little vengeance? You pay off my boss so you can get your way," Emma says, clearly tallying up Peterson's transgressions. "Then decide to ransack my personal space and living area because of your adult-sized temper tantrum? She slaps the other side of his face to match the first, then spits on the ground in front of him. "I thought all the rumors that you were a spoiled mama's boy weren't true," she says, shaking her head. "And yet here we are, and you've proven that's exactly what you are, haven't you?" She shakes her head. "Mario, your turn." I grab Peterson by the hair and drag him to his feet. "I'm tellin' my mother," he whines. "You'll never be attacked by a spoiled loser?" "Damn right I won't," I ask, as I deliver a solid uppercut to his chest. He falls back and whimpers, clearly someone who can dish it out a lot more than he can take it. I want to make him bleed. He hurt my woman. I don't care if she thinks there's no future between us. I don't care if she thinks that after all this is settled, she's going back to the way things were. I'll fight my brothers for her. I won't let them take advantage of her or force her into doing anything against her will. But I will put my foot down. Emma is not going back to the way things were. I know Emma through and through. I know what she needs. I know what she craves. I know what makes her tick. And she knows me better than any other person I've ever known in my life. She sees me. I slam my fist across his nose so hard, blood spurts and bone and cartilage break. If Emma was in America, she wouldn't be able to allow me to do this. But we're in Italy now, and she's under my protection. As always, Romeo knew it was coming. Sergio and Tomeo gleefully restrained the guards Peterson had with him. In my family, we have a man who brings in muscle. With my cousin, the Montevillos, they're all muscle. It's an easy job, and I hear Sergio talking to one of them. "Ah, poor baby. Did he pull you off the fucking football team to watch his back?" "You ruined my life," Emma says to Peterson. She looks to me. "What will we do with him?" I leave it up to you, I tell her. If it were up to me, I'd put a bullet through his head, right now. Push him off this fucking cliff into the water, clean up the mess. Emma thinks it over. She's not used to our method of brutality, but she's very quickly adapting. If she wants to cuff him and fly him back to the States where he'll face prosecution, I leave up to her. Sergio speaks up from behind her. He's giving you an opportunity. You might not get an option like this again. Emma shakes her head. She's torn. We both know that the deception doesn't end here, but the payouts to Grady could mean further infiltration into her detective circle. She will not go back to life at the CID as she knew it. Emma looks me in the eye. If it were just about his betrayal of me, I would have brought him back to the States to face prosecution. He brought you to this cave, and that I cannot forgive. She turns and looks at Peterson. And this man never served time for raping women. My pulse races. He's fucking lucky I didn't know that when he was on the receiving end of my fist. She takes out her gun and cocks it, then looks at me. Consider this my official signing with the Rossi family. She pulls the trigger. I watch her cold, calculated decision with nothing short of pride. Consider this my official signing with the Rossi family. She isn't going back. She's mine. Sergio and Tomeo are good stock. They call in their associates for cleanup. Emma and I go back to the race, bloodied and bruised, where we tell the story of my car going off the racetrack. I hang my head. Moby's gone, I say. Sergio and Tomeo's team gleefully pushed his beautiful blue Camaro into the ocean off the cliff. It was painful to watch, and I swear I saw Tomeo wipe away a tear, the only time I'd ever seen him cry. There, Emma pats his arm. I'll tell Romeo how brave you are, and I'm sure he'll make sure that you get a nice reward. Sergio grins at me. She's yours, brother? He shakes his head. Too bad, because... Finish that sentence, I dare him. Go ahead, finish it. He backs away from me, grinning. No, man, ain't that stupid. He turns to Emma and cocks his head to the side. You got any sisters? She flips him the middle finger on an eye roll. Fuck, I love her. Hours later, we're back on a plane heading home. I don't want to spend one more night in Tuscany, and Emma wants to make sure that everything's situated back in the States. It isn't until we're high in the sky above the clouds that she sighs, turns to me, and takes my hand in hers. I really made my decision back there. I run my thumb over the top of her hand. Which one? I'm genuinely curious. All of them, she whispers. I dedicated my life to police work, seeking justice. But your family seeks justice of another kind. I never would have seen that if I hadn't gotten to know you. And I feel like I'll find my place with you. She sighs. Please give Romeo the go-ahead to fake my death. With Grady gone, we won't have to fake your death. You can resign. You can start a new life. If I join you, without any identity, think about it. How much more power can I bring to the Rossi family if I come with no baggage? I have no family. If Emma King dies, there will be no records of me. I'll be struck from the system. She shakes her head. A year ago, I wouldn't have thought that would make me happy. But now, I like that idea. I like the power it would give me. We never, ever assault women, I tell her. I believe that. We do bullshit you ain't gonna like. Believe that too. But I also believe Romeo might give me a choice with what jobs I could take. He'll choose what you're best at. She nods. I like that. I call Romeo and give the go-ahead. He starts the ball rolling. It's an easy job for him. He has connections everywhere. A few days later, we watch the ceremonious funeral for Emma King while sitting in bed together at the castle. It's an emotional day for her. I understand. She cries and I hold her. But it isn't for long. And when we watch the empty casket supposedly holding the body of Detective Emma King laid into the ground, she sighs and sits up.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. My life with you began at the end of one funeral and begins again at the end of another. That feels oddly symbolic. She gives me a sad smile. My old life is over. My new life begins with you. She smiles to herself and thoughtfully twirls a piece of her hair. I've been thinking about it, Mario. You've been thinking about what? I've seen how your brothers treat you.
I've heard how your brothers talk to you, and there's definitely a difference between the men who are married and the men who are single in this family." I give her a curious look. I nod. I told her that at the beginning. Men with wives have naturally more authority. Men with wives and children are far in rank above all others. It's almost like she's thinking things over. They respect you, but treat you like one of the younger ones. I mean, I know you are one of the younger ones, but you're no slouch. You're as intelligent as the rest of them. The only thing you're lacking is a wife." She shrugs. "Do you know what I mean? You go from, 'that's it, we're over, we're from two different sides of the world,' to not only am I willing to break the law and become a formal member of a crime ring, but I'm willing to be your wife?" She gives me a sly smile. First of all, it wasn't too hard for me to make that decision. I realized when we were hunting Peterson that our official justice system is really no better than yours. Sure, we live by a different code, but like you told me a long time ago, no two mobs are alike. She looks up. I think about how all of the women in this family, other than being in love with their husbands when they married, really were attracted to the family. Your sisters are awesome. Your nieces and nephews, they are too. I love Nana and your mama. There's no better way for me to seek justice against the truly evil organized crime rings than from the inside. She blows out a breath. And I hope it will repay the kindnesses you've given me. Hope surges in me. If she wants to be with me, she wants to marry me. Stop right there, I tell her. She stops and looks up at me. Do you know what marrying me means? Yes, your sisters told me at length. And the women of the Rossi family told me that while overtly you guys are all domineering, really the women get away with quite a lot. They're spoiled, they get to travel, they're wealthy, they have a ready-made family. And you didn't tell me about the hot springs in Tuscany. I don't know if she's teasing me, but she's honestly pretty accurate. I don't know if I want to spank you or fuck you. I think both sound pretty good, she says coyly. Come here. She moves closer to me like a good girl. I grab her ass in my hand and give her a hard squeeze. I will expect you to obey me, and if you don't, you'll be punished, you know that. I'll count on it, Daddy. Her eyes flash at me. And challenge. I can never be with a woman that didn't push me like this. I fucking love every minute of it. We have rules, old-fashioned rules. I know, the girls told me that too. Of course they did. There's only one thing left to do. I stand her up next to the bed and kneel down beside her. I take her hand. We'll have to give you another name. You're not Emma anymore. She shrugs. Emma never really suited me. It really doesn't. Suggestion? Gloria. It means woman of glory. She cringes. That's a bit much. I shake my head. Not for a queen. She nods and holds my hand in both of hers. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I want to make babies with you. I want to wake up with you next to me and travel the world with you. I want to fight for justice. I want to race with you. I want to explore the world with you. Gloria, I say, repeating it. Will you marry me? Yes, she says on a grin. Yes. Chapter 20. Gloria. I love it. Here? I never thought I'd love it anywhere. I never thought I'd love anyone. And I thought that saying goodbye to the life that I knew would be so much more painful than it has been. I see now that the life I lived as Emma King, detective, was a life built on pain and misfortune, that I'd eaten the bitter herbs of regret and cynicism. I didn't do my job because I loved it, as I told myself. I did it because I was good at it, and I was convinced it was the only way for me to ever be satisfied. I was wrong. I see that now. I told myself I worked alone, that I didn't need the help or companionship of anyone else, but one night near a cave in Tuscany showed me otherwise. Sergio and Timeo are nice enough to insist I could have taken down Peterson on my own, but I know better. We worked better as a team, and I never had a real team at my back at the CID. I'm sure some people do. I'm sure some detectives build a family in their workplaces, but that wasn't me. I was too bitter and vengeful to ever give anyone a space to collaborate. The CID leaves a bitter taste in my mouth now. Still, I look back once in a while. I see that my apprentice has earned her spurs and has risen in rank. They've appointed a new director in Grady's place, since Grady resigned after Peterson's death. Likely thought he was next, and if he was as dirty as I suspect he was, he's not wrong. I like seeing my apprentice working hard at her job, seeing the department run smoothly in my absence. It's confirmation for me that I did the right thing moving on. And here at the castle, I'm finally home. We don't stay here all the time. Occasionally, we'll spend a weekend in downtown Boston at one of Mario's condos on Beacon Hill, especially if he has business in the North End. And we spend a lot of time at his place on the North Shore of Rockport, on the water's edge, by the quaint little shops that border the shell-lined streets. But Mario knows how much I love it here at the castle, how happy I am to call it my home. He knows as much as I love him, and I do. I love this family. I love having sisters to gossip and shop and laugh with, brothers who protect and tease and love me, nieces and nephews, a grandmother, and for the first time in my life, someone who actually feels like a mother to me. Mama cooks and scolds and kisses and hugs, teases the boys for fighting over food, which they will continue to do, despite the insane volume of food she cooks for them. She points out when I have a snag in a sweater and takes it so she can sew it up with a needle, buys me little trinkets in town when she sees something she thinks I'll like, and gives me little bits of Italian wisdom from time to time that I cherish. Dagli amici mi guardi Dio, dai nemici mi guardo io. God guards me from my friends. I guard myself from my enemies. A true Rossi family motto. Una casa senza donna è come una lanterna senza lume. A house without a woman is like a lantern without a light. And my favorite one of all, dopo la pioggia arriva il sole. After the rain comes sunshine. The other girls call her Tosca. I asked her if I can call her Mama. Mario does, and it feels so natural to me. She loves that I do, and beams whenever I call her name. One night at dinner, Mario pours me a glass of wine. I was never much of a wine drinker before the Rossis, but I'd never had wine from their vineyard. It's in a class all of its own. Mario, we're heading into town, Santo says. You comin', brother? He looks to me. Santo, Tavi, and the rest often head into town to the North End or to hit a concert or club, but Mario joins them less and less frequently. Tonight, we had plans of our own, after mulling over wedding details all day, and I really want him to stay home with me. I'd let him go if he really wanted to. Nah, man, not tonight, he says. Santo ribs Tavi, and one of them says something about, never thought I'd see the day, but I'm honored. I love that Mario, the world-class player, has finally decided to settle down. I squeeze his hand. I'll make it worth your while, I whisper in his ear, while Mama pulls out wedding catalogs and Nana plies us with large, quivering bowls of trifle. He nips my ear discreetly, making me stifle a giggle. Oh, Lordy, Maria Elena says, grinning at us.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. You ready for more bambinos, Nonna? I knit 3 sets booties. Nonna says, uno, due, tre. You two have 3 bambinos. Bam, bam, bam. I look in surprise at Mario. You know anything about this? He shrugs, says it's good luck. Something about the church and the timing or something. I don't know. You have 3 bambinos, Bella, Nonna says with a smile. See? I smile back. Maybe, Nonna, but not today, okay? She squeals with laughter and fetches the bottle of limoncello. Not today, then you drink with me. We have a shot together while Mario shakes his head in wonder. I gently tell his mother we don't need the catalogs, that we aren't having a big wedding. Something small, Mama, I tell her, making the size of a very small ball between my hands. Something very small. Capiche? Mario cringes. You'll have to be very specific about what you mean by small, doll. Small to you and small to Mama are 2 very different things, I promise. But she smacks his back and tells him to mind his own business. It is my business, Ma, she grumbles at him in Italian, and he comes back with one of her Italian expressions. Mama, you know what they say. Tra moglie e marito non mettere il dito. He winks at me. Means don't put a finger between a husband and a wife. That doesn't apply to you, son of mine, Mama says. Not yet, since she doesn't yet wear your ring, and you haven't yet taken your vows. The boys cheer for Mama, who won that one, and she heads to the kitchen with Nonna. Immediate family, Mama, I yell after her. Brothers, sisters, nieces, and nephews. And the Montavios, she yells over her shoulder. I hesitate, because Sergio and Timeo are Montavios, and it would be nice to see them again. All right, the Montavios, I concede. She claps her hands and squeals, and Mario groans. Baby, you have no idea how big that side of the family is. And now that we're inviting the Montavios, we'll have war on our hands if we don't invite at least the closest members on the Rossi side as well. Oh, I say, cringing. Oh, Mario says with a nod. Then he reaches over and tugs a lock of my now black hair. I will admit, it's been super fun leaning on Maria Elena and Rosa as they helped redo my full transformation from Emma to Gloria, including different colored contacts, a totally new hairstyle, and a new makeup routine. I barely recognize myself. Mario winks at me. We'll survive. And hell, they say the bigger the wedding, the longer the honeymoon. Oh, do they? I ask curiously. Nah, baby, that one I made up, but it sounds like a good one, no? We go upstairs hand in hand. The little ones are running around outside on the front lawn under the fading sun of early summer. Maria Elena sits on a blanket beside them blowing bubbles, and Rosa watches, a book in her hand as she sits on a bench. You said Rosa's been married twice? He nods as we take the spiral staircase up. Yes, first husband was killed, and Santos her second husband. Right. But never Maria Elena. He looks out the large window at his beautiful sister, sitting cross-legged on the lawn wearing a crop top and ripped jeans. She's gorgeous. Not sure if anyone could handle her, he says with a wry smile. Oh, I wouldn't bet on that. If you can handle me, I hardly handle you. It's mostly like we come to a general consensus and compromise on most things. I lean in and wink at him. And you spank me for everything else. He pulls my hair and kisses my cheek. Damn right I do. Behave yourself, doll, and Daddy will reward you tonight. I look around in alarm, but no one's here but us. He chuckles. Relax, love. It's just us. For once in our lives. Now head upstairs like I said. His voice takes on a sterner edge as he leans over and gives me a sharp slap to my ass. I squeal, my heartbeat accelerating. It feels like days since we've been together, but it's been a whirlwind of events. First, the faked death and all that entailed. There was a great deal of paperwork and a few safety measures we had to take, but I have to admit I'm glad it's done. It still hurts at times, but I'm getting used to my new identity. It fits me. Next, Romeo made me a full-fledged member of the Rossi's organized crime ring. You'll take vows, Mario had warned me. Oaths, actually. Like the ones you told me about before. Of course, I'm ready. And we'll seal it in blood. I blanched a little at that, but was able to keep my reaction steady. Got it, I said. How? He explained how they'd cut my hand until I bled, and how I'd shake on the vows that I took. A little archaic, but I'll happily do it. I'll do whatever it takes. Now that I'm all in, I am all in. My hands healed up nicely from that, and while it felt a little pagan and barbaric, it was easy enough to do. After that, I got my first assignment. Romeo knows why I'm here, knows why I agreed to join forces with them, and promised that almost every one of the jobs he'll assign me will be for the sole purpose of bringing justice to the more depraved mobs they run into. I'll be in charge of making sure that everything goes as planned, I say to Mario with a nod. No one deviates or takes advantage. And anyone that does is swiftly and duly punished, Mario completes for me. Right, I breathe. We haven't dealt much with the punishment aspect of things, something that does go quite hard against my training and instincts. But I find after a few weeks of working together, they've made the decision to shield me from most of that. I don't complain. Romeo tried to get high-handed with me when I was first initiated. You know I'm doing this under duress, he said dryly to Mario. I'm counting on you to keep her in line. I bristled at that, but it turns out I didn't have to. Mario rose to my defense immediately.
"Ah, no, that ain't how it works with her, and you know it. Yeah, she ain't gonna disobey the basic rules we have, the basic structure and accountability. I mean, those vows I took, I tell her, unable to hide the passion in my tone. I meant every word." "I know," Romeo says gently. "That's not in question." "Did you hire me on my merits, or did you not?" I demand. "You know we did, but you further know that marrying Mario will give him a leg up in his family. So I dare say your decision to marry him was a very calculated move, as was your marriage to Vittoria." The room goes quiet. Mario's hand on my elbow grows still. But after long seconds pass, Romeo grins, actually grins, and shakes his head at me. "Touché, detective." And from then on, he never calls me by my new name, but always detective. Mario thinks it's cute. I think it's a sign of respect. The Rossis do call me in on cases, and often. I love that they do. Between my attention to detail and experience, I truly feel like I'm an asset to the team. Mario beams when I'm able to put my skills to good use, and better yet, when I need to draw a weapon and use those skills. He's so proud of me, it's adorable. But even though he gives me wide latitude, even though he's proud of me and knows I'm independent and fierce, he stays one step ahead of me. I knew this about him and knew it when I agreed to marry him, and he never misses a chance to remind me. We've made the room where we first made love into a room of our own. It's larger and more spacious than the rest, but above all, it's remote. And we like our privacy. We enjoy the ease of walking downstairs to meals or meetings, but we like to retreat from the craziness of it all for a while and just be together. Just the two of us. One morning at breakfast, Mama announces I'm going shopping with all the girls. "You're not allowed to go out without a guard," Mario reminds them. "Especially you." He points a stern finger at me. "Now, Mario," Mama says, placing her hand on his shoulder. "Your betrothed is a gun-carrying member of your mob. What more could you want?" He concedes, but only when my bodyguard goes with us. But when we're alone, just the two of us, my hair comes down. I slide into his lap, and then I'm his baby girl, and he's all daddy. Tonight, I sit on his lap, and he holds me to his chest. "I love seeing you tell off Romeo," he says.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. I try not to push too hard. He pinches my ass. You don't. I'd let you know if you did. But you keep him on his toes, and we love you for that. Your father would have hated me, I say, lacing my fingers with his. He nods. He hated everyone but himself, he responds. I'm glad I never had to meet him. Me too, though I have liked to meet your father. Tell me about him. So I do. I sit on his lap and tell him about my father, how he took me to work with him and showed me how to hold a gun, how he taught me to make spaghetti and taught me to love classic 80s rock, how he never downplayed my complaints when I told him someone was unfair at school, and how he always encouraged me to fight for justice. Someone has to, he would say, and I'm proud it's my daughter who's the warrior. And I'm glad you're mine, Mario says, kissing my cheek. It's so damn sexy when you say that. What else is sexy? When you hold your gun. When we go to target practice together. When you lay me over your lap and spank me. When you go all stern daddy on me. Need I go on? He's feeling me up, fingering my nipples, weighing my breasts in his hands. Go on. He tugs the top of my dress down and suckles a nipple. My hips buck underneath him, and my eyes flutter closed. I love it when you... My voice is shimmering, drowning in sexual pleasure. Drive fast. I love watching you race your cars, and someday I hope to do it with you. Really? Really. I love it when you take me on the back seat of one of your cars. I love it when you fuck me there. He slides my skirt up and pulls down my thong. Go on. His hot, thick erections already at my core. He pulses on my ass, and my sex spasms of its own accord. I love it when you fuck me. Where? Anywhere. He slides into me so perfectly, it feels as if he belongs here with me, just like this.
What else? He silences me on a groan as he slides me up and down his cock. My pussy clenches around him, and my arms sling about his shoulders. I hold on to him so tightly, I'm afraid I'll hurt him. Perfect, I breathe. That's perfect. Don't stop. He lifts my hips and slams them down, driving his thick cock straight to my center. My sex spasms around him, the first hint of a shock of pleasure. Baby, he breathes in my ear. I love you. I love the way you think. I love how fierce you are. I love that you don't begrudge me anything. I love that you're inquisitive but thoughtful, kind but not overly social in the least. I love how intelligent you are. I love my brothers, but you're far more intelligent than any of them. He groans, and I clench myself around him tighter. He laves my nipple and circles my clit with his thumb. I throw my head back and come as he does. And I know then, I know in my bones, I've been well and truly seduced by a mobster. My mobster. The one that I love. Epilogue. Mario. I watch from across the bar as Emma Gloria takes a casual sip of her drink. Her eyes don't miss a damn thing, so when Romeo told me to come to the club to find our latest target, it was an easy decision. Gloria's coming with me, I told him, grabbing my keys for the Mustang. There was a brief moment of hesitancy before he nodded his head in agreement. Of course, he said, if you bring another brother with you. Dario? He jerked his head to one of the tables in the Great Hall. Join Mario, will you? Dario grinned and stretched, cracking his neck. Go to the club in Boston? He asked on a grin. Yeah, boss. Twist my arm. She'll be the best if there's a woman involved, I reminded him, and Romeo nodded again. She is. Gotta admit, brother, she's a good fucking asset to our team. The damn best. Whereas others might balk in the face of interrogating a woman, Gloria's the absolute best. She doesn't rely on violence as easily as my brothers do, but relies heavily on other interrogation strategies. It's rare we need to question a woman, but it absolutely happens, and she's a pro at getting answers for us. That's not all she's good at. Whereas my brothers and I are often so hell-bent on revenge or retaliation, we can't see the fucking forest for the trees. Gloria's fucking incredible at noticing details the rest of us don't. She's more detached, unbiased, and her keen skills of observation are every bit as good as her gun skills, and damn it if it isn't hot. A leggy redhead sidles past the bar and reaches her finger to her ear. She gives an odd little tug, then quickly disguises the move with a flourish of her hair over her shoulder. I watch as Gloria's eyes narrow. She places her drink on the counter, beckons to the bartender, then whispers something that makes him laugh out loud. If he thinks he's flirting with my woman, I stand, tired of anyone else looking at her, and thinking it's about damn time I remind the quick-witted bartender that Gloria's my wife. We took our vows in a simple ceremony outside the castle, though with my family all present, it was hardly a small gathering. She was beautiful under the shade of the castle, the wind whipping off the water as she tried valiantly to keep her hair from being whisked about. She squealed when I lifted her straight off her feet and into my arms, right where I like her. Easy, man, Dario says with a chuckle behind me. All he did was laugh, like I fucking care. I stalk over to her, aware of the redhead's eyes on me, but I only look at Gloria. She turns to face me and makes no bones about checking me out as I walk. Her eyes, tinted a dark chocolate brown with new contacts, rove over me, blatantly checking me out. I watch as her tongue darts out and she licks her lips. Daddy, she whispers, you look delicious tonight. I bend to kiss her cheek and pinch her ass. Behave yourself, doll. Oh, get a fucking room, Dario mutters, still smiling but now shaking his head. I elbow him in the ribs, but he easily dodges me. I'm planning on it. Later. Dario's a master at surveillance and rarely lets anything get past us. We agreed that Gloria and I would do any necessary questioning tonight, and he'd be our guard if shit went sideways. He's as loyal as they come and vicious, Both assets that come in handy in a group like ours. She's signaling someone, Gloria says. They're meeting in a private room at the back. And you know the guy she's meeting's? The asshole that put a hit on my sister? My blood begins to simmer, and I keep my voice low with difficulty. We're here because my sister was almost killed. We weren't sure who put the hit on her, but the only reason she escaped was because her bodyguard intercepted a signal from one of the people planning her hit. I know for a fact, Gloria says. Let's just say I did some digging on my own and corroborated evidence. I give her a sharp look. If I'm understanding her correctly, there's a good chance she's kept in contact somehow with the CID. I doubt she's kept in touch with an old friend, but may have found a way to circumvent intel and access his databases she used. In any event, I don't ask questions. Later, tell me everything, I say in a whisper. If she's got an informant or a contact on the inside, I need to know. I won't shut shit down like others might do. I know her. I know how badly she wants this. Promise, she says, reaching her pinky to mine and giving it a little shake. We come around the bend just in time to see the redhead head toward a private room. Damn, we're so close I feel like I'm on fire, my skin electric and heated. Gloria reaches for me. She entwines her fingers with mine, reminding me that I'm not alone, that no matter what happens, we're a team now. It's different than it is with my brothers. The two of us have a shared history that somehow deepens the connection we forged. Mario, she whispers to me. 10 o'clock. Redhead sliding into room. I've jammed the lock so it won't lock, even though it looks like it. Vandalizing property now? I say, teasing a lock of her hair. You're brilliant. I'll do whatever I takes to bring them down, she mutters, her lips pinched together. She despises dishonesty and betrayal. My heart warms at her assurance. I tug her closer.
Honesty that proves you're not sanitizing the story's edges. I love you, I say as I kiss her cheek. The next thing I know, Dario's cocking his pistol and stepping in front of us. Get ready, he tells me. Fucking showdown. I cock my pistol just as Dario forces the door open, then close it behind us quickly so no one gets suspicious. We blink and stare for seconds, but Emma moves quickest. Hands up, motherfuckers, she orders. My heart warms. She's a natural. The redhead turns to face us, her hands up in the air, when Dario curses under his breath. Mario, he says warningly. He knows her. Jesus, he mutters, shaking his head and looking away. I give a shake of my head. Motherfucker, I mutter out loud. Someone want to fill me in here? Gloria shakes her head. You were right. She's in on it. Only problem is, didn't know this was Sergio's sister we've got a gripe with. I turn to Dario. Take her back to the castle, brother. Get back up to escort her friend. Mario, my baby cousin, disguised to the nines, pleads with large, winsome brown eyes. Please? This isn't like when you were little and wanted to go with us to the arcade, Vivia, I say, shaking my head. You crossed a line. You can tell Romeo your sob story. Dario crosses the room. Gloria's got her mate already cuffed and ready for an interrogation, while I call to give him the heads up that the person we'll be questioning when I get Gloria back to the castle is none other than Vivia Montavio, cleverly disguised as a redhead. Dario calls in backup. Ah, Dario says as he takes her cuffed hands and prepares to escort her out of the private back entrance to the club only exclusive members are allowed to use. Sergio told me about you, said you were always getting in trouble, weren't you? Fuck off, she mumbles under her breath. Dario clucks his tongue. Behave yourself, Vivia. He served time, and he ain't afraid to go back, I yell at their retreating backs. Gloria snorts beside me. Like, seriously? You couldn't come up with a better line than that? True, though, I bet. I look around the room. Ah, private room at a private club with a secret exit. Our job's done early, and no other way in here, I say thoughtfully to myself, stroking my chin. Whatever could we do in a place like this? They cleaned it and readied it for a night of pleasure, and now here we are. Gloria's eyes light up. On the clock, she says pointedly, a rule follower to her core.
I take her phone and power it off, then call Romeo back on mine. Hey bro, Dario and the crew are heading to the castle with Vivia and her comrade. Mind if Gloria and I call it a night? I grin as he gives me the green light and power down my phone. Not anymore, we are not. I sit on a high stool and draw her between my legs. Come here. She looks gorgeous in her club attire, but then again, she looks gorgeous in a faded house dress. Yes, Daddy? She asks coyly, biting her lip. Her eyes on mine, she falls to her knees in front of me. I can think of a few things we can do. I cradle her face in my hands. I can hardly believe not only that this brilliant, gorgeous, stunning woman's mine, but that she works with me now, my real-life partner in crime. I love you, I tell her, and I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with you. And I love you, she says warmly, kissing the palm of my hand. The best thing I ever did was throw caution to the wind and get in your car. I grin at her. No regrets? I ask her teasingly, but I really want to know. She's given up everything to be who and where she is right now. She holds my hand between both of hers and leans in to give me a kiss that makes my toes curl. No regrets. USA Today best-selling author Jane Henry pens stern but loving alpha heroes, feisty heroines, and emotion-driven happily ever afters. She writes what she loves to read, kink with a tender touch. Jane is a hopeless romantic who lives on the East Coast with a house full of children and her very own Prince Charming. You can find Jane here, Jane Henry's newsletter, Jane Henry's Facebook reader group, Jane's website, BookBub, Facebook, Instagram, Amazon, TikTok.